we're live, just so everyone knows.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm going to welcome us to this workshop. Good morning. Thank you for joining. This is the 2022 Wildfire Mitigation Plan Workshop for large electric corporations. My name is Nicole Dunlap, a supervisor at the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety, and we are happy to host this workshop as an opportunity to talk to electric corporations about their 2022 Wildfire Mitigation Plan updates. I'll pass this over to my colleague, Adrienne Ownby, in a moment to open and facilitate the workshop. But in the meantime, I have a couple words about the format and what to expect for today. This is an all-day workshop with breaks scheduled throughout. Adrienne will go over the agenda so you know what to expect there. Each topic on the agenda will include presentations from all three electric corporations on today, followed by 15 minutes of open questions and answers. Adrienne will also go over how to ask questions on Zoom or if you're calling in today. If throughout the workshop it feels like there is not enough time for questions and answers, please know that Energy Safety may hold a supplemental questions and answers session with utilities that would be open to the public in about 2 to 3 weeks' time. We'll revisit this idea at the end of the workshop for a group consensus on if a supplemental session is desired. But please keep that in mind as we work through the topics if you feel like you need a little more time for Q&A. So thank you again for your time today, and I'll pass this over to Adrienne to get us started.
Thanks, Nicole. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adrienne Ownby. I'm the Energy Safety Lead for the 2022 WMP Update Review for Southern California Edison. Next slide, please. So we're going to start off this morning with a brief safety message. Just want to remind you to beware of your surroundings, to stay hydrated and cool. Know your evacuation routes. Remember to stand up and move around. It's a long day ahead of us. And to remind you to practice your public health guidance for your area. And speak up if you feel something. Go ahead and say something. Let us know. Next slide, please. So for those in the public who are new to California's wildfire mitigation plan process, this is a pretty simple summary of what WMPs are. Electrical corporations are required to prepare and submit wildfire mitigation plans, WMPs, to Energy Safety for review and approval. WMPs describe how the electrical corporation is constructing, maintaining, and operating its electrical lines and equipment in a manner that will minimize the risk of catastrophic wildfire. This is the third year of a 3-year cycle. Next year, we expect new wildfire mitigation plans from all submitters, with the expectation of repeating another 3-year cycle. Next slide, please. So docket 2022-WMPs is your primary source of information regarding the 2022 WMP updates. This is also the docket you will submit public comments to. However, we also have data requests, or DRs, that occur throughout the process. This week we informed the utilities that they're required to post all data requests from Energy Safety and other stakeholders to the utility their utilities website. We're going to direct them also to start filing weekly summaries of the DRs they have received that week and file that to the 2022-WMP-DRS docket. And I want to encourage you, if you've not signed up for the appropriate listserv for these dockets, I would encourage you to do so. You can do that through our website. Next slide, please. So the objectives of this workshop are pretty straightforward. We want to receive presentations on key areas of the large electrical corporations 2022 wildfire mitigation plan update submissions. We are also looking to provide the public with the opportunity to directly question the electrical corporations regarding those key areas of their submissions. Next slide, please. The workshop agenda is for the morning is this brief introduction, which I think is probably not going to go a full 15 minutes by any means. And then it'll be followed by a panel on grid design and system hardening for about an hour. There'll be a break, and then another panel, risk modeling and assessment, for another 60 minutes. There will be an opportunity for public questions and answers during each panel session. It is our intent to not change the start of the panels. What very well might happen is that the breaks in the lunch may get shortened depending on how the Q&A sessions are going. Next slide, please. For the afternoon agenda, we've got lunch from noon to 1, vegetation management panel for an hour after that, followed by a break, followed by the public safety power shutoff panel, again for another hour, another break, and then asset management and data governance panel will close out the workshop. And I think at that point, we'll revisit the issue of whether we're going to have a second workshop for more Q&A. Again, each panel is going to include an opportunity for public questions and answers. Next slide, please. Written stakeholder feedback for this workshop and for the WMPs is accepted through April 11th, 2022. The 2022 WMP update submissions were received over a 3-week period beginning in February of this year. Because we've staggered the submission dates for the Electrical Corporation's 2022 WMP submissions, the exact timing of events will vary based on the date of their submissions. So just broadly speaking, we have draft decisions published for comment beginning in May of this year. Stakeholder comments on the draft decision due in May and June 2022. Final decisions will be posted in July of 2022. And as I noted earlier, we may have a follow-up Q&A session. It looks like probably before the written stakeholder feedback date of April 11th, all things considered. Next slide, please. So some quick workshop logistics here. We're going to be trying to keep the workshop on schedule. So if necessary, we'll institute a clock for questions. As previously mentioned, if there's any give in the schedule, it likely occur through shortened breaks. I'd like to emphasize an important sort of ground rule for this proceeding, which is that comments and questions should stay focused on what's being presented by the utilities. And we'll be taking questions through the Zoom. You can chat your questions through Zoom, and you can also raise your hand and ask and be unmuted and ask your questions directly. Next up, we're going to have a brief introduction by one of our subject matter experts, Andy Biggs, who is going to introduce the grid design and system hardening panel. And that's it for me today. I think you want to go. Yeah.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Oh,
Yeah, Andy.
Okay, great. Hi, good morning. I'm Andy Biggs. I'm a utilities engineer in energy safety, and I'll be moderating today's first session on grid design and system hardening. Grid hardening is one of the main initiatives providing more permanent solutions to a changing environment to reduce or eliminate ignition risks. Between undergrounding, covered conductor, microgrids, as well as a multitude of pilot projects, utilities should be evaluating and designing solutions to address their highest risk circuits. Additionally, utilities should be demonstrating the efficacy of such grid hardening initiatives with solutions to address risks in the interim, especially given the high cost and deployment time of many grid hardening efforts. With that, I'll now turn it over to the utilities to present their grid design and hardening plans within their 2022 WMP updates. And looks like James already got PG&E slides up. So Here's PG&E.
Thanks, Andy. I'm Christine Kausert, Vice President of Asset and Regulatory and Electric Engineering at PG&E. I'm joined by my colleague, Jamie Martin, who's our Vice President of Undergrounding, and we're going to be covering grid design and system hardening for PG&E today. You can hear me, right? Thumbs up? Okay, great. So if we can go to the next slide. Just a quick overview of our accomplishments in 2021 and some of the things we're focused on in 2022. I would say we made significant progress in ramping up our system hardening efforts in 2021 with completing over 200 miles of system hardening on our distribution system and over 100 miles on our transmission system. And the key accomplishment in system hardening for us was the launching of our initiative to underground 10,000 miles of our distribution system in HFTD, which Jamie will spend a little bit more time on as we go through the presentation. We also made significant progress in replacing equipment in HFTD areas that create ignition risks, specifically a lot of progress around surge arresters and some of the work around non-exempt fuses as well. As we look to 2022, our efforts are really focused in these similar areas, but continuing to ramp up in some places and completing some of the programs that we've been working on for multiple years. So a key piece of our strategy in 2022 in the WMP is completing 470 miles of system hardening work, a large portion of that being related to our undergrounding efforts. As well as continuing work on our transmission system with an additional 30 plus miles there of either replacement or removal in our transmission system. We're also continuing to replace those components that represent an ignition risk for us. One of the big accomplishments there is completing the work around surge arresters. This is the final year of that program. We also have continued work to reduce the impact of PSPS events on our customers, continuing to install additional sectionalizing devices to reduce the size of the customer outages associated with PSPS events. So with that, we should move to the next slide. The next two slides are details around various initiatives that we have in our 2022 WMP. There's a lot of detail on these slides. I don't plan to drain all of them, but we'll highlight just a couple of the initiatives that we have underway on each of these slides. For this slide, one of the items I'd like to draw attention to is our work around motorized switch operators, MSOs. This is an area that we identified as having elevated ignition risk associated with how those devices operate. We replaced about 50 of them last year, and we have a plan to replace 50 this year, with the remainder taking place in 2023 to eliminate that risk in high fire threat districts and HFRA areas. So we're making good progress on that. Also wanted to highlight the fact that we intend to have 4 additional distribution microgrid PIHs operational this year. We have one of those that completed construction in December of 2021. We will be making that one operational in addition to 3 additional locations this year. We go to the next slide. Many of the targets here are focused on our system hardening work. So the targets around undergrounding as well as additional system hardening, overhead hardening in other parts of our HFTD areas, and the work that we're doing with the Butte County rebuild, approximately 55 miles of undergrounding work there. Also, similar to what I mentioned on the first slide, the work in transmission. We did over 100 miles in 2021. It's 32 miles this year. This is more driven by project timing than anything in terms of the reduction in work. It's not a consistent number of miles just based on the length of projects. That it takes time to engineer and execute transmission projects, but continuing to make good progress there. The only other thing I would highlight here is we are installing backup generation at some of our PG&E owned facilities. this year. The goal for that work is really to make sure that if we have PSPS events, that we are equipped to respond effectively, and that we have all the capabilities we need to be able to perform in our emergency response mode in those cases. So that's a key focus area for us, making sure that we maintain our capabilities in PSPS events. So with that, I will hand it over to Jamie to talk a little bit more about undergrounding.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Christine. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our program. I'll take us to the next slide, please. What we're looking at here is an overview of the first part of our 10,000-mile undergrounding program. The WMP includes undergrounding at least 175 miles in 2022. And as you can see in the table on the left-hand side, we're proposing to substantially increase our miles over the course of the coming years, ramping to 400 in 2023, 800 in 2024, 1,000 in 2025, and then 1,200 miles in 2026. Over that same timeframe, we'll be focused on reducing the average cost per mile of our program. Our recently updated GRC targets a unit cost of about $3.75 million a mile in year 2022, declining to $2.5 million a mile in 2026. There's a number of things that we'll focus on to reduce the cost per mile. Some of those things include optimizing our construction and design standards, leveraging the work that we did in 2021 and lessons learned from projects completed throughout our service territory that'll allow us to refine and change our design and construction standards to allow for more efficient execution, to take advantage of the tools and construction methodologies that we've deployed, allowing us to scale the miles after year 2022. As we scale the miles, we anticipate being able to take advantage of economies of scale, bundling the work in a thoughtful way, allocating that work in large buckets to allow internal teams and external teams to be able to mobilize and deploy teams and retain those teams over long periods of time to do the work safely and efficiently. And finally, the opportunity to deploy new technology and new types of equipment as we execute underground miles throughout our service territory. Stepping back and context for the whole program, the undergrounding program represents a significant amount of risk reduction. We see that when a line is underground, it reduces the ignition risk by 99%. This is a significant amount of permanent risk reduction that we'll get as we deploy this program over the coming years. It'll also improve the long-term resiliency of the system, really hardening the system against other types of threats beyond wildfire, other types of weather issues, for example. We also expect that as we underground our lines, it'll reduce the need for PSPS and EPSS related outages, improving reliability for our customers. Equally as important, we'll see a reduced need for vegetation management work, creating a more sustainable profile, saving trees and reducing the need for certain types of vegetation management, and in some cases eliminating it entirely. And so I'll conclude my remarks there and say that we're really pleased with the amount of risk reduction that we believe we'll get from this program. And I believe now is the time where I'll pass it off for questions.
So I think we reserved questions for the end. I'm not sure if I'm going to go ahead and do a few for PG&E. I know there's a little bit of time. Or Adrian, do you have any thoughts? Should we just move on and leave questions to the end?
There are questions being submitted within the Q&A function of Zoom. If you'd like to go ahead and PG&E take a look at those questions, if they apply to your guys' presentation there, you guys can type your answers there. We do have one hand raised currently. I don't know if we want to start taking questions at this point in time. Adrian, can you advise?
Yeah, I think we have, we'd prefer to go ahead and start taking the questions at the end of all of the presentations. Make sure everybody gets to present first.
Very good. Then I'll conclude and we'll respond to the chat, the questions in the chat, and take questions at the end. Thank you.
Great. Next up, we'll have SCE. By SCE, I mean SDG&E.
Thank you. Yes, this is Sean Gehagen from SDG&E. Just wanted to make sure everyone can hear me okay.
Sure can, Sean.
Great. We can go ahead and advance to the next slides. But as Adrian covered before, we'll be hearing from SDG&E, myself for grid design and system hardening, some of my colleagues to cover the other topics today. But on the next slide, first, I'd like to take you through an overview of our accomplishments in 2021. Thank you. So as I mentioned before, I'll be presenting on the grid design and system hardening portion here, and we'll have some of my colleagues giving more details around some of these other issues, but just an overview of our 2021 wildfire mitigation plan results. We were able to complete over 25 miles of undergrounding, over 20 miles of covered conductor installation, and over 100 miles of our traditional hardening program, which I'll get into more detail about later. We replaced over 8,000 assets that have the potential to fail and cause an ignition. On the PSPS side, we provided over 3,400 generators to our customers to reduce the impacts of PSPS to our customers. We improved our situational awareness to help understand and forecast PSPS events and help understand where to apply our mitigations by installing new cameras and weather stations across our service territory. Utilize our aerial fire suppression resources throughout the year to respond to any fires in our territory. We completed over 12,000 enhanced vegetation management trims in 2021, which go above and beyond the recommended 12 feet of clearance required. And we performed our full suite of inspections on both the distribution and transmission system, completing all those to ensure that we catch any problems before they could potentially cause a failure. And you can continue now, please. So yes, as I mentioned before, I'm Sean Gehagen, and I'm the Wildfire Mitigation Program Manager here at SDG&E. And on our next slide, I'll start talking a little bit about our infrastructure hardening programs. So starting with our transmission system, we began hardening over 10 years ago. And when we're hardening our transmission system, it is bare conductor hardening. We are replacing wood poles with steel poles and ensuring all of these structures are designed to the known local conditions. We are currently 99% hardened in Tier 3 and 85% hardened in Tier 2. And we do expect to complete that final 4 miles of our Tier 3 transmission system hardening in 2022 and 2023. And by 2027, be fully hardened on our transmission system. Our efficacy studies have shown that our transmission system hardening work has reduced risk events, which are overhead faults that could lead to an ignition, by 84%. We're also looking at implementing our fallen conductor protection on our transmission system, and I'll go into more details on our fallen conductor and other advanced protection systems later. As I mentioned before, our traditional approach to system hardening on our distribution system has also been bare conductor hardening, again, replacing wood poles with steel poles, reconductoring conductors that are known to failure with new higher strength conductor. But we are transitioning away from that towards more strategic undergrounding and covered conductor. Our strategic undergrounding program completed over 25 miles in 2021, and we are ramping that up to 65 planned miles for 2022. As you've heard before, strategic undergrounding does provide the most risk reduction. We estimated at over 98% of risk events that could lead to ignition are mitigated by strategic undergrounding. SDG&E also took the innovative approach of not only undergrounding the primary conductors, but also undergrounding whenever possible all the secondary and services in the HFTD to further reduce the risk of an ignition and also to reduce the risk of PSPS for our customers. When strategic undergrounding isn't possible or isn't cost effective, we are implementing more covered conductor technology. We completed 20 miles of covered conductor in 2021 and plan to ramp that up to 60 miles in 2022. Covered conductor, we have been working in the joint IOU working group, and we estimate a 65% risk event reduction with the deployment of covered conductor. And we'll continue to refine that number as we move forward. Go to the next slide, please. We also have been out replacing our assets that are known to have the potential to fail and cause an ignition in the HFTD. The first one is the expulsion fuse replacement. This one has the most completion. We completed over 3,900 units last year, and we're now 98% complete in the HFTD with only a little less than 300 fuse replacements remaining that we plan to complete in 2022. Our capacitor replacement program is replacing the old switch capacitors with new SCADA capacitors. We completed 35 of those units in 2021 and are now 40% complete across the HFTD. Hotline clamp replacements are replacing known connectors that are known to fail and could potentially lead to wire down events. We completed over 2,700 hotline clamp replacements last year and are now over 2/3 complete in the HFTD. Our newest asset replacement program is the lightning arrestor replacement, where we're replacing lightning arresters with new CAL FIRE approved lightning arresters. And we completed over 1,700 of those in 2021. And since this is a new program, those were the first units we did this year. So about 4% complete overall. Next slide, please. I mentioned some of our advanced protection programs before, and these are employed to stop faults before they start, leading to an overall reduction in risk events in the future. We have early fault detection, where we're using sensors deployed across the circuits to look for problems before they happen. These sensors are recording data, and our engineers receive reports monthly to identify any high or medium risk structures out on these circuits. Our falling conductor protection utilizes high-speed relays and some logic that was developed by SDG&E to de-energize any broken conductors before they hit the ground. This is active on 10 circuits in our tier 3 areas, with more coming in future years. Our sensitive relay settings are deployed to reduce the amount of time and amount of fault energy that any fault on our system can produce. These are deployed only during the highest risk conditions, such as when we have a PSPS event or when our fire potential index is labeled as extreme. To make all these things happen, we need high-speed relays and high-speed communication between these devices out in the HFTD. To improve upon the network availability, reliability, and that high-speed performance we have our Distribution Communications Reliability Initiative, which has over 25 base stations installed and 70 more planned through 2024, again, to improve our network quality in the backcountry, allowing for these advanced protection schemes to be in place. Next slide, please. Moving a little away from our infrastructure hardening and towards our PSPS mitigations, over the 3-year wildfire mitigation plan period, SDG&E expects to reduce the impacts of PSPS to our customers by over 39,000 customers. The largest portion of this is through PSPS sectionalizing, where we're installing new PSPS SCADA-enabled sectionalizing devices out onto our circuits to enable us to target the areas of the highest and most extreme weather and only de-energize those customers experiencing these conditions and be more accurate in our deployment of PSPS. Strategic undergrounding has the dual benefit of the wildfire risk reduction I discussed before, but also reducing or eliminating the need for PSPS to our customers. And as we ramp up the mileage for strategic undergrounding, the customer impacts also increase. So we're seeing about 250 or so customers per year the past couple years, and that will increase to over 2,500 projected customers in 2022. Our microgrids are there to provide power to circuits that are known to be PSPS areas. And I'm going to go a little bit into some more detail on our microgrids on the next slide. But in 2020, we enabled 6 microgrid locations that reduced or eliminated the impacts of PSPS to 578 customers. In 2021, our focus was really on converting these existing microgrids from their traditional fossil fuel power sources to new renewable energy sources. And in 2022, we're going to deploy some additional microgrids. We also have our generator programs where we are either providing or providing assistance for generator purchases for our customers in the HFTD to help mitigate the impacts of PSPS. And in 2022, these programs will alleviate or eliminate the need for PSPS to over 4,000 customers in our service territory. And I'll go into some more details on these programs in the future slides. Next one, please. On our microgrids and temporary generators, as I mentioned before, in 2021, we worked on converting our existing microgrids to the new renewable energy sources. But we also introduced in the bottom corner there, you see the picture of a remote powered mobile battery energy storage unit to replace our diesel temporary generators. These were used at a Feeding America station in one of our communities to help keep their refrigeration going and not lose any perishable items during a PSPS event. And these were also used to provide mobile electric vehicle charging at our community resource centers during PSPS events. In 2022, as I mentioned, we'll continue to complete the commissioning of some of our microgrid sites. We're going to identify and begin using our WINGS modeling tool to identify additional microgrid sites. And you'll hear more about the WINGS modeling tool in the risk assessment phase of this workshop this morning. And we'll continue to deploy these mobile battery storage units to find different applications and to verify their robustness and flexibility. Next slide, please. And finally, I'll go into a little bit more detail about the 3 backup generator and battery programs that we have. The first one is our generator grant program. And in this particular initiative, we're actually providing backup batteries to qualified medical baseline or access and functional need customers in the HFTD at no charge to them. In 2021, we delivered over 2,300 batteries. And in 2022, we continue to try and target more customers and increase participation in these programs. And we have a target of 3,000 batteries in 2022. Our generator assistance program is providing portable fuel generator backup batteries rebates for our qualifying HFTD customers. In 2021, 1,850 rebates were issued and 735 of those were redeemed by our customers. Moving forward to increase participation, again, we're targeting 1,250 rebates in 2022 and trying to give our customers a little bit more flexibility and finding additional retailers and additional models that contain the safety features that are required in the future. Our fixed backup power program actually provides a permanent propane generator for our customers. So this is something that will power the entire facility. And in 2021, we had over 350 of these operational by the year end. And in 2022, targeting an additional 470 permanent generators for our customers while also trying to test and explore for some new items that are more renewable based fuels and non-fossil based fuel solutions. So that is the end of SDG&E's portion of the grid design and system hardening workshop. And thanks everyone for your attention.
Thank you so much, Sean. And then reminder that we're saving Q&A till the end, but feel free to insert any questions you have into the Q&A function. Next up, we have SCE.
Raymond, we cannot hear you currently. I'm not sure if you need to.
Can you hear me now?
There you go, Raymond. Thank you.
All right, I double mute on. Sorry, thank you for that. Hello, my name is Raymond Fugere, Principal Manager of Wildfire Mitigation Strategy at Southern California Edison. If we could go to the next slide, please. Today, I will be providing an update on SCE's grid design and system hardening progress, and also show where we are going with our grid design and system hardening. We'll cover 3 topics: an update on the activities we've achieved in 2021 and what we plan to achieve in 2022. A better word to use than new integrated grid hardening strategy is really our refined integrated grid hardening strategy, what that is and how it enhances our current grid hardening strategy, and also new technologies we are looking at to supplement and advance our wildfire mitigation strategies. So if we could go to the next slide, please. On this slide and the next slide, you will see an overview of the progress SCE has made and will make on several key long-term strategies. I don't want to read all the items on the deck because it's a lot of words and you can see the values, but I do want to cover some major items. First and foremost, cover conductor, which is one of the foundational mitigation strategies SCE is utilizing. SCE has installed approximately 1,500 miles in 2021, bringing the total up to over 2,900 miles, or 30% of the HFRA distribution circuit miles SCE maintains. We plan to install another 1,100 miles for 2022. That will bring us up to over 40% of our circuit miles in our high fire areas being covered. This will significantly reduce the risks of the likelihood of fires associated with SCE's facilities. Next, you can see we have undergrounded 6 miles in 2021 and approximately another 11 miles in 2022. Later on in the deck, we'll talk about our refined integrated grid hardening strategy, and this will potentially significantly impact and increase the miles that we are looking to underground, and we'll cover those in a second. I want to point out other things that we've done is our branch line protection strategy. We have installed to date over 13,000 branch line fuses on our system. The branch line fuses help our system by increasing safety by having the fuse act quickly to limit the energy released when a fault occurs, thus reducing the likelihood of an ignition occurring. Additionally, by installing all the branch line fuses out on our system, we are limiting the reliability impacts when an outage does occur for our customers by really having a localized small area of an outage. Also, like SDG&E, we have been installing what we call fast curve relays, also PG&E has as well. And so we have updated or upgraded our relays for 95 relays in 2021, bringing our total relays updated or upgraded to 360 since 2019, with another 104 being deployed in 2022. These new relays enable us to have what we call fast curve setting. So on inclement weather days, such as red flag warning days, we can make the relays more sensitive. And by making the relays more sensitive, they'll have the circuit breaker operate faster, thus also reducing the likelihood for energy to be expelled that could create a fire. So by using the circuit breaker relays and also the branch line fusing relays, we are having the ability to really reduce the likelihood of a fire occurring from a fault. Additionally, as you can see there, what is Rapid Earth Fault Current Limiter, or REVCL, We are planning to deploy 2 locations at the Acton and Phelan substations in 2023. When you take RevCol and apply it with covered conductor, you get additional mitigation effectiveness because they target different drivers of fires. So we're piloting these to see the value added to make sure we get the effectiveness that we need to have for it to be worthwhile. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this continues on the list of mitigation activities we undertook in 2021 and 2022. I'll just quickly go over them. Tree attachment remediation. What this is we have some trees that actually have conductors attached directly to the tree using aerial bundle cable. We are removing those attachments off of the tree to increase the safety and reliability, because a tree has conditions that we can control less. So we want to remove them off of the tree. C-hooks, our plan is to get all of our C-hooks replaced by the end of 2022, based upon lessons we've learned from other utilities and how C-hooks can lead to catastrophic failure. Long span initiative. This is an interesting one. So long spans, it varies based upon the conductor and the span length. But what happens is there's an increased likelihood of conductor clash. So we have surveyed our system and identified potential long spans where we could have an increased likelihood of conductor clash. And we are mitigating those by installing line spacers, changing the configuration of construction, or installing covered conductor. We plan to target locations that will not have covered conductor installed by 2023 to mitigate the likelihood of conductor clash. And then the last one is a new initiative for 2022. It's vibration dampener retrofits. What we found out is covered conductor has something occur on it called Aeolian vibration that can lead to a reduction of the useful life of covered conductor from 45 years to 25 years. Because we want to make sure we get the maximum useful life out of the covered conductor, we are going to retrofit covered conductor locations with these vibration dampeners so they will no longer be subjected to the Aeolian vibration. We plan to install approximately 100 locations in 2022 and mitigate over 2,500 locations by 2026. If we could go to the next slide, please. So now I want to give you an update on what really I like to call our refined integrated grid hardening strategy. So SCE refined its strategy to incorporate things that weren't incorporated before and do a more granular analysis. So first, we conducted an analysis at each segment level, and we considered the very specific wildfire risks and PSPS risks for each segment. And then we are applying a mitigation or a combination of mitigations for each segment to address the risks in a cost-effective manner. So we really got very granular on how we did this analysis to look at each small segment by segment, where we could compare them. Additionally, with the refined approach, we incorporated other risks that we currently had not assessed yet. Some of these other risks are egress constraints. And what this is locations where the population could have challenges leaving the area if they all needed to leave at the same time. So we have now incorporated egress constraints into our analysis and also high wind areas. And what high wind areas are areas where we are most likely going to see wind speeds that exceed our covered conductor threshold. So by incorporating those new consequences, we have divided our high fire area into 3 areas now. Severe risk areas, which meets criteria for an egress constraint location, or an extreme wind area. And what extreme wind area means is an area that likely will see wind above the PSPS threshold, or extreme consequence areas. And how we are defining extreme consequence areas right now is that there is a probability, based upon our techno-civil models, that a 10,000 acre fire could occur from that location in the first 8 hours. After that, we have our high consequence segments. That is everything where we could have a 300 acre fire occur in the first 8 hours, or there is the risk of public safety power shutoff, or PSPS. And then after that, we have what we call the other segments that are not in one of the two segments above. And that's how we divided our refined integrated grid hardening strategy, broke our system up to figure out what mitigations we need to do. And now if we can go to the next slide, please. So once we developed and broke our system using the segment by segment analysis into those three areas, we looked at it and we made a flow chart of how we're going to disposition each mile. So first question is, and I will just walk us quickly through this flow chart, is this a severe risk area? If yes, we ask the question, is it already hardened? Yes or no. If it is already hardened, we will continue with the covered conductor and we will look for other incremental hardening measures that we could do to reduce the risk associated with our facilities. And this could include Revco and other new technology that we'll discuss on the next slide. If we have not already hardened it, we are looking to understand, is underground feasible in this location? Because some locations in very rocky areas, it could be very difficult and very hard to underground it. We're using a yes, no. If it's yes, we're looking to underground those segments. If the answer is no, we will install cover conductor and then look for additional mitigations that we can use to drive down that risk. So that's kind of how we disposition our severe miles. Next, if the answer for is it a severe risk area is no, is it a high consequence area? If it's yes, we will look at, is it already hardened? If it is already hardened, we will continue on with cover conductor plus plus. And what cover conductor plus plus is, it's cover conductor with our enhanced mitigations, our enhanced vegetation practices, and our enhanced inspection practices. So it's really looking at helping to reduce the risks that cover conductor does not mitigate. If cover conductor is not installed, we will install cover conductor and then also do the other enhanced mitigations on those segments. If it's not a high consequence or a severe risk area, we're just going to harden via our traditional infrastructure replacement. So after an event occurs, if there was a pole fell over because a truck snagged the conductor, we will come back and we will replace it with cover conductor. So it's really just not going out and proactively hardening it, it's hardening it after something occurs, or if the conductor has reached its end of its useful life, we will make sure we will upgrade it to cover conductor, which is our standard in high fire areas. If we can go to the next slide. So new technologies. This is what I mentioned where we are looking at new technologies to help reduce the risk associated with our facilities, especially in the severe risk areas and also other areas as well. So there's a couple different new technologies and we'll walk through them. First is early fault detection. To simply put, I think of this, there's an old movie, not that old, called Minority Report, where they tried to detect crimes before they occurred. It's very similar. We're trying to detect items, conditions on our system before they will lead to a fault. So EFD, or early fault detection, looks for radio frequencies that could indicate a fault could occur. And so we will be able to dispatch people ahead of time and get them to the location to remediate the condition before the fault occurs. This is really a game changer if you can predict where faults are going to occur and get resources out there before the fault occurs. Next is what we call distribution open phase detection, which is very similar to what SDG&E just mentioned, where they're looking at technology and settings that will detect and de-energize a phase once it is broken before it strikes the ground. This, when layered on with cover conductor, if cover conductor is broken, could de-energize before it hits the ground, thus reducing the likelihood of a fire. Next is high impedance detection, which is a little different. It detects a high impedance fault, so if cover conductor did hit the ground and did stay energized, it would trip the relay or trip the protection device, thus reducing the energized condition on the ground. And then the last two new technologies are not detecting faults or downed wires, but trying to help us get better at finding conditions. So asset detection using AI and ML. SCE has done a large aerial inspection program, and there's a lot of images to be processed. from the image capture, we've been able to train a model to help us detect defects on our crossarm. So what we can now do is, while the pictures are waiting to be viewed by an inspector, we can run that through the model and it will flag conditions of crossarms that have defects on them. So we can speed up the time to get somebody out to remediate the condition. In addition to that, fire detection, we're working to use satellite technology and also our HD cameras to spot fires before they become big fires. Time is a huge component as fires grow. The earlier we can detect fires and get resources dispatched to those locations, the less likelihood they are to go into bigger fires. So this is not just a benefit from fires started or associated with SCE facilities, but in general, all fires started in remote areas. By using this technology, we can help get fire personnel dispatched quicker instead of having to wait for somebody to contact the fire agency. The cameras and satellite images can help indicate locations where we should get resources, fire resources out. So those are some of the new technologies that SCE is working to deploy to help us reduce the likelihood of fires associated to our facilities. And that concludes the presentation. So I believe it's now to question and answer time.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you so much, Raymond. So now jumping into the Q&As, as a reminder, you're welcome to either use the Q&A function or you can also use the raise the hand function. I wanted to start off in combining a couple of the written Q&A questions from Joseph Mitchell. So first off, I wanted to thank SCE for providing that flow chart on the decision-making for determining which hardening to use, and wanted to extend to PG&E if you could PG&E and SDG&E if you could discuss how you go through that some sort of decision-making process to determine which initiative you're going to be utilizing, and also wanted to bring in Joseph Mitchell's point that SCE has been able to deploy cover conductor at lower cost than SDG&E and PG&E, and so wanted SCE to speak on how you're able to lower those costs, and ask SDG&E and PG&E why they're unable to achieve those same installation costs and how that's sort of affected RSCs and decision making.
So I think I'll start with why on the cost standpoint, I think part of the benefit SCE had is at one point, and I believe SCE did a proactive pole loading program where I identified a lot of poles that needed to be replaced. And we have been proactively replacing them ahead of time before we started to cover conductor. So we didn't also have to replace poles at the same time we were having to install cover conductor. Because cover conductor is a larger cable. When you add it to the facilities, there's a probability it could reduce the safety factor on those poles to go below the required CPC values. Because we had already hardened a large percentage of our poles in our high fire areas, we didn't have to also replace as many poles during our cover conductor projects. I think that's one of the main reasons where we had a competitive advantage on our cost per mile on our cover conductor. Was there another part of the question? Because
I think that's it for SCE.
Okay.
PG&E, could you kind of speak more to your decision-making process for determining grid hardening initiatives?
Sure, at a high level, I can speak to this, and we can provide our decision trees if that's an appropriate follow-up to the question. But we do follow a similar process in our decision-making around which system hardening solutions are best suited for given situations, taking into consideration wildfire risk, PSPS risk, as well as local conditions for where the work is being performed and what's best suited for those conditions. So we can, if we wait a little bit, I'll try and find a little bit more detail to more fully respond to the question. That's helpful.
Okay, and then SDG&E?
Yes, for determining what mitigation to apply, specifically on our grid hardening initiatives, which is deciding between our traditional hardening, our covered conductor, and our undergrounding, is our WINGS planning tool. Nisha will go into more detail on the WINGS planning tool during the risk modeling and assessment portion of the workshop this morning. But at a high level, WINGS planning takes inputs for both wildfire risk reduction and PSPS risk reduction, and takes into account the cost of the mitigations to look for the optimal mitigation to apply on that specific circuit segment.
Thank you. And then I see that Will Abrams has his hand raised. If we could unmute Will.
Yeah, give me a second. Will, you should be able to unmute yourself and join the conversation.
Great, thanks very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great, thanks. I appreciated the presentations. And as I listened to the PG&E presentation, I was really trying to square that presentation with the days of testimony in the Kincaid fire case. There was an expert testimony given in that case about a number of failures in terms of system hardening, abandoned infrastructure, inappropriate use of insulators, contaminated cooling systems. And as I listened to the presentation and as I reviewed the PG&E WMP, I didn't see any of those failures addressed within the WMP. So really my question is, you know, to the panel is, does the panel feel that their WMP can be seen as reasonable if it doesn't address the failures associated with past fires? And if not, can each panelist identify where within their WMPs they specifically map the failures of past fires to mitigation activities? Thank you.
Yeah, if this is Andy Branches from PG&E in support of Christine Cowsert and Jamie Martin. With regards to that question, the Kincaid fire was primarily on the transmission side. And so what Christine has highlighted in her section of the testimony and her section of the WMP was the work that we're doing around transmission that directly ties specifically to the failure modes that we observed in the Kincaid fire. So that's how it ties as best we could link that. And it also, it's not in the grid hardening section, but because of the results of the fires, we've adjusted our inspection practices to be a lot more comprehensive to catch any of those failure modes that may exist in the system. And as part of our inspections in Tier 3, we do 100% inspection every year. And in Tier 2, we do a 30% inspection, well in excess of what's required by code of five-year inspection. So that's how we believe we've linked that and try to take that the fire situation into consideration and the events that have occurred.
Will, did that answer your question, or did you want to hear from the other utilities as well?
Will lowered his hand, so I don't believe he wants to continue making comment. Well, Will raised his hand, so here we go. Will, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thanks. And I do appreciate that clarification. And I guess really what this is to really make a sort of a broader question, which is, you know, if there's a cause of a catastrophic fire for any of the utilities, and it said that A caused B, and that led to a catastrophic fire, is it not reasonable for us to expect that given that caused a catastrophic fire, that we should expect in any of the WMPs that specific cause is identified, 1, 2, and 3 caused the Kincade fire. Therefore, we have done A, B, and C, so that the commission and the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety and the public can really be confident that what caused past fires has been mitigated. So I'm just trying to understand if you think that it is fair to expect that type of specific mapping so that we understand that these failures have been addressed.
I'll try to provide a response from the PG&E angle. I cannot speak to SCE and SDG&E, so I don't want to speak for them, right? We do take the fires and we do fire investigations on every single incident that does occur. And then we do map that. And to your point is, in the WMP, do we specifically call out every single fire, catastrophic fire, or every single incident and say, here's the cause, we do not at this point. We take that guidance really from the outline that's provided to us by OEIS on how they would like us to file and respond to the WMP. So that's what we're trying to do. So not to play down what you're asking for, if we can frame out the WMP in that way, if there's a request to frame it consistently, happy to follow that and answer those questions very directly. With regards to those ignition that cause catastrophic fires, from what I heard in the 3 presentations, specifically all 3 utilities, because we know vegetation causes a fair amount of ignitions, especially catastrophic, and we can use the Dixie Fire as an example. Specifically, in that case, right, we've adjusted what SCE mentioned, what SDG&E mentioned, and what PG&E has mentioned as well. We've gone to enhanced power line safety settings, or I think the fast curve settings is what SCE represents. And the reason for doing that is so that when that incident happens, the energy density flowing to the line and flowing to cause an ignition drops dramatically and thus prevents the ignition. So that's how we've mapped it as best we can with regards to the actual mitigations that we put in place. And that provides us the near-term protection. The PSPS events provides us the protection during high wind events. And then all of the grid resiliency work that's been just discussed really focuses on a more long-term aggressive solutions to put it away. But given that there's infrastructure that takes time to build, construct, and replace, that is a longer journey that all 3 of us are moving down the path and highlighted in our WMP over the last 3 years. So that's how I feel we're responding to the issue. We're aggressively taking action from PG&E's perspective. Would let SCE and SDG&E respond.
And if I can, I'm not sure if I'm part of what I'm missing there is just as an example to make it real concrete. The expert testimony identified that a ceramic insulator was not appropriately configured and contributed to the cause of the Kincade fire. If I look through the WMP and I see nowhere does it address these ceramic insulators, can I then assume that that is reasonable, that PG&E didn't understood that this ceramic insulator caused a catastrophic fire or was a major contributor to it, but then it's reasonable to expect that they would not address that within their WMP. And again, I'm just using this as an example. I'm trying to keep it general, but if you go through that list and it's just not specifically called out, and I understand how you're generally talking about modeling and other things, but if the specific causes aren't mentioned, is that really a reasonable WMP? And that's where really what I'm trying to get to is sort of the specifics.
Yeah, well, I will leave it up to the OES to determine the reasonableness of the WMP that we have filed. But to your point of a specific ceramic insulator, across our system, both on the transmission and distribution side, we have, I would argue, close to a million ceramic insulators. And the way all the utilities go about that to find the anomalies on those ceramic insulators is through the inspection process. And we have bolstered up the inspection process on PG&E side with what we call the enhanced inspections, where we look at it through drones, climbing inspections on transmission, as well as ground inspections. And on distribution, we do the ground inspections to find the anomaly for not just the insulator, but the cross arm, anything that is out as an anomaly, we write a tag and then we put in the work to get that completed. But that's how we try to detect it to the best of our ability. And that's how we are tackling the challenge that you're calling out. We don't call out a specific insulator because that specific insulator in that fire could have caused it. In other instances, it could become a cross arm. And so we're trying to be as comprehensive because we have no desire to start catastrophic wildfires. Let me assure you of that.
Thanks, Andy. From SDG&E's perspective, just to add on a little bit to what you're mentioning there, Andy, we do track and we do report in our WMPs as part of our data tables at the end. All of our ignitions by driver, and we are using that data to look and see what mitigations are being employed and selected for part of the WMP. I would also say that the cause of an ignition married with the weather conditions at the time of an ignition would have a lot to do with whether or not an ignition becomes a wildfire or a catastrophic wildfire. So there is a little bit of weather data that we need to look at there to look at when an ignition actually becomes a catastrophic wildfire. And then, so what SDG&E is doing, and I think what the other utilities are doing and what they're saying, is we're looking at all ignition sources and trying to mitigate those ignition sources across the board. Because again, depending on the weather conditions at the time of the ignition, they could develop into a wildfire or a catastrophic wildfire.
I appreciate the comments. I guess, part of what is difficult for me to understand is that if a specific part in an airplane caused that airplane to crash, right? I know that airline would then respond to say that this widget was fixed. This widget that caused this crash was fixed and on all of our planes, and it will not cause that again. But what I hear from the presentations is that that is not the expectation, and that yes, this ceramic insulator caused these catastrophic wildfires or this catastrophic wildfire, but we don't have to say that that particular piece has been fixed. And that's what maybe the WMPs are just made to be sort of general, and so therefore the specific incidences, but it just doesn't, as someone, as a wildfire survivor, that just really doesn't make me feel all that comfortable if I know that that caused the wildfire that I was in, and nowhere in the WMP from that corporation does it call that failure out and say, yes, we fixed it. But, just take that for what it's worth. It just, doesn't sit well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Will, for your comments. I've also taken note from energy safety slide to look at that to be included in the 2023 WMP requirements and guidelines, and also encourage you to be a part of that process of developing those and commenting on those. But for the sake of time, I wanted to ask at least one more question. Again, combining a couple of Joseph Mitchell's. Wanted to ask SCE specifically about how they've seen in-field effectiveness of covered conductor and how many ignitions have occurred on areas that covered conductor has been installed, and if that compares to the ignition rate expected by SMEs. And then also for the broader group, wanted to ask about how you've calculated a risk reduction percentage about 67% or 65%. And wanted to kind of compare that to the 90 to 99% risk reduction PacifiCorp estimated, and ask about like why those estimates are so much different.
Andy, with regards to Joseph's question around the PacifiCorp assessment of covered conductor and the risk reduction, to be honest, unable to speak to what PacifiCorp has, how PacifiCorp has done the calculations to figure that out. We do have kind of like looked at what SCE has done and kind of had the conversations with SCE and SDG&E, and that's why we're coming up with around the range of 62 to 67%. But I really can't speak to what PacifiCorp, specifically what they've factored in and what they've not factored in. So it's really hard to answer that question directly.
Yeah, I can add a little bit here. We did have the joint IOU response to covered conductor that we all attached to our wildfire mitigation plans, which went into a little bit more detail in there. There were a few differences. Obviously, there's some differences with our territory, our terrain, and the types of ignitions that we're seeing that are different from utility to utility. I'm not the expert on PacifiCorp's specific mitigations, but if I remember right, they're using more what we call spacer cable and not the covered conductor type that Edison, PG&E, and SDG&E are using there. Looking across the three large IOUs and our both estimates for covered conductor effectiveness, where we're all in that 60 to 70% type range, and then also Edison provided some actual reductions in risk events that they've seen as part of that response, which was also in that 60 to 70% range. Obviously, as a joint IOU committee, we'll continue to review the data and collect the data and make informed decisions as we move forward. But I think across the three large IOUs, based on our estimates, and then at least the initial, I won't say it's enough to confirm anything, but at least the initial results of the actual effectiveness of covered conductor, it all appears to be in that 60 to 70% type range.
Yes, hi, this is Rain Fuser. Sorry about that. My computer stopped working. I had to switch to my iPad. Yes, so we've seen a reduction in faults, about the 72% reduction on our fully covered circuits versus our bare circuits. So that's what helps us why we look at that, 60 to 70% range. On ignitions right now, up to 2021 data, we've only had one event that did occur on covered conductor, and it was something that covered conductor was not supposed to mitigate. So we have had one ignition on a covered conductor span where it would not have mitigated that event. So we are seeing very effectiveness out of the covered conductor. We still need more time, I think, is what everybody needs, is more time. And also as we layer on other mitigations, see what its effectiveness will be without fully knowing what PacifiCorp has done. Because yes, they have used spacer cable, as SDG&E pointed out, which is a little different. We have to look at the whole suite of everything that they've done on the span. Is there other things they've done? We can't just say it's overall. We have to break it out into the parts, I would say, and look at the overall effectiveness together.
Okay, thank you so much. And actually want to do one more question before we're in break from Wendy Al-Muqdad. In the event that you have these numbers available, was wondering what the historical average unit cost for undergrounding was for each utility.
Okay, I want to just interrupt here for a real quick second here. We're about 3 minutes over. So why don't we plan on going to 10:55 and taking a 5-minute break? Okay.
This is Jamie Martin. We're working on gathering that data for the response to the unit cost question, and I'll put it in the chat, pointing to our GRC.
In our 2022 WMP update, as part of, I believe it's section 9-3 on undergrounding, our proposed or our direct cost for undergrounding for SDG&E is right around $2.6 million per mile. That is the cost now and moving forward. Looking at historical costs backwards, it might vary per year, and I would need more time to research that.
Yes, it varies per year and it's very dependent on what areas you're undergrounding. Based upon our Rule 20 analysis, it's about 3.5 million per mile is what we have seen historically, but that could change. Obviously, in high fire areas, some miles may be less, some miles may be more, but 3.5 was based upon the Rule 20 estimate that we have.
Great, thank you. Adrian, did you want me to go ahead and ask one more question then, or should we go ahead and take a break?
Sorry, Andy, I'm dealing with something else right now. Okay, yeah, go ahead and use up the last 5 minutes if you need to. When you feel like you're done, we'll go ahead and call it and take a break until 11. Okay.
Okay, this question comes from Nancy Macy regarding PG&E's choice to move towards undergrounding. How many of the 175 circuit miles were previously promised, such as uncompleted miles from Paradise after Campfire? And also, how is PG&E justifying the focus on undergrounding, given that it is more expensive and takes a longer time than cover conductor? And also, I wanted to add the question, for any miles that you're planning on undergrounding, what sort of solutions are you putting in the interim, given the long deployment time?
Yeah, this is Jamie Martin. I'll start and then let Christine and Andy chime in. For the 175 miles that we've targeted for 2022, about 55 of those miles are in Butte County and part of the community rebuild. So just about 30% of the 175 are that, and the remaining 70% are miles elsewhere. And that percentage will grow over time as the undergrounding miles over time grow. From a solution perspective, I'll cover it at a high level and then turn it over to Andy. But as we look at our entire suite of wildfire risk mitigation, as we continue the undergrounding program and grow it and continue overhead system hardening, the use of EPSS and PSPS remain tools in our toolkit that provide immediate wildfire risk reduction while we do the important capital work that takes more time. And that's how we think about the holistic risk mitigation for wildfires for the communities that we serve. Andy, can I turn it over to you to elaborate?
Sorry, sure, Jamie. I think to Andy's point, Andy Biggs's point, specifically, while undergrounding does take us longer, we're ramping up the undergrounding program so we can do a much higher volume. So there is an effort underway that Jamie's indicated with the pace of the program. But in the interim, right, we are deploying EPSS across all circuits in high fire threat districts to provide that layer of protection in the short term. so that we can have that layer of protection while we engineer in much more longer term protection with undergrounding.
And since we're talking about EPSS, wanted to finish off with the question from Alexia Ritalik.
Okay.
What are PG&E's plans to communicate with customers and CCAs on the EPSS outages that are caused by equipment replacement?
I think on the equipment replacement outages, there's an aggressive process. There is an outreach strategy that's being deployed as we speak to highlight specific circuits where we anticipate the outage numbers to go up, and specifically explain why. And then on those same circuits, there's also an activity well underway right now to try and address those tags and make sure that the equipment is addressed prior to needing to put that circuit in EPSS enabled mode. And then lastly, over time, what we're also seeing is the EPSS deployment for 2022 is fairly targeted, as well as the scope of which sections of the circuit. The settings have been designed specifically to try and minimize the number of outages while we still provide that protection. So those are the three acts. The one there is the outreach that's happening. The other one is trying to make sure we get the tags all in those circuits addressed. And then the third one is the design of the settings itself and the configuration of the circuit. All three of which are in play as we speak.
Thank you so much, Andy. And since we're at 10:55, wanted to go ahead and give the 5-minute break. And then as a reminder for Q&A questions, we do also encourage you for any questions you don't have answered today to use the discovery process as part of the WMP review. And we'll discuss at the end of today's workshop to determine if we want to set up another meeting together to allow for more questions to be asked from the public. So thank you, and see you back here at 11.
Okay, it's 11 o'clock.
All right. Just give a few more seconds here for people to come back to their chairs. And then I'll get started with the risk modeling and assessment portion of today's workshop. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Alan Wu, and I'm a wildfire safety analyst at Energy Safety. Thank you all for joining the risk modeling and assessment portion of the 2022 WMP workshop. I'll be your moderator for this session. Risk models are an integral part of wildfire mitigation, as their outcomes are used to inform the decision-making process for the selection and prioritization of the wildfire mitigation initiatives. As the risk models are continuously improving, they should provide more granular and more accurate risk or segment risk rankings and risk spend efficiency analysis.
Yes.
Over the next 45 minutes, we'll be presenting with an overview, progress, and analysis on risk modeling efforts from PG&E, SDG&E, and SCE. Members of the audience, make sure to use the Q&A feature to submit your questions, and remember to clearly state which utility the question is for. And I'll make a quick note here for the remaining 6 open questions in the Q&A that are left over from the system hardening section. I'm going to be dismissing them so we have a clean open chat box, and then members of the utility representatives, I urge you to reopen them and then answer them throughout the day. And if there are any still unanswered dismissed questions, we'll be able to download them and address them later at the end of the workshop. And with that, James, can you pull up PG&E's PowerPoint, please? Awesome. And Paul, take it away.
Good morning. Just confirming a sound check. Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul McGregor. I'm the Director of Wildfire Risk Management and Analytics at PG&E. I've been here for about a year now. And prior to that, I've served a number of the California utilities as an employee and as a consultant in risk management and regulatory strategy space. So if we can just jump to the next slide, it does take us a walk through what we've achieved in 2021, which was basically an expansion of a number of our risk models, expanding the geographic capability, and also adding a number of drivers and additional features to our models. In addition, we did build our first iteration of our wildfire transmission risk models. I'll talk a little bit about that as we go through the presentation, as well as an initial PSPS consequence model at the circuit level. And then we pulled all of this together into our enterprise data management platform for geospatial visualization of our models. We used the Foundry platform for that, which gives our operators and planners an opportunity to look at risk from a geospatial perspective. In 2022, we'll continue to develop our models. We have a few additional models with regards to equipment failure and contact with foreign object that we'll be incorporating into the wildfire distribution risk model. We will use the consequence model for PSPS and see how that performs, assess its capabilities. And also to develop an approach to incorporate the ingress and egress component into our wildfire consequence model, along with participating actively in the energy safety-led wildfire risk model sessions that are ongoing throughout the year. So that's a quick look ahead. If I can jump to the next slide, what I can show here is this is our 2021 wildfire distribution risk model, what we call our version 2. And it was based on the approach of risk equals probability of ignition by wildfire consequence. And we effectively had 2 models in here. We had our vegetation ignition model, and we had our equipment ignition model, also known as our conductor model. These were the first 2 in a series with the ignition frequency that we assessed. About 45% of our ignitions are related to vegetation and about 26 or so % related to equipment failure. So we started with these ones. And the premise is we use CPUC reportable ignitions, and that goes through our fire event And then we match this up to our wildfire consequence model, again, which is provided by the Technosilva suite of applications. And this informs our main mitigation programs, enhanced vegetation management, where we actually do make some updates to incorporate our LiDAR data and our tree-weighted prioritization, as well as system hardening prioritization. System hardening is both traditional overhead hardening, such as covered conductor, and also our undergrounding program that we've been doing for some years now. And finally, in our repair tag prioritization using our wildfire consequence model. So that's what we've used for 2021. Because a lot of these programs are long lead programs, these will be continued to be used for the 2022 work planning approach. If I can move to the next slide, this is our 2022 wildfire distribution risk model, version 3, as we call it, and we've added a number of additional features and capabilities to this model to allow us to more basically give us better capability in predicting the where and how to mitigate against wildfire ignitions. We've expanded our risk approach, looking at the probability of failure or outage, multiplied by the probability of ignition given that outage, multiplied by the wildfire consequence. And I'll talk a little bit more detail about the consequence model in coming slides. We've added 2 additional model sets to this, submodels to this particular model. There's a support structure model, which looks at basically poles, and also a transformer outage model. What we've done here in our selection criteria is basically work down the frequency of observed ignitions and build models around those. These go through our probability of ignition given outage approach and then marry up with our wildfire consequence model. And for future years, so late 2022 for short-term planning activities, and 2023 and beyond, this will be able to inform our EVM programs, our system hardening, or our undergrounding, EPSS prioritization, tag repair, and inspection programs as we modify those going forward. So how does all this come together? And this next slide kind of gives you a view of the evolution of wildfire distribution models at PG&E. Thank you. That next slide, please, with all 3 models stacked up. Thank you very much. That's the slide. So what we've got going on here is an illustrative example of what has changed and what has moved across our build period from our models. So our first year models were 2019. We call that version 1. That was our first logistic regression based models married to the REACT consequence model. 2021, we moved on to our wildfire distribution risk model, which utilized machine learning for probability. And also used a more advanced Technosilva consequence data set. For version 3, which is this year's model that's coming out, we've expanded that on the probability side so we can look at the entire service territory, not just the high fire threat districts, tiers 2 and 3, to predict that probability of failure or probability of outage, and then compute the probability of ignition from that. We've got a richer data set of outages, ignitions, and damages. Damages are basically observed damages during PSPS events. For example, trees against lines, down poles, things like that. We track that and we consider those as a particular risk event. We've also expanded this to be able to look at both our primary and secondary distribution voltages. We've included support structures, transformers, and then also an interesting methodology called compositing. And that's basically where we can stack each of the particular events to form a composite probability of failure and ignition for each of our structures. On the consequence side, we've made a number of changes there. We've expanded our exposure from the traditional high fire threat districts, tiers 2 elevated and tiers 3 extreme, to also include the burnable areas of tier 1. Some of this is considered as PG&E's HFRA, where we operate our PSPS and EPSS solutions. We've updated the GIS vintage that it sits upon, and probably one of the biggest impacts is we've updated the fuels layer to include a 2030 forecasted vegetation growth fuels layer. So that would take any fire scars, large fire scars that we may have observed in recent years, and fill these back in with the vegetation that we would expect to be in those particular areas. This is a planning model, so it's important to consider what that terrain will look like in future years as we make investment decisions. The simulation duration remains the same at 8 hours, and we've actually updated our consequence formulation, this time focusing less on a fire behavior index and traditional acres burned and structures impacted, and focusing more on our FPI, which is our fire potential index, which we work alongside our meteorology partners in determining our PSPS criteria and also our EPSS criteria. So we use the rating of 4. That rating of 4, using a historical look back, has been successful in predicting approximately 96% of historical fires. That rating of 4 is also combined with some fire behavior components, flame length of 5, and a rate of spread of 12 chains per hour. So this gives us a good view of what we're looking at going forward. That gives you a landscape into the distribution risk models. If we can jump to the next page, I can talk to you about our transmission risk models. So this is new for 2022, and our approach for transmission is similar. It is probability multiplied by consequence, but on the probability side, what we've done is we've broken down our transmission system into critical component groups, and they are conductors, the foundation, the structure itself, the hardware, and other components. And then we look at how these components interact with threats and hazards. Examples of threats would be the atmospheric corrosion, the high cycle fatigue, low cycle fatigue, and annealing creep, which is basically the continued heating and cooling cycle that components are exposed to. And we consider their interaction with various hazards, whether they be wind, seismic, creating vibration, and high frequency and low frequency wear on these particular components, giving us a fragility score. From that, again, we marry this up to our wildfire consequence model, which is the same, it's common across our distribution model, and that gives us a prediction of our transmission wildfire risk. Moving on to the risk spread efficiency component, which is on the next slide. We've made a number of enhancements to risk spend efficiency for the 2022 WMP. We've expanded the use of it, and we've expanded it to approximately 50 initiative mitigation or initiative programs. On the right-hand side, there's a list of where those particular programs are scored and where you can find them in our wildfire mitigation plan. And for each of these initiatives, we've scored it for approximately 5 tranches or geographical areas, whether they be tier 3, tier 2, zone 1, and then the tier 1 non-HFTD areas as well as overall. So there's approximately 250 RSE scores in there that can be looked at. Again, we continue to benchmark our RSE approach with the other California IOUs, as well as support from Energy Safety as we continue to walk through these and engage in various filings that discuss the multi-attribute value framework, as well as the RSE calculation, for example, WMP and our SMAP and GRC proceedings as well. Final page on my presentation today is really an echo of what we are planning to do in 2022. There's a number of models, and these are our commitments within our WMP for 2022. Our plan is to develop additional equipment facility failure models. What we're looking at is the next frequency down from that we observe of ignitions from, such as capacitors and voltage regulators, as well as other contact from object submodels, such as vehicle hits and other third-party interaction on our distribution system. We're going to continue to build out our wildfire transmission model, develop these threat and hazard submodels, and integrate them into the transmission risk model. Continue to use and assess the capability and effectiveness of our PSPS model for 2022. And then back onto the consequence side, we're developing an approach to incorporate ingress of emergency services and egress of a population out of a wildfire event. We're looking at a few different opportunities there in conjunction with the other utilities using software that's available, as well as some academic thought into how populations behave in a public emergency situation. We're also evaluating an approach to incorporate resistance to control into our wildfire consequence model. Resistance to control is effectively setting up a perimeter and assessing the effectiveness of being able to hold that line as suppression resources are applied. And then finally, the combination and working with our meteorology partners to incorporate our FPI and our PALM systems. And finally, to develop and work alongside energy safety in the development of additional governance and structure around RSE development. That concludes my material. I think I'm pretty good on time.
Great. Thank you so much, Paul. And James, can we pull up SDG&E's presentation, please? All right. Thank you so much.
Just
And
doing it.
Nisha, the floor is yours.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Nisha Menon. I'm the Wildfire Regulatory Analytics Team Lead at San Diego Gas and Electric. I just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity for letting me speak at this workshop. So as we shift our focus to risk modeling and assessment, I just want to start off by saying that SDG&E is continuing to learn and adapt to the different challenges that are coming our way, and we're continuing to evolve our risk modeling capabilities. Next slide, please. So this slide focuses on the WINGS planning model. It's a risk-based decision support tool that helps us determine what's the most cost-effective wildfire and PSPS risk reduction, and how do we make those investments at the segment level granularity. This model takes into account the likelihood and the consequence data for both wildfire and PSPS risk. WINGS helps us get that segment risk ranking, RSE analysis, and that look at the portfolio analysis, and helps prioritize segments for covered conductor and undergrounding that help us meet that balanced portfolio. In addition to the output from WINGS model, there are other factors that are taken into consideration for mitigation selection, such as scoping, engineering and design, construction, permitting, and input from the field. So with that, some of the key things to highlight as 2021 accomplishments for WINGS planning model is that we initiated automation of WINGS planning. So today the model is in Excel and it's a pretty big spreadsheet. So we've started automating that from Excel to Python. We investigated and refined our risk calculation methodology and model assumptions. So for example, we updated the cost per mile assumptions for each of the mitigation, ignition rates, mitigation effectiveness, updated the MAVF framework and other things. So continuing to just refine the model. We also created a reproducible process for extraction and aggregation of asset data. And we developed a proof of concept tool for visualization as it is in Excel. So really made an update there. The plan for 2022 for WINGS planning is to continue and complete the automation and migration from Excel to Python. So this will really help us collect and use the data efficiently. It will help us with improving the speed and the ability to refresh the model. It will help with reducing user error. And once it's off Excel, that will really pave the way for us to move this model to the cloud. As I mentioned earlier, risk modeling is really an iterative process that's continuing to evolve. Our plan is to improve the risk assessment methodology and model assumptions where applicable. And we want to, we plan to update and refresh the inputs that feed into the model. Next slide, please. This next slide focuses on the WINGS ops model. So over the past year, we developed POF and POI models at the asset and ignition source level. And by POF, I mean a probability of failure and probability of ignition models. So during our last PSPS event in November, SDG&E incorporated the new real-time risk assessment model called WINGS Ops. And this model really helps us evaluate and compare the wildfire and PSPS risks at the asset and segment level. This model also takes into account the likelihood and consequence of both the fire risk and PSPS risk. Since this model was a new model, the output of Wings Ops was used as an additional data point to help inform the decision makers, but it wasn't fully embedded in the PSPS decision making. To get to this milestone, I just want to highlight some of the key accomplishments from last year for Wings Ops. So we updated the data and improved consequence modeling, where we incorporated the latest Technosylva results, and we converted them into the consequence using our MAVF framework. We also developed a probabilistic conductor risk model. So what's the probability that a conductor is going to fail? And then what's the probability that conductor failure is going to lead to an ignition as a function of wind? In addition, we developed preliminary ignition prediction models for other ignition drivers, such as vehicle, balloon, and animal contact. We also initiated the work to migrate the risk models to the cloud. Being in the cloud will really help us building a more flexible solution, a more scalable solution, so that we can make updates to these models in a more dynamic fashion. The plan for this year for Wings Ops is to explore additional data sources that can be incorporated into risk modeling, such as LiDAR, satellite, what else can we add to it so that it can be more risk informed. Also updating existing models with 2021 records. We're going to continue to explore other alternative methodologies to improve the model accuracy. And we're exploring and looking into building an egress model to identify areas at risk. We plan to increase automation of risk modeling, as I mentioned before, so it will help us predict, it will help the models predict their outputs in the cloud environment. And lastly, improving the risk assessment methodology and model assumptions, where we plan to reevaluate the PSPS model assumptions and methods. Next slide, please. So with what I shared earlier as my first slide was Wings planning model, where different mitigations are evaluated at the segment level, and the RSC scores are helped to inform the decision making on which mitigations to implement at the segment level. So the intent of this slide is to go to a higher level and think of enterprise-wide. So this slide shows the top RSCs at these categories at the enterprise level for different programs. So what is RSC? RSC is the calculation of the cost effectiveness of a mitigation and how much risk reduction can we get per dollar spent. And that risk reduction can be either wildfire or PSPS. So at the enterprise level, we're looking to find that optimal balance between risk reduction and the cost. So for example, we could underground the entire HFTD, and that would really help with, reducing that wildfire and PSPS risk, but that would also be very expensive. At the same time, we could focus on just PSPS related programs like generators, but that doesn't really mitigate the wildfire risk. Or we could just replace all, hotline clamps, and do more equipment, installing of more equipment and stuff, but that's not really going to reduce all the risk reduction we want to get across the service territory. So it's really looking at that right balance between risk reduction and the dollar spent. The calculation for RSC has been detailed out in our 2022 WMP, but basically it's risk reduction times the lifetime of benefit divided by the cost of the program. So in the top left box, these are the RSC programs under grid hardening. So think of these programs to be, more high cost programs, but also high risk reduction programs. In the top right box are the high RSCs under operations. So these programs focus on reducing the risk on how we operate during periods of increased fire risk. So that's when we are in an elevated or in extreme conditions. In the bottom left box are the high RSC programs in asset replacement. So these are our inspection and patrol programs that identify equipment to replace before failing. And lastly, the box in the bottom right are our resiliency programs. So these programs are really focused on our on PSPS risk reduction, and they focus on customer impact, and they take into account how many number of customers do we have, what kind of customers there are. So really some key takeaways from this slide would be that RSCs are really one piece of the fire risk and PSPS risk reduction puzzle. We really use a combination of analytics, subject matter experts, our experts in engineering and in the field to make sure we're taking as much as data as we can before implementing some of the mitigations, some mitigations such as undergrounding or covered conductor. RSC calculations are continuing to take into account newer data. For example, we'll have more historical ignition or more ignition data, more accurate and actual costs from, say 2021. And as new other data becomes available, RSCs will continue to get updated. And lastly, RSCs are continuing to evolve and improve under the guidelines set forth by the Commission. And we're taking input from our stakeholders and other proceedings. So in short, RSCs are evolving and we're changing as they come with us. With that, that's the end of my portion of SDG&E's risk assessment. So thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you, Nisha, for your presentation. And James, can we pull up SCE? Thank you so much.
Hey, can you hear me? Sound check?
Yes, sounds good.
Okay.
Adam,
Great,
floor is yours.
great, thank you. Okay, morning. My name is Adam Dow. I am the Principal Manager over Operational Risk and Public Safety. And if we can just kind of go straight to slide 3, I'll be kind of giving an overview of history of risk modeling at SCE. I got to the company in 2019 from the nuclear industry, and just in that small time frame, we've made a lot of improvements, a lot of great leaps forward, a lot of resources being provided to this effort. Began in really in earnest in 2018 with GSRP and definition of the high fire risk area, some initial fault to fire mapping, and then evolved from there in RSMAP and RAMP filing in 2018, 2019, first of a kind WMP, establishing risk spend efficiencies, bow ties, and our multi-attribute risk score. Moving on to improvements in 2021, we've gone from a system-wide approach to something at the circuit and segment level, really being able to bring to bear a lot of data science resources at this point. So similar to how Paul McGregor at PG&E talked through it, moving from a logistic regression approach to something more on the random forest machine learning side, we're effectively building asset level POIs to develop that aggregate probability of ignition at an asset at a functional structure level that we can then pair with all of the consequence modeling that I'll get into on this slide and some of the later slides as well. That consequence slide is estimating acres, structures, population impact. Started really with REACTS in 2020, 2021 GRC, and then evolved to tools like TechnoSilva, and which is a tool we continue to use and improve as well. 2020 through 2022 WMP, we really took a large focus on improving data. The fire incident analysis through the FIPA process. We now have an entire team of engineers, failure experts that review, scrape, and look at every single ignition on the grid to tie that ignition to which mitigations could have prevented it and capture whatever learnings there are, and with the ultimate goal of improving the visibility and fidelity of the ignitions that we're taking into our models. We continued on there with the RSE enhancements in terms of looking at foundational activities and adding those costs into the RSE calculations, and expanding our probability models from distribution, which is where we were starting back in 2019, to transmission, and this is more of an SCE esoteric term, the sub-transmission assets that we have. We also expanded to look at PSPS as a risk, looking at the various severe outage events in history, like the 2003 Northeast blackout, the 2011 windstorm, to really quantify to the best of our ability serious injuries or fatalities, reliability impacts, financial impacts caused from PSPS events on our system, and using that as an additional risk layer on top of the wildfire modeling we were already doing. In 2022 and beyond, we continue to evolve the Technosylva product, as well as look at other vendors and other modeling solutions like RMS and other insurance-based products. We have updated the fire propagation engine within Technosylva, as well as fuel layers, which I'll get into on the next slide. We've expanded our weather scenarios and also implied what Ray had gone in earlier, our severe risk methodology, which really is that additional non-modeled within Technosylva amplification of potential consequence when we look at egress constraints and burn frequency and the likelihood of additional fires at other locations can burn into a specific at-risk area. So all that has been combined, as well as looking at historical PSPS wind thresholds where we're exceeding our 40-58 PSPS threshold for de-energization with cover conductor, to really amplify our ability to look at where we have high risk from those areas. So again, a lot of great work that's gone into this, and as we go through, we continuously progressively elaborate our understanding of the risk as we go through time. And the last thing I'll call it here is, as we've done over the last 3 years, there's been a lot of technology investments here. Technosylva alone is running 29 million simulations on 444 worst weather days, using supercomputers for weather modeling. It's a large scale technology operation, in addition to a lot of the great engineering work and risk work going on that's driving our grid hardening. So next slide. So this is on the model enhancement specifically. I touched on these briefly, but on fuel regrowth, we want to always make sure we are not only updating our fuel layer, but we're also extending our fuel growth, so to account for areas such as the Creek Fire or other fire scars across the territory that have grasses and other fast fuels that get established that still present a risk. And we need to make sure that we're not biasing our model toward burn scars, which are no longer actually reflected in the field. So we want to make sure we always have the most recent fuel model that formed the basis for our fire consequence. On weather scenarios, we expanded from 2021 to 2022, looking at 444 worst weather days now. So it's essentially what that means is going from a territory-wide worst weather day, that could be the worst weather day overall, but not necessarily the worst weather day for a specific location. And so as we expand our weather portfolio, our envelope, we're able to account for different areas that are in our territory, account for different events. For the example given here is the sundowner winds in Santa Barbara versus overall Santa Ana wind events. Again, ensuring that we can not only account for seasonality of wind, but also for the fuel-driven versus wind-driven constraints. Severe egress risk methodology I touched on egress and PSPS concerns, as well as burn probability. And I think all of these kind of come to a better, more accurate picture of wildfire consequences within our territory that then we can couple with probability of failure in all of our machine learning models. Next slide, please. So a couple other downstream benefits of what we're talking about here is really advancements in our HFRA territory. So Technosylva, for example, is an updated fuel layers, updated expanded buffer. I believe it's a 20-mile buffer Technosylva uses within their modeling envelope. This really gives us a lot more information to where we can surgically target and have exposure to high fire risk, and we can continuously update the map to better reflect this ignition risk through time. This can result in either an addition or removal of areas to HFRA with higher fidelity models, but also incorporating in the future things like climate change on how our high fire territory is going to be expanding or contracting or amplifying or depressing. We need to make sure that that's taken into account as we move forward through time. We also reviewed the methodology that we're using with CAL FIRE and have gotten a lot of good feedback directionally on the approaches we're using there. On RSEs, we provided a high-level summary of our RSEs to the right here. Overall, we've expanded to 39 scored activities, which incorporates 6 enabling activities in various categories that you see on the right there, as well as the comparison between 2021 and 2022. And just to build on something that Nisha said for SDG&E is RSE it's just one tool in the toolbox where we need to account not for the RSE alone, but also lead time, cost to customer, resource availability, all of these other factors that really impact a portfolio of grid hardening work beyond simply just the risk brought down by a particular asset divided by the cost over a particular useful life. Next slide, please. So how does it all come together? So at a high level, we've developed a lot of component-specific risk modeling associated to our drivers, informed by really good investigatory work on our data, connecting the drivers of those events to the drivers that we model, expanding the amount of information we review that goes into these models, expanding the fidelity of them, the number of components. So as we go from a transformer model, a conductor model, a pole model, a switch model, we can look to expand that and improve the predictive accuracy of those models. And that really drives our hardening sequencing activities. And so as we evolve over time and we know more about the risk on our grid, we're continuously questioning ourselves and asking ourselves, are we sequenced appropriately? Are we spending the right dollars in the right areas for risk on our grid? Another area that we see this is situational awareness. PSPS is a key risk for the company. And we use a lot of our tools like Firecast with Technosova, the PSPS risk framework that we had touched on earlier to inform in-event risk calculations for PSPS de-energization. We also have a lot of work going on in our Fire Potential Index, or FPI 2.0, that's under development, our Fire Climate Zone operating restrictions. All these are looking at weather, meteorological risk factors to inform temporality to the risk and get more surgical, more accurate PSPS events that have lower impact to the customer while still mitigating the risk that they're intending. On inspections, this has gone into a lot of detail in the WMP where we apply a 4x4 risk matrix, which essentially tranches out the probability of ignition as well as the consequence, and drawing frequency strata where we look at particular high-risk assets on an annual basis and some on a 3-year basis. Again, accelerated as PG&E has stated, well beyond the 5-year compliance timeframe. We've also expanded the checklist that we're going through these inspections on, where there's a whole suite of inventory questions and asset health questions that I think really target and enhance a lot of the understanding of the equipment on our grid, the health of that equipment, to inform modeling downstream. And again, these dimensions that we're capturing have engineering use cases, risk use cases, and have been and are continuously elaborated over time. Where if we have a particular event that we believe needs to have a immediate change to our inspections, we will get that added, provide the training to our inspector workforce, and get that deployed as soon as possible as we look at assets from both the ground and a drone-based aerial inspection. Finally, vegetation. This year, we've developed a tree risk index in addition to the inspection risk matrices that we've developed previously, which focuses on the contact from foreign object, probability of ignition for veg specifically, and goes through a similar exercise for both the hazard tree and the normal trim scheduling on a risk basis. So that's all. Yeah, that's all I had today. And again, happy to take any questions with the other utilities and go from there.
Great, thank you, Adam. I want to thank all the presenters, Paul, Nisha, and Adam, for presenting on the utilities as risk models. We have a few questions here in the Q&A. I am going to group the 3 questions that are relating to worst weather days together. Getting some feedback from your end there, Paul. And then going to address Holly's question from Co-Advocates, and then going to Bill Abrams, who has his hands up, and then Alexia, time permitting. So Joseph Mitchell's question here: for risk models used to determine segment risk analysis, so that will be the wildfire distribution risk model for PG&E, WINGS model for SDG&E, and WARM for SCE. The probability of ignition is generally determined using machine learning models that average over weather conditions. Consequence side uses Technosova fire spread models. The consequence models generally use a portfolio of worst weather days for fire model. However, different ignition drivers can have very different probabilities of occurring during worst weather days. Is this conditional probability of a specific ignition driver occurring during a worst weather day included in the risk models? If so, where and how? And that ties into Henry's questions regarding worst weather days. How does SCE determine the worst weather days for risk modeling? Elaborating on how you differentiate worst weather days by region and location. And also, are SCE's worst weather days for risk modeling linked to the days when you activate fast curve relay settings? We'll go in the order of PG&E, SDG&E, and then SCE at the end to address the extra questions there at the end.
Okay, let me try and go first on this one from PG&E's perspective. And thanks for that question, Joseph, that's a good one. And I know we've had good discussion at the Energy Division workshops on similar components. For PG&E, we use, I think it's 571 worst weather days in our data set when looking at that spread, propagation, and consequence of a particular ignition. On the probability side, our particular models as they relate to that ignition and that ignition turning into from a fault into an ignition that would sustain fire has its own set of attributes that we call covariates with regards to the asset itself, with regards to the weather conditions at that particular location, and with regards to the environmental conditions as well. So we are considering that mutation of a fault into a spark at the probability side. When it moves across into the consequence model, we are using the Technosylva methodology for how fire is propagating and how they're running their simulations. What we have done here is we've mirrored that output using our fire potential index, which is again how we use and how we make decisions for enabling tools such as PSPS and EPSS. And that's something that we've developed in conjunction with our meteorology team and also our public safety specialist team. So we should be aligned on how those come together. Where would you find that to read about? That would be in section 4.2 and 4.5 within our WMP, which discusses the various covariates that go into the models and the particular data sets that they reside upon.
Hi, I can speak to this from SDG&E's perspective. So I'm Phi Nguyen. I'm a senior data scientist at SDG&E and constructed these probability of ignition models that's referred to in these questions. So first I want to make the distinction, the machine learning models that Dr. Mitchell is referring to use primarily in Wings Ops, which is a real-time decision-making tool that we have during PSPS events. For Wings Planning, which is a long-term planning tool, there's a slightly different approach, and for that I'll defer to my colleague to answer from that perspective. Thanks for the question. The inputs for our probability of ignition models take into account the weather conditions such as wind gust. So it's not averaged, as I think over the weather conditions in the past. So it takes into account the hourly gust. And what this does when we multiply by the consequence, which is calculated from the worst weather days, you get sort of the risk for the worst weather days. So taking into account the worst weather days for the consequence side is really done for computational simplification. It's really tough to be calculating the consequence at a daily or hourly frequency. So we do this essentially to get the consequence side of the equation simplified when we multiply by the output of our probability of ignition. What this does, and I think what the question is referring to, is the risk, if calculated as POI times consequence for sort of normal weather conditions, it does overestimate the risk, but the anticipated usage of Wings Ops during PSPS is during bad weather events. So we think that for the purposes of Wings Ops, this is a good and easy simplification to make. So it is a good point taken there. We are looking into working with Technosilva to generate daily forecasts for the weather conditions. So as I noted, this is computationally really expensive to do, but it would sort of allow us to see what the risk is in any given day, not necessarily the worst weather events. And we have to sort of weigh the pros and cons of doing that. Is it worth going through this very technically complicated route to get that, in as much as the tool is really designed for PSPS. So that's on the Wings Ops side. Hopefully that's a bit illuminating. I'll pass it over to my colleague, Kasser Mohammadi, to speak to the Wings Planning side.
Yeah, thank you, Fee. So as far as the Wings Planning model for our long-term planning, so in juxtaposition to Wings Ops being a real-time model, for Wings Planning, we're currently the way we're doing the ignition rate is not by a machine learning model, though that's going to be implemented this year. We're looking to make that upgrade. Currently, we're assessing the ignition rates based on historical ignition data, and then it's further adjusted by various attributes of the segments, including vegetation, our future hardening states, and conductor attributes. And then in addition to the weather, we're considering the max wind, historical max wind that we've collected over the past 5 years. So that's how the ignition rates is calculated within Wings Planning. On the consequence side, just like PG&E, we use also utilize Technosilva's conditional impact data, and we're looking to improve upon that this year as well. And like I stated, what's used in our Wings Ops model for the machine learning probability of ignitions, we're looking to incorporate that into Wings Planning as an upgrade this year. So I'll leave it at that for SDG&E.
Okay, on the SCE side, I touched on some of this before, but we're making long-term grid hardening investments. And so from a WRM perspective, wildfire risk reduction model perspective, we use those worst weather days, which are developed from a whole team of weather scientists, fire scientists, meteorology services, reviewing historical weather patterns, matching those to fires of particular consequence, and developing those scenarios that we can then model against, married with a POI based on all of our mitigations to date, our faults, the equipment specific information we have, and that's long term. That's WRM. On near term, we use Firecast. So we have worst weather and warm, and then on Firecast, we use that as the main engine for our PSPS in event risk calculations, where we can actually feed that forecast data that is tailored to the specific event we are in. Again, computationally intensive, and then we take that Firecast output as the consequence driver that we compare between both the public safety impacts of a PSPS event as well as the potential avoided risks of a wildfire.
Thank you. And James, is it possible to unmute Joseph Mitchell? I just want to give him an opportunity for follow-up to make sure the questions are answered. Thank you.
Joseph, you should be able to mute yourself.
Yeah, thank you for taking my follow-up questions. Yes, I agree that the operational models that everybody have seem to be addressing this in a reasonable way. This is something we raised last year in the WMPs. The fact is that the operational models do see a significant impact of wind, for instance, in the consequences, whereas you see less of that when you're looking at these hardening models. Even PG&E's ERM model, which is over all risks, that also has adjusted for extreme wind events. So you're seeing this inconsistencies between the hardening risk modeling versus the operational risk modeling. And I've only recently figured out, I was trying to figure out, was it something with the machine learning models? How are they not taking that into account? What I've realized now is that it's not necessarily the machine learning models themselves, it's how they're being coupled to the consequence models. There's a conditional probability piece in there that I think needs to be put in, because different risk drivers, different ignition drivers are going to happen more or less frequently on these worst weather days. And the probability of ignitions now are just being taken out as what's the probability of specific ignition types. And that's not coupled at all to whether those are much more likely on worse weather days. So that's the point I'm trying to make here, and I'll be raising it more in our comments. I just wanted to run it by everybody to make sure that I wasn't off on incorrect tangent here. So I will, I'll bring it up in much more detail in our comments.
Hey, this is Adam Dow from SCE. I can just say one thing real quick. We don't use POI in our PSPS models right now. We have National Weather Service informed thresholds for that de-energization, coupled with consequences that I spoke to earlier. We are working on trying to go to more engineering informed kind of pole loading, structural integrity based PSPS thresholds, which can adjust for some of that, as you're talking about, Dr. Mitchell. But that is in development. We'll continue to drive to that direction. But it is a critical difference, as you've outlined, between both our grid hardening efforts and in-event operational decisions that we have to account for.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much for the question, Joseph. And next, we're going to move on to a question from Holly Werman from Cal Advocates. This is for PG&E. The transition from your version 1 to version 2 of the wildfire risk model resulted in a substantial reprioritization of the circuit segments. Does PG&E expect significant changes to circuit prioritization going from version 2 to version 3? And does your WMP mitigation planning take into account knowing or expected circuit reprioritization when the version 3 starts being used?
Okay, so I think there's a few questions in there. Let me try and take them in turn, Alan and Holly. Yes, when PG&E moved from its version 1 model to its version 2, we saw a sizable change in the reordering. I believe I wrote, what we thought the reason behind that were into our revision filing of our WMP in June of last year, but just in quick summary, some of the biggest changes that we made were on the consequence side. And as you guys know, your probability models are generating a score of between 0 and 1. Your consequence models are developing a score between 0 and 10,000. So a lot more of the weight of a model lies on the consequence side. And when we change that consequence side, you're going to see more changes in your rank and stack order of your circuits or circuit protection zones. When we went from version 1 to version 2, we went from REACS to Technosilva. And the REACS model sat on top of a Landfire 2012 fuels data set. And then we went to our Technosilva data set, which was effectively the 2016 Landfire data set updated with disturbances, the disturbances being fires through 2020. That made a big change. The other component that made a change was the algorithm that we were using. For the REACS algorithm from memory, the REACS is a product of buildings impacted multiplied by fire volume, which is a composite of area and flame length. When we went to Technosilva's methodology, we were using a computation based on fire behavior index, which is a slightly different output. So all of those things composited together meant we saw a lot of change in our rank order between version 1 and version 2. One of the things that we've done in version 3 is we have changed again that fuels layer, and we've moved that to this 2030 forecasted vegetation growth layer. That is going to have changes. I'm not going to say if they're significant. I'm just saying that there will be changes in our rank order because of that. In addition, we've tuned our consequence algorithm and tuned it to work more closely with our meteorological FPI model, our fire potential index, which is really looking at, back to what Joseph Mitchell was talking about on the prior question, it really is looking at what happens to your fuel conditions, your dry fuel moisture and your live fuel your dead fuel moisture and your live fuel moisture under wind conditions. And when we put all of that together, we're using it. So the wildfire distribution risk model is going to have a consequence algorithm based on a very similar set of decision-making criteria as we would in our operational decision-making for the enablement of EPSS and PSPS. The good news is that in initial tuning of that, we are very much aligned with what our meteorology partners see and also what our public safety specialists see when they are evaluating circuits based on their several hundred years combined firefighting and public safety experience. So the circuits that they get that bad feeling about because of ingress egress concerns, topography concerns, and impacts to community activities such as water, such as pumping stations, etc. The feeling that they get is echoed in this next iteration of our models. So I'm going to say we're going to see changes, that is for sure, but I will emphasize that everything that we're working on is in high fire threat districts 2 and 3. And that means by default that it's elevated in extreme fire conditions in there. So with 25,000 miles of overhead distribution in the high fire threat districts, we are doing shuffling and we will see movement. But at the end of the day, it's all elevated and it's all extreme fire risk.
Great, thank you for your response, Paul. And I see that Holly has her hand up. James, could we give her an opportunity to follow up?
Yeah, well, maybe someone to coordinate, because starting next month.
Hi, am I? Thanks, Paul, for that answer. I just wanted to clarify, my question was mainly asking, so in the 2021 WMP, one of the things noted specifically around system hardening was that PG&E's 2021 system hardening target was reduced due to the need to rescope and shift construction and resources to target the higher priority segments that resulted from the change in risk models. So I'm wondering if that is expected to happen again, and if so, is PG&E taking into account what they expect these changes to be? Because as far as I understand, the model exists, it just is still being validated. essentially, I'm trying to ask, are we expecting to see another sort of reprioritization and rescoping that would result in another delay of system hardening and other mitigations due to this change in this model? That's kind of what I was trying to get at. Thank you for the detailed response.
Hey, Holly, there was a lot of background noise in your questions. I think I picked up on it. One of the things that we introduced was our governance process in the 2020 timeframe that ran through 2021, which is the combined team of distribution planning engineers, risk, public safety specialists, meteorology, that look at each of these proposed hardening solutions. So we did see things move in prioritization based on various underlying factors in 2021. But that process of having the review cycle through the Wildfire Risk Governance Steering Committee is something that will continue for PG&E going forward. So we still will have these multiple stakeholder reviews of circuits that are scheduled and proposed for system hardening as we work through that list. So that governance process will remain in place to effectively challenge and review each of these decisions based on the cost that we then are putting upon our ratepayers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, just to interrupt here, we're just slightly over at 12:01. Why don't we go ahead and do questions for another up to 15 minutes and then break for lunch, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you, Adrian. James, could you unmute Will Abrams? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I appreciated the presentations and really trying to understand, I guess, the risk spend efficiency regarding these models. So part of what concerns me is that we have lots of different models as if sort of these are operating in a vacuum. Just as an example, right, we might be able to put something into a model around the PSPS consequences that may look really attractive, but that have negative consequences when we look at wildfire ignitions. So if you could just address, how efficient and effective is it to maintain all these various models as opposed to having one model? And I guess I'd use the same analogy I used earlier in terms of a airplane, where we wouldn't necessarily have a wind model and then a electrical failure model, right? We would have an airplane, we'd have lots of different consequences that would lead into different directions. And the reason why I think that's really important is if these models are not integrated, we may have decisions that we make because of outputs in one model, and then it leads to bad consequences in the other, as we've seen as an example with Kincade and Zogg, that these are not mutually exclusive things that that happen, right? We have a PSPS incident that happens at the same time as we have a wildfire ignition. And so does it make sense not to combine these models, maybe even across utilities, to really have this be more efficient and more effective in terms of predicting the interdependent consequences?
I'll go first if you guys want, but I don't want to be the one that answers all the questions today. I want to give the other utilities an opportunity to speak. Thanks for that question, Will. I think there was a lot in there, and I think you touched on RSE, which is how we score it, and we talked about models in their own. And I think it's important to differentiate that we have planning models, and those planning models are for investment decisions. So my wildfire distribution risk models is about looking at asset failures and consequences of an ignition that were to result from that. So that's our planning models. Our operations folks use a number of operating models, and those are the models that are used to determine when we enact a PSPS event or when we turn up the settings on our protection system for our EPSS. So we've got the operational side and we've got the planning side. Again, from my perspective, because I'm looking long-term and making investments using ratepayer dollars, I'm looking into the future as to what can we do to minimize ignitions in the future. The operations folks are looking at it. They're the pilots, so they're flying the plane for the time being, and they're making those decisions based on what the weather is just now, what the weather is expected in that next hour, and what the weather is in the hours following that. So I think there are different horses for courses. With regards to alignment of the models, I think as long as the principles are met and the common language is used across them within a company, you're going to get alignment. So you're not going to see a de-energization event fighting with something else that's going on at that same time. So I would say that there's alignment across within the companies. With regards to alignment for modeling across companies, I believe that's one of the objectives of the SMAP2 proceeding, which is actually going on at this same time. There was a very good public meeting hosted by the SED last week that talked about alignment and potential changes based on the SMAP settlement agreement that could bring the utilities slightly closer together. But at the end of the day, that decision, when we actually calculate a risk spend efficiency, there are a number of personal activities that go on in that. When I say personal, I mean personal to that utility. For example, PG&E uses a weighted average cost of capital that is going to be different from the weighted average cost of capital of Sempra Holdings or Edison International. So that's going to be slightly different. Can we get around it? Sure. Could we have one for rate making? Potentially. And then there's also that discussion about risk tolerance. And that's the introduction of the scalar functions in the MAVEF calculation, which does impact the RSE calculation. And again, that is a very personal decision based on companies' threshold and tolerance for risk. Obviously for PG&E, we've had a series of events, so our tolerance is very, very low. I'm not saying that impacts anybody else, but that is our personal position on that one.
Yeah, and this is Jonathan Olmar with SDG&E, Director of Wildfire Mitigation. And I just wanted to add to Paul's, and I agree with everything Paul has said, in that, this is evolving, right? We are definitely aligned within our companies. Now, we're, as our models develop and as we look at operational risk, as well as the planning, long-term planning risks, and then the enterprise level RSEs and SMAP process and the ramp, we're all, looking at ways in which we can standardize on some things, right? The approaches are similar. Some of the components are similar. The ability to identify and define some of the risks are similar, but we're getting to the point now, okay, what is it that we can use collectively? And we're working as joint IOUs and joint utilities overall through the various efforts, right? Through the SMAP process, through the RC workshops, through the risk modeling workshops, working with the OEIS as well. And so I think we'll continue to see that mature.
Hey, this is Adam from SDE. Will, I think you touched on a really, really smart point there on modeling, and effectively we want the model that is the best parsimonious model, also known as achieving your desired income with the least number of variables. So we want to try to drive simplicity in our modeling, but to use your aircraft analogy, we want to know the failure rate of the control system. We want to know the failure rate of the landing gear, the failure rate of the engines, the redundancy of the engine failures. We need to have all that information that drives a machine learning model that makes the best decision based on the constituent parts, which we continuously challenge and look at quantitatively in something called a ROC curve, a receiver operator characteristic, which essentially provides us with the predictive accuracy of these models. So we always challenge ourselves for simplicity, comprehensiveness of our variables, and accuracy of the model predictions. And then just to go back to what Paul said on our multi-attribute value function and consequence, we all have different risk profiles. PG&E has a gas utility, SCE does not. We have different scaling functions on the MAMBET, but we even have different consequence profiles in terms of our fuel. So where SCE is flying 737, PG&E is flying a different plane with a larger footprint, which can cause a higher impact, more fuel. So there's a difference. There's a different consequence profile of each one of these utilities as well. But to bring it all together with Jonathan is we're all working together. We're all doing our best to align and challenge each other and have this long arc that goes toward accurate, comprehensive, yet simple models that do the best job we can at predicting where risk is now and in the future.
Thanks very much for that. And just a really quick follow-up to sort of bring this down to sort of a specific decision point. Is there not the possibility of feeding something into a PSPS consequence model that directs you to make decisions about shutting off a particular line or pulling a particular lever or taking particular actions, that because they are not integrated with your ignition risk consequences, you may exacerbate ignitions because of decisions that you've made on the PSPS side and vice versa? And what have you done within your models to make sure that those are integrated so that those types of things don't happen like we have seen already in prior fires like Kincade and Zogg, where those things come together?
Who's your question to? Is it PG&E or?
It's really just trying to understand how each utility is addressing that, how you're integrating so that again, levers pulled with direction being provided from one model don't negatively affect things on the other side when the models have different inputs and outputs and are designed differently, that you aren't inadvertently making critical decisions that have negative implications for a PSPS event or an ignition because those models aren't integrated enough for the decisions.
I can try taking a stab at it. PSPS is our tool of last resort, and the POI goes to zero from utility equipment. From an integration perspective, we use the same engine. So Technosylva is actually a suite of products. They have FireSim, FireCast, and then we've applied that into our worm model. So it's the same engine that's driving, if I drop a match here, where does it go? So we use our worm model on long-term planning, but we use FireCast, same product, same engine, same algorithm to inform on the wildfire risks in a PSPS context. And again, as we're looking to apply some of the fundamentals that go into POI calculations in a PSPS threshold context as we evolve there. But I don't immediately see anything that we're kind of sacrificing or trading off between these new models right now. But welcome PG&E and SDG to comment.
Yeah, similar to what Adam is saying for SDG&E, I mean, it's not a one-dimensional decision, especially when, when it's coming down to PSPS decision making, right? Is it wildfire risk or PSPS risk? That operational decision isn't just the model itself, right? It's also field information. It's information from our meteorology department. It's information about our assets, right? It's not just one dimensional. And so that's what helps by taking that. We don't want to take out the human factor and the knowledge that we have from our subject matter experts. We want to be able to use that as well as the information we're getting from our models that incorporates a lot of the things, but also being able to look at on the ground decisions that we're getting from our field employees with eyes on events, as well as, with the information we have in the models and from our weather. So we're coupling a lot of things together to make decisions and balancing that the model information.
Yeah, thanks guys for, again, just as SCE and SDG&E have captured, we have an aligned approach to our models. When it comes to making that decision on a PSPS de-energization, it is a tool of last resort. And as the other utilities have commented, it is something that is being done looking at meteorological models, looking at weather, looking at information that's coming from patrols, understanding what's going on in the area out there. When that decision is made and the circuit is de-energized, we consider that ignition risk goes to zero in that effect from an ignition initiating from distribution overhead assets. Before that asset is re-energized, there's a patrol performed, and that's where we do make note and comment on various damages that we've observed. That kind of allows us to say, hey, did we do the right thing? In other words, if we're finding trees or tree limbs or damaged pieces of our own equipment in that patrol, it solidifies the fact that we did the right thing in de-energizing that circuit to prevent that spark. So again, that's a good one. On occasion, we perform patrols and there have been no damages incurred during that particular one. And that allows us to thin down and get a finer point or a finer precision on our surgical nature of our PSPSs. I'm not the PSPS operations team, but I know that our team probably are talking later today, if not in our WMP, about how PG&E has improved its larger scale PSPS initiations in 2019 to 2020 through 2021, when they have been much more surgical and hopefully lesser in duration. That was one of the objectives too.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to go ahead and call it for now. We're at 12:17, so it's time to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 with the vegetation management panel. I'd like to encourage Paul to go ahead and maybe take a stab at answering Alexia's question. And I'll note that Nancy Macy had a question that's now in the answered section, a series of questions regarding vegetation management. She kind of jumped the gun there, but SDG&E has responded. So if PG&E and SE would like to respond, they can find a question there. Okay, thank you all, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Have a
you.
good lunch.
Thanks all.
looks like it's 1 o'clock. Time to go ahead and get started again. I do want to make a suggestion for the attendees, anybody who's asking a question. If you could start the question by who it's directed to, that would be very helpful in both the written questions and in any verbal questions that you might have. So I think we should go ahead and get started. Colin?
I assume you can hear me, Adrian.
Oh yeah, can hear you
Great.
fine. Thanks.
So we're going to kick off this afternoon talking about vegetation management. My name is Colin Lang. I'm an environmental scientist with Energy Safety. Vegetation management can reduce both wildfire ignition and consequence risk. It involves planning for both the canopy surrounding overhead lines and equipment and the understory in and around the right-of-way. In the past few years, utilities have increased the scale and scope of their vegetation management programs to address contact with vegetation, a significant driver of risk. They have worked to target specific trees with elevated risk. They are showing the effectiveness of the increased clearance distances they've been using and improving record keeping. From the next hour, just as before, we will hear from PG&E, SCE, and SDG&E about their vegetation management programs, and then we will have a Q&A session at the end. I'm not sure who is first.
It's alphabetical by utility, so it's Pacific Gas and Electric is first. James, you want to go ahead and load up Pacific Gas and Electric? Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Are we ready?
Yeah, I think we're good to go.
We are ready for you, Sandra.
Great, thank you. My name's Sandy Blaine. I'm a director in the PMO for vegetation management at PG&E. Been here about a year. I also have April Schneider, who's a principal in the group, along with me. So if we can go to the next slide, I will run through the vegetation management accomplishments of 2021 and then give you a little insight and look into 2022. And then also some key components that we've really gone into greater detail in this year's WMP. For 21, we completed 1,983 miles of EVM work, that's enhanced vegetation management. Of that, 98% of the work that we completed was focused in the highest 20% of the risk rank circuit protection zones. In the transmission right-of-way expansion program, these are the transmission right-of-ways that our 230 kV typically sits within. We've expanded within the 60, 70, or 115 kV categories, 218 miles to reduce vegetation contact within those transmission facilities. And a great focus in 2021 was on building, developing, and improving the vegetation management work verification processes and the training of our increased workforce. In 2022, we do plan to continue with 1,800 miles under the EVM program. We will be, and we have miles delineated within the 2022 WMP miles for both the distribution and transmission on our LIDAR programs, which are both aerial and ground-based. And then we are launching a pilot program to look at enhancing the visual assessments of all sides of a potential strike tree. You can hear us call this, it is a pilot program. We're looking for it to inform effectiveness of doing what we call a 360 review of strike tree potentials. In addition to that, since we really did grow much of our workforce in the work verification and PI or pre-inspection programs, we are really looking at building up the quality audit programs. We get a lot of data requests around what's the difference between work verification and our quality assurance and quality verification processes. Within the WMP, we really did actually dedicate sections to actually walk through those processes. In the EVM program, we have three main components. We have the pre-inspection, we have the tree work, and we have work verification. Within work verification, we don't count a mile as complete in EVM until it passes that inspection. The quality verification and the quality insurance is another group inside PG&E, and their purpose is to actually look at what we have done in the completed work, and they do random sampling audits to ensure compliance to our processes and our protocols and procedures, as well as our compliance, whether we've met the compliance requirements within the EVM program. So we really have built up those two areas, and we do go into them a lot within the WMP because we look at them to give us feedback on potential gaps and areas of improvements. And we've walked through some of those in the lessons learned within the WMP. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So our 2022 initiatives, I've kind of gone through a couple of them. The 1800th mile, it is based on the same risk rank circuit protection zones as we did in 2021. We will be completing at least 9,000 pole inspections. These are our pole clearing programs needing work by pre-inspection in our program. That has a whole section that is dedicated to that. It aligns with PRC 4292. We do have areas, and I won't go into all of these, in the defensible space inspections of our system inspection groups, which have guidelines for inspecting 132 of our distribution substations, 55 of our transmission substations, and 61 of our hydroelectric generating substations. In addition to that, we stood up in 21 what we call the Utility Defensible Space Program, or you could hear us call it UDS. And we stood up that program in a pilot last year where we inspected and created 50-foot radial clearances around our distribution poles. And that program created basically the removal of all shrubs and fuels. And we have now taken that program and developed it into an actual measurement where we're going to be doing inspection and clearing around 7,000 poles within the high fire threat district. And then lastly, we are going to be looking at, since we built up a great portion of our work verification and pre-inspection programs, we have built in protocols and processes through 21. The quality verification and quality insurance audit programs are going to increase. They do a statistic valid methodology around confidence factors, and they're going to be achieving, their goal is 95%. Next slide. So here's a little look of the three main programs within our vegetation management. In 2021, you can see both the routine, tree mortality, and EVM, and the what our plans are to be able to continue in the radial clearance, how we mark priority tree mitigations, also CMOR, tree mortality, dead tree mitigations, our overhang, our maintenance, and then our final work verification, where it applies and in which program. Give you a little bit of snapshot that 2022 and 2023, we did kind of discuss maybe looking at a one veg program. That's not part of this, but we are in this year looking at potentially changes to those programs in the years to come. You'll see in some of the WMP, we did touch upon this, and we did say that there'll be greater details given in the 2023 WMP. So that's a little high-level look at the vegetation management program within PG&E, and I'll turn it back over for the next utility.
Thank you, Sandra. Quick mic check, Colin.
We can hear you, Michael.
Thank you very much. Please advance. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael DeLeo. I'm the Vegetation Management WMP Manager in the department, and I'm happy to be here with you today to share a little bit about an update on our vegetation management operations, all of which can be found within our 2022 WMP update. First, I just wanted to start with a quick overview of our accomplishments in 2021, which really serve as our the template for how we're going to continue our operations in 2022. So first off, we were able to trim over 12,000 trees to what we call an enhanced clearances. And I think all of the utilities now are in alignment with what we determined or defined to be enhanced vegetation management clearances. That is those trees that are trimmed to at least 12 feet of clearance at time of trim. One of our accomplishments last year was we actually experienced 0 tree-related ignitions on our distribution circuits. And I think that's a reflection of our advanced activities that we're performing on our vegetation, getting those greater clearances. This actually coincides with a total of 46 outages, tree-related outages that we had for all of 2021. We also strengthened our HFTD inspections with the addition of 4 new SDG&E internal patroller positions. So this was new to SDG&E, where we actually brought to the inspection activity, at least a portion of it in-house, to help augment our additional and enhanced inspection activities within the HFTD. We also saw the rollout of the new implementation of our enhanced work management system, which I'll talk about further in a later slide. We also were able to plant or distribute over 11,000 trees to our communities. So this was our way of sort of giving back to the communities. Obviously, a lot of what we do is to take away the vegetation, whether it's trimming or removal. But we have this concerted effort to replace inappropriate trees with proper trees. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a future slide as well. We also have a long-term multi-year plan goal of reducing our green waste that is delivered to the landfill. So we have a goal of turning 100% of our green waste into recycling products by the year 2030. So we're at about 46% thus far. So we're on a good clip to realize that goal. As far as our planning for 2022, we're going to look at further integrating and enhancing our inspection capabilities, our modeling capabilities, and our situational awareness through the use of technologies like LiDAR and satellite imagery. We've sort of dipped our toe into this technology in the last couple of years with a few pilot projects, but we're going to find out how we can better operationalize this so they can actually augment our inspection activities and improve our capability for reducing that fire risk. We also are going to plan this year modifying our inspection activities to schedule the off-cycle HFTD inspections closer to the peak fire season, which for SDG&E is the month of September, which is the inception of the Santa Ana fire wind season. So in the past, we've performed our off-cycle inspections. We've interspersed them throughout the calendar, but now we're going to try to focus this year on doing these activities closer to the start of fire season. So we're mitigating and abating those issues closer to the fire season. We're going to continue to engage our customers through interactive online surveys. We feel that this is one of the best ways that, again, we can engage the customers, get their feedback, impart the reasons why we're doing what we're doing, and to affect some buy-in from our customers. We are also going to expand our situational awareness through the integration of our vegetation risk index. We're going to do that through the incorporation of that data within our work management system. So it's there for all of our contractors to use to know when they're working in an area that has some of the relative higher risk where we want to increase our activities, whether it's additional reliability tree trimming, hazard tree trimming, or try to maximize tree removals. And then finally, we're going to continue our initiative to, again, reach that goal of planting 12,000 trees back in our service territory. So next slide, please. So let's first start with our inventory trees. So SDG&E has a population of about 480,000 inventory trees. And I'll get into what the definition of an inventory tree here is in a future slide. We did see an uptick in the number of trees in our inventory, but that was based on the addition of our inspection protocol and scoping, where we're now in the HFTD, we're looking at all of the standalone secondary voltage construction, regardless of the construction type. Within our service territory, actually over half of our inventory trees are located within the HFTD. So obviously we have a vested interest to increase operations to mitigate the risk. So where we have these trees, we are actually performing a second inspection every year. So this is an incremental additional inspection of every single tree that is located within the strike zone of the HFTD. And it's a level 2 inspection where it essentially is a 360-degree assessment of every single tree from top to bottom. It's a ground level inspection, but we're looking at, for example, the soil conditions, we're looking at the root structure, we're looking at the structural integrity of the tree and the canopy of the tree to see if it has any indication that could impact the power lines. And we really feel like this additional activity, this additional frequency is a really prudent measure in identifying the potential risk of the trees, right? Because we're looking at it more than once per year. We're looking at it twice, sometimes 3 times a year. As Sandra mentioned, for PG&E, our activities also include the inspection activity, the tree trim activity, the pole brushing activity, and then the audit activity. During the audit activity, the post-trim audit activity, we actually are looking at all of the trees a third time within the HFTD. So again, frequency, we think, reduces the risk by being able to assess the tree's condition a number of times throughout the year. We did in 2021 trim about 12,500 trees to the enhanced clearances of greater than 12 feet. And again, that 12 feet is used as sort of a basis to define enhanced. The 12 feet is the recommended post-trim clearance that's provided in GEO 95 Rule 35. So all of the utilities now are in alignment with defining, again, enhanced trimming as being greater than 12 feet. That's not an arbitrary clearance. We take into consideration the health of the tree, the structural integrity of the tree, proper pruning practices. So it's not an indiscriminate clearance. We trim to direct the tree's growth away from the power lines so we can extend that pruning cycle and also promote the health of the trees. We also have a very concerted tree removal project. We identify those trees that are problematic, that are difficult to manage with trimming, and we seek to remove them with customers' authorization wherever possible. So I mentioned targeted trees above. We actually define a number of species which we consider, quote, targeted. That just means that we feel they have a higher relative risk of being impactful to the power lines by virtue of their potential growth rate, the known propensity of the trees to drop branches or have complete tree failure. So we try to remove these trees whenever it's feasible and applicable and reasonable to do so. Palms are some of our most challenging species. So they're palms, eucalyptus, oak, pine, and sycamore are 5 we call our targeted species. So palms, as an example, we have of our inventory, about 64,000 of our trees are palms. They're difficult to manage. You can't prune the growth of a palm frond. Palms actually aren't even trees, they're part of the grass family. So once they reach a certain height, our only recourse other than topping it to killing it is to remove the tree. So we really have a concerted effort to engage customers to explain the whys and hows appropriate trees and why we need to, sometimes like palms, reach that point of no return where we have to completely remove it. So last year, and on average, we remove about 5,000 palms every year. We expect to do so this year as well. And then lastly, as part of our standard scoping operating procedures, we do remove the branches of all overhanging trees that cross the vertical plane of our distribution and transmission lines. So we do that both within and without the HFTD. And to date, we've abated 100% of our overstrike potential trees, those that have overhanging branches within the HFTD. Next slide, please. So a little bit further about how we manage the inventory of 480,000 trees. All of the activities now that vegetation management performs are done in the electronic environment. And we have this database that we call EPOC, which is an Esri-based and GIS-based database where we house inventory records for every one of our assets, the trees and the poles. So again, about 480,000 inventory trees, and we have about 35,000 pole records that we maintain. We update, all of the activities are documented within the records. So all the inspection, tree trimming, auditing, and pole brushing activities are recorded chronologically. They're there to tap in for modeling, to develop reports. It really gives us literally a daily insight into our operations, the status of every single tree. All of our contractors are working in this electronic environment. All of the updates go to a centralized server nightly, and they're there for all users to see visually within our mapping interface the next day. So every one of our poles are physically numbered in the field, and that's correlated within our database. So we always know the proximity to and the relationship of our assets to our electric infrastructure. So last year, as I mentioned, we had a rollout of our sort of the next generation of our work management system, which we call EPOC. So that gives us a little better situation awareness, the ability to better track our data, a more robust mapping system. We will now have the ability this year in 2022 to integrate the genus and species, the scientific name of every one of our inventory trees. And also this year, we will have the capability of having the exact GPS relationship or lat long of every one of our inventory trees. And next slide, please. So when we think about vegetation, we typically think about the airspace between the vegetation and the conductors. In the last couple of years, SDG&E has begun a foray into its vegetation management fuels modification activities, where we're actually changing the fuels on the ground to mitigate and abate the risk, reduce the risk of fires that could be caused by an ignition resulting from electric infrastructure, or ignitions and fires that start outside of our facilities and propagate towards our power lines. So the methodology for 2021, which we will continue this year, is to perform this operation on poles where we are already brushing for Public Resource Code 4292. That is those locations where we're required to maintain a 10-foot radius, a clearance down to bare mineral soil from the outer circumference of the pole 10 feet. We're expanding that for those poles out to 50 feet. So from 10 foot to 50 feet, we are thinning the fuels. Again, the goal and the intent is to reduce the likelihood that we could have the start of an ignition that could emanate from those poles that carry the hardware that already make that pole subject to 4292 requirements. What we modified last year in 2021, again, was not only to look at this more targeted approach where we feel we had the highest risk, but also to adopt some of our circuit risk modeling to determine not just where these poles are located, but where are they in the highest risk areas. So we used the circuit risk modeling, the vegetation risk index, to determine where we want to focus these operations. We also, from a desktop analysis, wanted to look at those locations where we knew that there would be a relative less impact on our cultural and environmental resources. So not to disturb those and not have to go through laborious or cumbersome review process before we engaged in that activity. So in 2021, we engaged about nearly 2,800 customers with this operation. We sought the customer's approval to do so because obviously it's a visual impact on their property, the thinning of these fuels. We were able to physically complete 203 poles last year, which equated to about 2,700 acres thinned. Now, we did start relatively late last year. We have a goal in 2022 of performing this fuel thinning activity on a total of 500 poles. We are also looking to integrate the use of LiDAR and satellite technology to help inform us on not only where we may want to conduct these activities in the future, but also to help it inform us on where we may want to revisit the poles that we've thinned in the past. So help give us this cadence and this frequency of this activity. Next slide, please. So I just want to lastly end with our sustainability strategy. So the SDG&E has a very robust and voluminous sustainability strategy, of which vegetation management is a component. Again, our ability and opportunity to give back to the customer. Within vegetation management, the mantra is plant the right tree in the right place. That is, trees that do not reach a height where they need to be trimmed from the power lines. This is sort of the panacea for all utilities, not only in California, but across the United States, where we're tasked with managing trees and managing trees. It's not like a piece of hardware equipment that has an engineered lifespan. The life of trees, it's a continuously in flux, conditions change. So we have to be responsive and reactive. But one way that we can do it proactively is to replace our urban forest and our trees that are outside of our urban areas, replace them with trees that are proper to plant near power lines. That just, obviously it reduces the risk. It allows the customer to enjoy their trees for the life of the tree, allows the tree to reach its full capacity, and also to realize all its environmental benefits. So again, we have a goal that we're continued in 2022 to plant or distribute 10,000 trees. Again, last year we distributed and planted over 11,600. So we're excited to keep this initiative alive and really get back engaged with the customers. So this concludes the slide deck for SDG&E's vegetation management. Thanks again for our opportunity and your interest, and I'll hand it back to you, Colin. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. It looks like we have Melanie for SCE.
Good afternoon. This is Melanie Jocelyn with SCE. Can you confirm you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. I do have a backup in case we have technical difficulties here. So if we can move into the first slide here, I'll just take us through a few different points regarding what our program looks like, the basis of our strategy, a description of our inspections, and some key program changes that we've implemented for 2022. We can go ahead to the next slide, please. So fundamentally, as you've already heard, vegetation management is really key to preventing public safety and system reliability issues by managing the vegetation next to the facilities. So in terms of what we do at SCE, the core work we're doing is inspecting and mitigating the trees in HFRA, really for routine line clearing, which is those trees immediately adjacent to the line, and seeking expanded clearances to maintain sufficient distance in order to protect that safety and reliability. So we have some very specific items that we're doing in HFRA that we itemize in our WMP. Those include our hazard tree management program. And so the goal for 2022 is to inspect 330 circuits and to individually assess any tree with strike potential along those particular circuits. Additionally, we'll be doing inspections on 900 unique circuits for dead and dying trees, and we'll prescribe mitigations for any dead or dying trees that could also have strike potential with regard to our facilities. And then lastly, another specific item is to perform expanded pole brushing on at least 78,700 distributions from the subsequent slides. So we can move forward here.
Melanie?
Yes.
You broke up there for a moment. Maybe it's best if you are off video to save on bandwidth.
Certainly. Let's try that. Okay. So in terms of our strategy, as we move into 2022, I'll go through each of these in turn. We're focused on enhancing our risk-based prioritization to evolve our strategy and planning.
Yeah, I don't know if she dropped completely this time.
Yeah, I'm thinking that it might be best.
Hello, this is
backup. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is Jonathan Contreras, SoCal Edison. I'll be backing up Melanie, covering some of our strategy going forward. As we were talking about some of our programs, excuse me, we have enhanced all of our risk based prioritization models for programs such as our line clearing program. We have also excuse me, completed a risk-based prioritization model for our hazard tree management program as well. We are continuing to evolve a more risk-based approach for our pole brushing operations as well in our scheduling models. In addition to the PRC 4292 required pole brushing, we are selecting other high-risk structures within our HFRA. The purpose, let me see. I'm sorry, this is kind of a last second substitute here. I feel like Sean and Mike DeLeo did a great job with San Diego talking about their program so much. A lot of those enhancements are also similar enhancements that SCE is embarking on for the year. We are also focusing on continuing our customer and community engagement efforts. Last year, we rolled out a public map viewer that it releases our information out to the public for scheduling. I noticed a question in the chat earlier about communication and notification processes. And we do have a robust notification process where customers will be notified a couple of months ahead of time for an initial notification if work is needed and identified. And then subsequently, just prior to actual work execution, we'll receive a second notification prior to any work being executed as examples of some of those enhanced communication outreach efforts. We, as well as San Diego, they have embarked on a more robust work management system for their tools. Edison, as well as embarking on a more integrated work management platform that will consolidate our various programs, such as our line clearing and our hazard tree management and our pole brushing operations, which currently work in separate work management systems. Okay, I think we could go to the next slide. Beyond strategy, we'll talk about some inspections. And again, we're highlighting, our programs a little bit more in detail here. Our routine line clearing program inspects for, line clearing compliance issues. Last year, our total vegetation management inventory currently is approximately 1.5 million trees that we inspect on an annual basis. Last year in that routine line clearing program, we performed about 714,000 mitigations or trims, removals on that inventory as a result of those annual inspections. Our pole brushing program also addresses the PRC 4292 requirements, as well as those additional high-risk structures in our HFRA. And last year we accomplished clearance of 163,000 distribution poles in our pole brushing program, which is beyond the minimum PRC requirement poles. Our hazard tree management program last year accomplished 131,000 tree risk assessments. As Melanie mentioned earlier in the intro, our target is to assess 330 circuits in 2022. And we will assess all the trees within the utility strike zone, which is basically any tree tall enough to strike the line. We'll perform an assessment with the ISA certified arborists on those trees, doing level 2 risk assessments and prescribing any potential work needed to remediate hazard trees. Additionally, the dead and dying program, which looks for obvious dead and dying trees, in 2021 removed nearly 4,000 trees. Our target for 2022 is to inspect the unique 900 circuits Melanie mentioned. And to clarify, unique circuits, we may patrol some of these 900 circuits multiple times in the year, depending on mortality rates and other factors. So some of those circuits do get multiple inspections within a single year because of tree mortality rates. And we are continuing to expand the usage of LiDAR within our programs. We have been utilizing LiDAR technology to supplement our inspections and our transmission work for several years now. However, we're expanding more in the distribution space in 2022, looking at acquiring additional LiDAR information on select circuits to continue to explore the feasibility of more large-scale usage of that data and how it would work with inherently in our current inspection practices and such. We could probably go to the next slide. And let's see, so we talked about, I try to talk about some of the risk prioritization changes on a previous slide, but 2022 is the year we are officially rolling out our risk prioritization model. And there's some good discussion earlier today about some of the inputs, probabilities of ignition and consequence values from the other Edison team. But some of those similar inputs were used to prioritize both all the work packages, whether it's a grid or a circuit, which is probably too high level to talk about. But that model is now in play, and we have a path forward in utilizing this risk model to address our work in a more risk-based fashion. I've talked a minute ago about the expanded use of LiDAR, and a specific example is some of the supplemental patrols that we perform in our system. We do an annual inspection cycle in our routine programs, and we have a longer inspection cycle for our hazard tree program. So we do select areas for supplemental patrols in between our scheduled routine and hazard tree inspection cycles. Those supplemental patrols this year are going to be done in conjunction with that expanded distribution LiDAR acquisition I mentioned. So it's a good way to test, future viability of newer technologies in our work management processes. Another note is the expanded application of integrated vegetation management practices into our operations. Last year, we did do some fun things in the way of IVM projects. Goats was fun, so ruminant animal grazing. Some pilot work there to test the efficacy of that. Additionally, looking at other repopulation practices and potentially the use of other controls other than traditional cutting and removal type work. So we are looking at a more long-term vision of how we manage our day-to-day work. I think those are the points for program changes.
Great, thank you, Jonathan. So we will move into Q&A. As a reminder, you can add a question into the Q&A function in Zoom, or you can raise your hand to be unmuted. So we'll start with Henry Burton from Cal Advocates' question. It is in the Q&A function and it's a little long, so you can reference it while you are speaking. For all three utilities, please describe the tools currently used by your field personnel to assess the health of individual trees, including A, how your personnel make a determination that an individual tree should be removed, B, whether and how an individual trees are tracked over time, and C, how you can link records of inspection or records of work performed to individual trees.
Well, this is Sandy at PG&E, so I guess I'll go first. So in the three-part question, thanks for asking that. For PG&E, we use the ArcGIS collector system. It is a geospatial tool. It is an online tool. It uploads almost real time. The only time it doesn't is when there may be some sort of disconnect in service to this database. But it does actually house the bulk of the EVM program, the Enhanced Vegetation Mold Program, all the way down to tree species, status, location, circuit, segment, a great deal of detail that goes into it. In our pre-inspection process, we have what's called a tree assessment tool, a TAT. We refer to it as the TAT. And our personnel use that because experts' opinions can differ. And what we did in developing the tool, the TAT tool, was to create a list of questions to drive more consistency and less subjectivity into the assessment of which tools would be, which trees would be identified, tracked, and then marked for removal. And it really is basically the inspector takes it. There's a list of questions that they go through, and then the output of that tool tells you whether that tree needs to be abated. There's also the identification of dead, dying, diseased trees. All these trees and the statuses go into this collector system. Like the other utilities, we are working, that is our current system of collection. And we are working towards and developing a new tool, which we refer to as the OneVeg tool, which will then integrate multiple platforms and programs. strike trees that are identified under the EVM program remain in the EVM program until they're abated. That means that they then transfer to our routine program, which is a different database. They're abated, then they're maintained under our routine program. So those are two different databases. The OneVeg tool that we're looking to develop integrates both of those programs into one technology solution. And that gives us an ability to actually look holistically across both the EVM, the routine, the tree mortality, as well as the pole clearing programs. We can track all of them within that. That's our ideal goal. The TAT, the records that gets used, we actually collect and create snapshots in time, because a lot of times within the GIS collector system in EVM, it's a snapshot, right? It rolls because it's continuing to update from what's in the field and what's actually being input as results. It updates. And at the end of the time period, we hit a snapshot in time and we collect and track all of that in each individual reporting period. And we do that because a lot of times we get data requests that ask us for how many trees have you abated in the EVM program by a certain given date. And so we actually create within our database as of dates for snapshots in time. In our EVM program in 2021, to give you the scale in which the PG&E service territory actually goes through in the HFTD, we actually mitigated or addressed over 300,000 trees within the HFTD. That is only of the work verified miles of trees. If you look at the way that we run the EVM program, we don't count any segment within the EVM mitigated or complete until we complete all tree mitigations. And so you have to look at each segment and say, did I count those miles? And if I didn't, I may have had a customer refusal or permit delay. But just in 2021, we were tracking and accounting for the addressing of over 300,000 trees. And then there's more when you go to look at the trees that yet haven't been fully abated or counted as complete miles because they're constrained in some way. So we do have a link for our inspection and our records and our individual tree performance. We do kind of look at that. We do manage it, and it goes from one database in EVM to a separate database with the ultimate goal of it being integrated into a one single database tool once it's fully developed.
This is Michael with SDG. Thank you for that question. So if I wrote it down, there are three parts. The first one was regarding the decision making when it comes to removals. So that is initially at the discretion of our pre-inspection contractors during the inspection activity. Our inspectors, our pre-inspection contractor are trained individuals. They either have the necessary education or experience or background to identify, for example, species, potential growth rates, and other factors that contribute to the knowledge of what action may need to be taken on a tree. Obviously, we have to consider the tree's relationship with the target in this case being the power lines and what the minimum clearance is. We have to understand what the cycle is to determine what abatement activity might be necessary. So basically, we're either pruning a tree, not taking action, pruning a tree, or removing a tree. If we can prune a tree to a sufficient clearance and allow it to maintain compliance for at least one annual cycle, that might be the direction we take on a given tree. But again, there's a lot of different and very variable factors that determine that, not the least of which is the growth rate. For example, I mentioned earlier, some of our targeted species like palm and eucalyptus that grow very fast, it may be optimal to remove the tree rather than continually trim it for a variety of reasons. One, to continue trimming it may be injurious to the tree. Two is the cost for repeated trimming. Some of the trees that grow very fast, in fact, respond to trimming by putting on more growth may necessitate the need to trim a tree 2 or 3 times a year. So it's not cost effective to continue to do that. And then lastly, to continue to trim a tree on a frequent basis, once or multiple times a year. If it's injurious to the tree, it's best just to remove it, because you're not doing the tree any injustice. Anytime you prune a tree, whether it's correctly or incorrectly, it's still arguably an injury to the tree. So if you prune it properly, you're going to reduce the impact or the chance of putting that tree in a detrimental condition. So our inspectors make that determination of whether a tree needs to be removed. Certainly, if it's a large tree that we could sustain just with trimming, we may opt to do that. If it's a tree that obviously requires removal, like a dead, dying, decadent, heavy, lean tree, then we will engage the customers and again explain the whys and hows of removal from a safety, reliability, compliance, and fire mitigation standpoint, just to get that buy-in. And then, as was mentioned in a response in the chat, to remove a tree, we need to have the customer's signed authorization to do so. So having that sort of ensures that buy-in from the customer. With regard to how we track our trees, as mentioned, we have a very robust database where we capture all of our tree assets and our pole brush assets within the electronic environment. And we capture not only the activity history, but all the attributes for trees that go with that. So for example, species, the height, the diameter, how often it's been trimmed, the condition of the tree, if there's any specific customer information, for example, for access or notification protocol, it's all housed within this database that all of our contractors see and inform them on which activities they may need to undertake. So for pre-inspection, for example, if a user can see the history of the inspection and the trim and the audit of that tree, that could help inform them on whether a tree may need to be trimmed this year based on what was done in past years on that tree. And the way we link all of our information is at the asset level or at the tree level. So within our tree database, every one of our assets are mapped, have a symbology that identifies their unique alpha numeric character. All of the asset IDs are linked in the database by activity. So again, we know when a tree has been inspected every year, going back 20 plus years now, we have history in our inventory records when it's been inspected, trimmed, and audited. And again, this not only helps inform us, but we can use it for tracking purposes and reporting purposes to see what actions we've taken on those trees. Thank you.
Yeah, great description. This is Jonathan again with SCE. I'll take my stab at our work management tools. I think Mike did a great job in describing how removal determination is made. So thank you for clarifying everybody on that. I will say for SCE, I want to kind of make a distinguishment between our line clearing programs and our hazard tree and dead and dying programs. The line clearing program generally is more of a tree trimming based program, whereas the other programs are focused more on large tree removals. Additionally, we manage our work slightly differently with our line clearing program on a grid-based approach, as opposed to a circuit-based approach for our other programs. For a couple of reasons I just mentioned there, we have two work management systems. One tool for our line clearing program, the other for those large tree removal programs. I mentioned also the ongoing efforts to combine our work management systems into one larger tool. That is the reason why, because we currently manage two different platforms. The systems both have the capability to track multiple inspections on individual tree records. So we do have an ongoing inventory, we call it, with our tree database. And those are the parent records, I would call them. And then each tree parent record can get a subsequent inspection or work order associated with it over time. So we do, as San Diego mentioned, also retain an ongoing database of how many inspections we've had on each tree, when they were done, the last clearance noted on those inspections, things like species type, and other customer contact information as noted from Mike previously. Those pieces of information certainly help our field crews not only make prescription determinations, but also help field crews on the tree trimming side avoid or provide better customer service interactions with our customers by putting custom notes for notification requirements and things of that such. I may even quickly take a stab at the other question on here about the proportion of workforce individuals, and then maybe circle back with the other group since I have the floor. So I think it's pretty straightforward answers. Our inspection, tree trimming, and removal workforces are currently 100% contract workforces with SCE oversight for safety and work management and everything else. Our work verification is 100% SCE internal staffing, and our quality control is also 100% contractor staffing. So we have a mix of both internal and contractor personnel. We don't expect proportions to change in 2022 or future cycles at this time.
Thanks, Jonathan. Sandy, would you mind also answering the question from Matthew in the chat regarding the proportion of contractors to employees?
Sure. So in 2021, when we looked at 2021, one of our biggest goals was to build up the veg management group, and also to create a embedded workforce within the PG&E personnel. So when we look at what we're doing in 2021 to 2022, I'll make a little bit of a distinction. Our pre-inspection process was almost all contracted out, but in 2021, we undertook a program where we basically brought that service into PG&E personnel. So we've ramped up over 100 people within that, become internal, and we still use some contracted workforce in that space. The reason we brought this in internal was to stabilize it. We found great attrition in this area and turnover. So we ended up partnering with the IBEW to unionize that workforce and put it under a specialized program, as well as training and in-field training, as well as learning-based training tools. And that has become our internal workforce. It's hard to say because our service territory is geographically dispersed and significant in tree growth and density. We may use still contract resources as we flex and contract at certain times of the year, but basically working for a predominance of that to be internal. Our tree trimming workforce is all contracted. We do not do any of that work internally. The work verification really built up last year in 2021. Some of it, when we first started in 21, was contracted. We have built up an internal workforce, as well as the quality controller now, PG&E. Again, as we contract and expand with where we are during fire season, peak growth season, LIDAR results in our mid-year, we may expand to contract services to help keep up with the pre-inspection and the tree work if that's needed. So we do have a great portion of that has come in-house in the front and the back end processes or the bookends, while the centerpiece remains contracted, the tree.
Just interjecting here that we're officially at 2 o'clock, which would normally be the end of the panel. We'll go ahead and go about another 5 to 10 minutes for Q&A, but then definitely take a break for 5 minutes at 2:10.
Thanks, Adrian. Michael, would you like to answer that question for SCE?
I can answer for SDG&E, Colin. No, that's okay. That's quite all right. Yeah, I actually entered an answer in the chat, but I'm happy to expand. Or in the interest of time, if you want to go to the next question.
I apologize. I saw you answered Nancy's question in the chat. Oh, I did. You did answer Carl's question in the chat. Okay, as well. Carl, the answer to your question is under Nancy's question. It's a little confusing, but it is there. I have a question for particularly SDG&E. So Michael, you were speaking about 50-foot clearances for pole brushing, and PRC, I think it's 4292, requires 10 feet typically. And I was wondering where and how SDG&E got 50 feet from, and how that decision was made. And I believe PG&E also does mentioned 50 feet as well for pole brushing.
Yeah, thanks, Colin. It's a good question. So just to review, 4292 requires 10-foot clearance down to bare mineral soil, and then within that 10-foot cylinder, the removal of all dead vegetation and the removal of all live vegetation from the ground up to 8 feet. So there's you envision a clearance cylinder. Our determination to take it out to 50 foot, it's really based on the height of the pole. So if you're thinking worst case scenario, if you have the complete loss of pole integrity, if the pole were to fall over from the ground, generally distribution poles are 35 to 50 feet above ground, variably. So the thought was that if we had a complete pole failure, that we would want that 50-foot clearance zone at least to again reduce the fuel potential and the ignitability of the vegetation around that pole. So there was nothing scientific to speak of, if you will, nor did it really was it based on fire ignition history. We know that 10 foot is a prudent clearance zone, but just to be even more effective, we felt that going out to 50 feet would be even more prudent. So again, it was the height of the pole that was just roughly the approximate determination of how we came up with 50 feet.
Thanks, Michael.
Sure.
I think we've got a couple of raised hands too for questions.
Yes, Will Abrams, if we can, James, if we could unmute Will, and he can ask his question.
Thanks very much. I'm going to ask a question that I ask year after year since 2017, because I get such a positive response from it, and just hoping to make some traction around this. This has been presented by each utility as, in some ways, as a sustainable strategy. But we have these community wildfire protection plans that stretch across California that are essentially the WMP equivalent to local and regional plans about how they're doing vegetation management and mitigating fire risk. But I don't see any utilities really taking that on in a systematic way where they are integrating with those community wildfire protection plans I have heard anecdotal information about, hey, we're working with this municipality or this particular fire department if they ask, but not a sustainable approach. So I guess I'm wondering if each utility can talk about how they integrate with community wildfire protection plans and what their plans are going forward. And if they're not doing that, is your plan really sustainable? And is it really a strategy if you're not operating in conjunction and through collaboration with these other strategy documents?
Well, I'm happy to kick it off if you'd like, Colin. This is thank you. This is Michael. So I would and thank you, Will, for that question. So I would we do describe in our wildfire mitigation plan in the 2022 update an expansion on our fuels management activity. What I shared is what is more in-house to vegetation management, which is arguably just one factor in how we're addressing fuels to reduce and abate that fire risk. There's another component that's managed by our fire coordination team internally within vegetation management, and that is an engagement with some of our communities to assist and play a role in sponsoring and providing information on fuels management activities. So we have specifically and pointedly, that's our fuels grants program, where the company is sponsoring, for example, projects that are reviewed and done in collaboration and planning with our local fire safe councils. So where we specifically will, for example, engage with some of our tribal communities to do broader fuels management operations, either within the community or where we have some mutually beneficial opportunities along our rights of way. So where we create essentially, swaths of fuels management where it's not just mitigating the risk of ignition to our facilities or fire that could impact our facilities, but fires that could spread and propagate from our facilities where, up to 50-foot and greater clearing areas where we're doing it in conjunction with these fuels grant programs. So this is more specifically addressed in the 2022 plan update. I believe it's section 735 of our WMP update.
And I appreciate that. Just to clarify, I'm really talking about a very specific plan, which are these CWPPs, Community Wildfire Protection Plans, and the integration point between WMPs and CWPPs. And the reason why, again, I think this is so important is that there have been these wildfires like the Zogg fire where the utility says, look, this tree was outside and there was a strong wind and it blew into our line. So, again, for the purposes of sustainability and building a strategy, I really want to see how the strategies integrate and if there is integration between those specific documents.
Yeah, I would defer to at this point to SCE or PG&E for any specific integration or interaction they have with those community plans.
Why don't we go ahead and go on really quickly to Curran. I think he's also had his hand raised for quite a while, he or she. And then as soon as that question gets asked, we'll call it and take a brief break. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Curran Singh, you should be able to unmute yourself. They don't seem to be unmuting themselves.
No, they don't, and it's 2:10. So I'm afraid we're going to go ahead and just have to take a 5-minute break now and restart at 2:15. I'll remind the utility reps that any of these written questions that you haven't had a chance to get to or answer, when they're dismissed, you can go to that section and reopen them and type in an answer if you'd like. Thanks.
Thanks, Adrian.
Hey, James, just want to do a quick mic check.
Yeah, can hear you.
I'll do a video too. Okay, that seems to work. Appreciate it. Right, we're ready to get started again for the next session. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Miller. I'm an analyst with the Energy Safety Office of Energy Safety, and I'll be facilitating the Public Safety Power Shutoff panel presentation this afternoon. Similar format to other panel presentations today. However, if you're just joining, the format we're following is 15-minute presentations by each of the three utilities, going in order of PG&E, SDG&E, and SCE, alphabetical order, followed by 15 minutes for question and answers at the end. You can type questions into the Q&A and also use the raise hand function for folks that wish to do that. So I'll go ahead and get started with a brief introduction. While public safety power shutoffs have been used to reduce immediate seasonal risk of fires caused by utility equipment, we know its use comes at a high price to customers in terms of loss of power. Proactive de-energization poses serious concerns about life safety for vulnerable populations and real cost to quality of life for all Californians. Energy safety remains focused on how and whether the utilities are improving on their ability to reduce the scale, scope, and frequency of its use. The goal for the electric utilities in California is building a system that is not reliant on PSPS, and we continue to remind utilities that while PSPS is a short-term tactic, it's not intended to be considered a long-term mitigation strategy for reducing wildfires over time. In 2021, we asked questions focusing on critical areas, including how are WMP initiatives driving toward elimination of use of PSPS as a mitigation tactic? What are utilities doing to reduce the scale, scope, and frequency of events, focusing on frequency? What is your organization-wide plan designed to achieve this? And how are utilities improving their accuracy to predict PSPS events? In 2022, we'll be following up on that evolution, as well as focusing on continued forward progress with regard to grid operations, whether utilities show an understanding of PSPS risk along their system based on historic trends, the highest risk circuits, utilities, whether they demonstrate that marginalized communities and social impacts are accounted for, and that folks are being adequately communicated with. So with that, thank you to the utilities for being on, and I'll turn the floor over to Sean Holder with PG&E.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sean Holder, PSPS Program Director at PG&E. Thank you for the opportunity to engage in today's session on Public Safety Power Shutoff Program. I'll be providing an update on our performance from PSPS events in last year, feedback we received from our customers, and the steps that we are taking to improve going forward. I'll also provide information about our enhanced power line safety settings. Go ahead and go to the next slide. I'll begin with an overview of last year's public safety power shutoff events and the improvements that we were able to make over 2020. We know how difficult PSPS is for our customers and to be without power. We don't take the decision to de-energize lightly. We only use PSPS as a measure of last resort for public safety power shutoff to prevent catastrophic wildfires. Last year, we continued on our 2020 progress and made PSPS events even less impactful for our customers. We had 5 PSPS events in 2021, and each of those events were less impactful for our customers than in 2020. We also continue to support our customers. That's why we're continuing to take feedback and listen so that we can further refine our resource offerings and make sure our customers are fully informed. We continue to have an unwavering focus on reducing the size and duration of PSPS events without increasing the wildfire risk. In comparison to 2020, 88% less customers were impacted and 41% fewer counties. Even with the overstrike included, the 21 protocols resulted in a 27% reduction in the number of customers that would have been impacted in historical PSPS events. That means the reductions that we saw were not solely due to weather. They were also due to our new and more sophisticated protocols and system improvements. Tree overstrike refers to the process of identifying trees that may be tall enough to strike power lines and making sure they're accounted for as part of the decision-making process. One of the big changes we made last year was to incorporate tree overstrike into our PSPS modeling, which was significantly more refined than in past years. This refinement of our model was to enhance our outage producing weather model into what we refer to as our ignition probability weather model. Tree overstrike is now one of 5 outage types analyzed, meaning that this information is fully built into our machine learning and decision-making models. This means that we were able to make PSPS events even safer than last year, while also making sure they were very targeted to the areas of our system that had the greatest wildfire risk. We were able to continue to reduce impacts from PSPS events for our customers while adding to this additional layer of safety. Lastly, for each of the 5 PSPS events at each damage location, we performed TechnoSilva simulations using weather conditions present during the event to estimate the potential acres burned and structures damaged if a fire had occurred. I also want to highlight that we expect measures like undergrounding and system hardening to continue to reduce PSPS impacts on our customers. This will continue to take place as we train our PSPS models to better measure risk reduction that is achieved after hardening or undergrounding our lines. PSPS will continue to be a measure of last resort, and over time will be used less and less. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Last year, we began an effort to survey our customers following PSPS events about their experience and opportunities for us to improve. The survey measures overall customer opinion and key themes for improvement. We were able to conduct these 3 short post-event online surveys of impacted customers. The August survey was sent to customers who experienced a power shutoff event, while the September and October surveys were sent to customers who experienced a shutoff event and some customers who were notified of a possible event but not actually de-energized. Approximately 9% of all customers who received the survey responded, and we received more than 3,000 total responses over the 3 waves. The feedback that we received highlighted the need to improve our notification accuracy, specifically when customers could expect their power to be restored, and improve awareness about customer resources that are available before and during events. We did not wait to act on this feedback and began implementing updates to our notifications between the event that took place in August and the events that took place in October. The survey showed that customers had a much more positive experience to the October events. We are continuing to use this feedback to adjust our programs to meet the needs of our customers. For example, we're expanding outreach about PSPS resources that are available and local community-based programs that are available to help. We're also expanding our access to support programs like food banks and Meals on Wheels to address concerns about lost food. Next slide, please. We also wanted to provide an update on our enhanced power line safety settings program. As a way to further reduce the number of ignitions that may cause wildfires, we have re-engineered the settings on our equipment. These settings they automatically turn off power within 1/10 of a second. For example, if a tree falls into a power line or there's some other issue on the line, the protective devices will operate very quickly, which limits the amount of energy delivered to the fault and significantly reduces the likelihood of ignition. Given the significant ignition reduction we experienced last year while these settings were in place, we're expanding EPSS to all of our circuits that exist in high threat districts in 2022. With that said, we know that safety settings on our impacts the safety settings had on our customers who experience more frequent outages. We're taking steps to significantly improve customer reliability while continuing to reduce ignitions and making EPSS less impactful than it was last year. One of the ways that we're doing this is by optimizing the settings on our devices, ensuring that they're coordinated with other devices on the existing circuit. The end result of this will be smaller outages that take less time to restore. We're also expanding our customer and agency outreach efforts to make sure that people are aware of potential changes before they go into effect. This will enable our customers and partners to understand more about the program and, more importantly, to be prepared. Next slide, please. Like PSPS, the EPSS program is a weather-driven response to increased wildfire risk we're experiencing in our beautiful state. While both programs are effective at reducing wildfire risk, they're separate tools that are used at different times and run in parallel. The EPSS settings will also be in place for a longer duration to mitigate risk during times when severe weather is not in the forecast, but we may still be experiencing increased risk due to dry fuels. PSPS is primarily driven by weather events, specifically high winds coupled with dry fuels that can be forecasted in advance. As mentioned, we'll continue to refine the program this year to reduce customer impacts. The enhanced power line safety setting program is a mitigation measure that is applied where PSPS may not be warranted due to the absence of windy conditions. However, the wildfire risk is still high due to dry fuels. Last year, we saw an increase in wildfires that took place on non-red flag warning days, and that risk is expected to continue to be a threat. For example, in 2021, 95% of acres burned by wildfires ignited on days where a red flag warning was not in place. This is compared to 47% in 2020. The massive increase in fire activity on non-red flag warning days is the primary driver on our intent to expand EPSS to all circuit miles in high fire threat districts. As we move forward this year, we'll gather more data about the potential ignition avoidance and overall risk reduction associated with EPSS. Our plan is to analyze all information through 2022 to determine if and how the PSPS threshold criteria should be revised to reflect these new safety measures. For both PSPS and EPSS, we fully understand the importance of robust communications and education. This is even more of a priority for this year as we're rolling out EPSS in additional communities that were not included in the program in 2021. That's why we have a robust communications plan in place that is coordinated with our PSPS outreach efforts so that customers and communities can understand the difference between the two programs and what to expect, and most importantly, how to prepare. Thank you for the opportunity to engage in this today. That'll end my comments.
Thank you, Sean. Now we'll turn to SDG&E. With Brian,
Yes.
Danielle, and Mona.
And thank you, Kevin. A quick confirmation that you can hear me.
Absolutely.
All right, great. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm meteorologist Brian D'Agostino. I'm the Director of Fire Science and Climate Adaptation. And I'm going to get us started here talking about public safety power shutoffs. And then Danielle Kidd, our Manager of Access and Functional Needs Customer Strategy, and Mona Friels, our Manager of Emergency Services, will also be joining me in this presentation. But as we head right into the first slide, we'll start looking ahead at 2022. And we are not really planning to make any fundamental changes to our PSPS methodology. But that said, we are continuously going to be working to improve all facets of public safety power shutoff. That really includes mitigating the impacts to our customers, reducing the footprint, and how often we have to implement public safety power shutoff. And a lot of that comes through improving our situational awareness tools. And then also really focusing to mitigate the impact that this is having on our customers, including those with access and functional needs, especially during a public safety power shutoff. The next slide actually gets in and takes a deeper dive on some discussions that we had late this morning about the PSPS decision making. So I do want to bring you into how the decision is made, and a lot of it starts with the meteorology team, which is under my department in fire science and climate adaptation, and it's really a full week before an event. Our meteorologists are working with the National Weather Service, working with the fire agencies. We're running our own fire potential index, and we're starting to gauge the potential for a PSPS, or really just a really high risk fire weather event. So to do that, we use the Santa Ana Wildfire Threat Index, which is issued daily by the United States Forest Service. We use the red flag warnings, which are issued by the National Weather Service. We use our own fire potential index as a big indicator, because that's looking at fuel moistures and wind speeds across our service territory. And then also, as we talked about this morning, we're integrating in now that wildfire versus PSPS risk tool that was described. So the way it works is once we're 3, 4, even sometimes 5 days ahead of an event, we're getting together as a team, we're looking at all this intel, and then seeing if we are at the point that a public safety power shutoff is likely. And if we do get 72 hours in advance of an event, or 3 full days, and we do see that everything is lining up, that is when we initiate public safety power shutoff protocols. So then the next step becomes establishing the wind speeds, in which what we call the alert wind speeds, but it's that level where we really start considering public safety power shutoff for different areas. And across San Diego County and Southern Orange County, we have 221 weather stations now, all which are tied to small, relatively small segments of the system. And we look at the historic wind speed on each of those segments, and we start with the 99th percentile wind, and that's where we start with the wind speed at which we'll consider public safety power shutoff. And then there are some adjustments to that number. Places where we see a high number of vegetation risk, high number of trees with high rich species, those areas we can come down to 95th percentile wind. And then we have something called the CRI, the Circuit Risk Index, which really looks at the age, health, other factors of the electric system. That could also bring those alert speeds down to the 95th percentile. And then we also look at areas that are in temporary configuration, where work is being done or we're working on an issue there. That could also bring that alert speed down in those particular areas. But then on the other side of that, where we've seen system hardening, the system, the alert speeds could actually go up. And we see that quite a bit. You saw in the earlier presentations that we'll be approaching 100% of the transmission hardened in Tier 3 by the end of 2023. And that's a good example where the hardening has actually started to increase alert speeds and has shown some real benefits. So after those alert speeds are determined, those are not the only input that our decision makers make when implementing a public safety power shutoff. Once we get into an event, we integrate field observations, ongoing fires. We're monitoring all of our situational awareness. We're looking at if helicopters could get in the air, overall system performance, and then ultimately real-time decisions are made on a case-by-case basis as we implement PSPS. And then this process, we'll get into it the next slide. We did implement it during the Thanksgiving event last year in 2021. And that event, we ended up first looking at it a full week in advance. If you could go to the next slide, please. Full week in advance, we were anticipating this event. We were working with the National Weather Service, and we were hoping for some rain the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. It became clear about 4 days before the event that rain was not going to materialize. So we did initiate PSPS protocols 72 hours in advance. We did notify close to 55,000 customers. Out of those 55,000, just under 6,000 customers ended up affected by the PSPS. And a lot of that was really being able to use all those weather stations and sectionalizing to just really target those areas that were seeing the most unusual and extreme winds. We did open community resource centers to support those neighborhoods that were impacted. And as we could see, that bottom line that's bolded, we've had some weather stations out there for over 10 years, and there was some areas that saw very high winds during that event. And those are the areas where we were able to target the public safety power shutoff. But the next slide starts looking at, annually, what we find the biggest impact any given year to the number of customers that see a public safety power shutoff is really the weather and how intense and severe the weather is in that given year. So we really wanted to take a look at how do we normalize that and treat every year and every event and normalize it so that we can really measure our improvement moving forward. So we developed this equation that you see at the top of the slide here, and this really gives our PSPS score. So the first thing that we look at is how strong is the actual Santa Ana wind event, and we take the top 20 weather stations that we have and average that wind speed, and that gives us really how strong the event is. And then we look at how widespread is the event, and that's the second component of this equation, which is the number of stations that have met or exceeded the 95th percentile Santa Ana wind speed. And then the last component is how dry are the fuels, and we use an FPI component to that. But you can see here, I have on the left, that table you see there has all the events in 2020 and 2021 with all those factors, and we can score each event. And then in 21-22, this last season, we only had one red flag event that resulted in the PSPS score. And then ultimately what we can find is we can graph all these, and that will ultimately tell us how we're doing, and we can compare event to event. But we continuously try to improve. As we head to the next slide, we can get into some of the academic partnerships, because what we've found as we move into these events, the more we advance the science, the more we understand public safety power shutoff and really the science that leads to them, it helps us with our situational awareness and our ability to mitigate the impact of the PSPS. So the next slide, please, will show some of the advancements that you'll find in the WMP through our academic partnerships. We'll continue to expand the mountaintop camera network, the alert SDG&E cameras, but then we're also implementing AI with these cameras to increase our ability to spot fires as soon as possible. We're doing lots of work with Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and it's developing a high-speed communication network that's very resilient and can actually bring high-speed internet to the backcountry. We already have it to all the backcountry fire stations in San Diego, and we're even building that out to provide resilient high-speed internet to community resource centers in the backcountry as well. Moving to the next slide, we're also working with San Jose State University to really advance the fire science. National Science Foundation is now funding a full accredited wildfire center there at San Jose State that we're very happy to be a part of, and we're advancing fire modeling. With the San Diego Supercomputing Center at UCSD, they've been helping us analyze all components of our FPI and really integrate the latest data science there. But in addition, we're also developing a data sharing platform to make every bit of weather data we collect and generate on our computers available to any researcher anywhere in the world that wants to study this. So certainly a great data sharing platform through the San Diego Supercomputing Center. And then there's been great strides made with the University of Wisconsin and the Space Science and Engineering Center monitoring hotspots. And there was an event in Orange County just outside of our service territory where the satellites were the first to spot the ignition. It was in a deep canyon, and even the satellites saw the hotspot before the cameras. So we are seeing examples where this is becoming increasingly beneficial moving forward. The last slide I wanted to touch on was that we are really working to implement our next generation of weather computing. You can see we have an example of what some of our high performance computers look like that are running a lot of our models. But then the image I show you there on the right is to give a vision of how we're anticipating to use these next generation computers. And we've seen some great work done by the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes out of Scripps Institution of Oceanography, where they use lots of ensembles to anticipate and predict major atmospheric river events across California. And we found that their ability to anticipate and predict these events, even 4, 5, 6, 7 days out, has really been a game changer in the meteorological world. And we're partnering with them closely and trying to advance a lot of the strides that they've made there and implement it to how we can anticipate these potential PSPS events 5, 6, 7 days in the future. So we continue to advance the science, but again, it's not only the science we're advancing, we're really pushing to improve how we mitigate the impact on our customers, and especially our access and functional needs customers. So with that, I'll transition over to Danielle Kidd.
Thank you, Brian. Perfect transition there. I appreciate it. Thank you all. Very nice to be here today. I'm Danielle Kidd. I'm our Manager of Access and Functional Needs. I have the pleasure of managing a relatively new department that we created just about 1.5 years ago that is again, really dedicated to helping our customers with various needs. Excuse me for a second. I wanted to dig in today and talk a little bit about the specific support we have around PSPS in the wildfire area. So I'll start with this slide, which summarizes some of the key services that we do provide to individuals with access and functional needs during a PSPS. We do have community resource centers. A key focus of ours over the last year has been ensuring that we make these as comfortable as possible, again, for individuals with access and functional needs. Some of the ways that we have done this are adding privacy screens, for example, various signage, dedicated parking signs, ensuring we have on-site ASL translation. And this is an area that we continue to focus on and to expand. We've got a lot of really great feedback coming in from our statewide and regional working groups. So we'll continue down that path. Additionally, we've worked really closely this last season with our Southern Indian Health Council and our Indian Health Council partners, specifically to try to focus on our tribal communities. So some of the efforts we've undertaken there are reaching out in advance of wildfire season and finding out what the needs are specifically for each tribal community. So in 2021, for example, the two that we heard the most were resiliency items and backup batteries. So we were able in preseason 2021 to go ahead and actually deliver resiliency items to the requested communities, as well as establish a new process to streamline the battery backup enrollment and essentially allow our Indian Health Council partners to direct those units to those in the community that needed it the most. That is something we plan to continue in 2022. Additionally, I think the crux of our support model is really working very closely with 211 San Diego and 211 Orange County. They serve as essentially as our resource hub, where customers can call and be connected with a wide variety of resources. This does include about 1,000 various community-based organizations throughout the region. Additionally, we work closely with them to identify any gaps and to supplement those with direct partnerships. So a couple I want to talk about today, food support. We do have partnerships in place with the San Diego Food Bank, Feeding San Diego, Meals on Wheels, to make sure that we have food replacement, for example, with food banks going out after a PSPS. Additionally, we do offer warm food at community resource centers as needed during a PSPS, and also we have the ability to send that to impacted communities. And I'll talk a little bit about how that played a role in our Thanksgiving event on the next slide. Additionally, transportation. So we do have a direct partnership with FACT, who is wonderful and provides direct accessible transportation between the hours of like 5:30 and 11. So it's a really large availability during PSPS, and that's on holidays and weekends as well, because as I think we've seen, these don't always just happen during business hours. And that service is available to transport customers to a community resource center, to a hotel, to a friend or family's home. So there is flexibility there. Additionally, we have partnered with the Salvation Army to offer no-cost hotel stays to individuals who need it during a PSPS. There is no upfront cost for them. We do work with 211 to directly arrange that. And then we can also leverage, of course, our transportation to transport customers to those hotels. So let's move into the next slide, and I'll talk a little bit about how we leverage these services during the event Brian shared on Thanksgiving. So while we were grateful to only have one event, of course, the timing was terrible. And we really wanted to ensure that we were able to mitigate it for our customers as much as possible. Over the course of that event, 211 received about 35 phone calls related to PSPS, of which about 5 were requests for services. And specifically, those were related to transportation. So we did have a couple customers request transportation, and then we did have 4 overnight stays at a hotel provided. Additionally, one thing that we offer is what we call emergency generator programs. So what that means is that during a PSPS, individuals who need a generator, a backup battery program, who had not received one in advance of wildfire season, they can call us and we have the ability to dispatch those usually within 1 to 4 hours. So we layer that into our suite of solutions as far as transportation and hotels, which typically solve the customer's need. But there have been cases where, for whatever reason, that does not meet their needs. And in that case, we will go ahead and dispatch an emergency generator. That did not happen during the Thanksgiving event. We did not have any requests for an emergency generator. We did work really closely with San Diego County's Partner Relay Network and our own network of community-based organizations that we call our Energy Solutions Partner Network. And what that means is that we have this large group of really connected and trusted organizations that are tapped in very closely to what's going on. They receive notifications in advance of the event, but also throughout the event on which zip codes are impacted, what's going on. So we were able to work with more than 725 partners throughout this just to really get the word out and amplify our PSPS notifications. I talked on the last slide a little bit about what services are provided. So for this particular event, I mentioned the hotel stays. We didn't have any generator requests, but we did have generators on hand. The warm meals, we did send warm meals to our 3 open community resource centers, as well as to the Palmapala community that reached out and let us know that they were in need. I will share in a moment a lesson learned around food. And again, we had transportation and resiliency items. So jumping to the lesson learned, while we did have contracts set up in advance with different catering companies to provide warm food, turns out on Thanksgiving, it's very difficult to have that provided, especially if we don't have a lot of notice and get that into our rural communities. So we were able to call around and we were able to get a lot of food delivered, which is fantastic. We will be expanding our bench strength of catering companies in 2022. But another need that we identified is we actually did not have a lot of interest in the food. We only had about 20 customers, I think, show up at each community resource center that wanted warm food. So as a result, we were able to launch a zero waste program that we will continue, but we were able to partner with a fantastic organization. It was a senior center food distribution that was occurring the following Friday. We were able to leverage that so that meals did not go to waste. So let's move on to the next slide. And I'll talk a little bit about our expanded support in 2022. So as Brian mentioned, this is an area that we're constantly enhancing. This is a huge focus for SDG&E and something we plan to continue. So some of the areas that I want to highlight are around data and automation. So by this, I mean, we are constantly striving to enhance our ability to identify individuals with access and functional needs, so that we're able to target in advance solutions like backup battery programs, like this partnership with 211 that offers hotel stays and transportation, as well as other programs like our customer assistance, our care and FARA type programs, our medical baseline programs. So it really enables us to effectively target those types of communications. We have identified about 32% of our residential population as having an access and functional need, and we are enabling more broadly the ability to self-identify. So in 2022, that's something we will certainly be continuing, and we've built some technology that will enable us to do that a little bit more widely. So moving on to the accessibility section, this was an area we saw a lot of growth in 2021. We added some fantastic solutions, including converting all of our PSPS and outage notifications to an accessible format. And what I mean by that is when a customer receives the notification, there's a link included where if the customer clicks on that link, what will pop up is a video translation in American Sign Language, as well as an audio readout and then a visual transcript. So we're taking that a step further in 2022. We are offering what we call VRI, which means that individuals who visit our community resource centers will have the ability to communicate with any of our customer service representatives. They can pull out a tablet or their smartphone, and then they can on demand have that translation service available to enable better communication. We're also working on implementing a new system with that same partner, DeafLink, to enable 24/7 conversion of emergency messages. And why that's important is while we have a lot of messages prepared, sometimes during emergency, things can change, right? And we want to have the flexibility to ensure that any new messages we need to develop are also accessible, again, in American Sign Language and other formats. So I talked a little bit about the generators. We are continuing that emergency function where we can dispatch that during a PSPS. The other thing I want to just highlight is while in the past, the eligibility around this has been largely driven by not just residing in the high fire threat district and our medical baseline customers. Going forward, we're really opening that up to a broader definition of access and functional needs. And this is really driven by feedback we've received at our regional or statewide councils. So we are excited to open that up more this year and make sure we're reaching those important communities. So PSPS support is an area that we'll continue to refine. I talked a little bit about one example that we learned during the Thanksgiving event with a larger bench strength for catering. We're also looking to enhance resiliency items to be more tailored to the AFN community in particular. One example could be insulin cooling storage bags, which could be used for other medications. We'll continue to look into kind of some other options there, as well as wellness checks and making sure that we have that available through some of our local partners. So one change or enhancement that I want to talk about in the next field that we made towards the end of 2021 that we'll be continuing in 2022 is an enhanced layer of support with our community-based organization partners. So we do have about 200 energy solutions partners, as I mentioned briefly earlier. One thing we wanted to ensure is that we have coverage throughout our high fire threat district during a public safety power shutoff. So we identified about 40 of those CBO partners who specifically serve constituents in that region. And we've provided extra training, extra resources, extra tools for them to specifically reach out and serve customers during a PSPS. So we will be continuing that next year, as well as increased regional resiliency and wildfire preparedness training. So one example is we work with some of our statewide agencies, our in-home supportive services and our regional centers, who really have that direct line with a lot of the customer groups we're trying to reach. So working with them to make sure they're aware of these services that we have and they're able to help pass that word along to the right folks. So I'll finish on this slide with marketing and research. Obviously, understanding this population and their needs is huge and something that we are very focused on. We are planning to this year, again, have a dedicated AFN public communications campaign, again, to promote this partnership with 211 and make sure that customers know what to do in advance of wildfire season, how they can sign up for additional notifications for caretakers, visitors, anybody can sign up for up to 5 address level notifications through our app. As well as looking at options like bringing in some additional experts to help shape our messaging specifically to reach this population. So with that, let's briefly move to the next slide. Thank you. So this is going back to that AFN identification that I was talking about on the last slide. We're really trying to identify which communities we should be targeting for solutions. So again, I mentioned about 32% of our residential population has been identified as having an access and functional need. This map kind of shows clusters across our service territory of where they reside. So you'll see that this darker red is really our high fire threat district. And while we don't have a lot of individuals in the access and functional needs community residing in our high fire threat district, this is a really helpful tool to help us to see where they do reside and which communities are potentially most at risk. We have seen some trends over the last year in this space I wanted to share with this group. We have seen some significant increases in older adults, in individuals that are blind or low vision, as well as individuals that are deaf or hard of hearing. So those will stay very high on our priority list of ensuring that we're providing services as well as accessible communications. And I think with that, let's talk a little bit about our wildfire fairs. If we could go ahead to the next slide, please. Thank you. So our wildfire fairs have been a huge tool for us in recent years leading up to wildfire season, and a tool that we absolutely plan to continue this year. One exciting change is we are planning this year for the first time to move back to an in-person format. In 2021, we did hold 5 of these wildfire safety webinars, as well as 6 drive-through events. They've been very popular with our customers. As you can see, we've got a 96% favorability rate. We also did some of these events specifically in tribal communities at their request, which was a wonderful opportunity to partner. Again, we're in 2022 very excited to move to an in-person format. I'm looking forward to that change. We'll continue to offer key resiliency items, emergency backpacks, and we'll be able to have a little bit more engagement with our customers directly. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, Mona Friels, to talk about the next section.
Great, thank you, Danielle. And can you hear me? Comms check? Great, thanks. So with that, I want to move us a little bit into kind of our emergency operations and the response. And once we've made that decision, as Bryant went through kind of our risk factors and our factors for consideration, moving into the EOC and our liaison program. So for Emergency Operations Center, once that determination has been made that we're going to activate our PSPS protocols, we have a variety of ways that we can activate our EOC. In March of 2020, we put together a very enhanced, robust virtual EOC environment that mimics all of the functionality that we have in our physical EOC. So over the last 2 years, we have gone 100% virtual in terms of our EOC responses, and those have been very effective. We also maintain 2 physical EOC locations for redundancy, and they're in 2 different parts of our service territory to ensure that wherever an incident may occur, we always have a location that's appropriate. And we activate our protocols in that kind of 96, 72 hour, as Brian had mentioned. Meteorology is looking at it 7 to 5 days ahead of time. We start having kind of internal conversations. So really at that 96 to 72 hour mark is when we start activating our protocols, and we start that notification for our 72 hour notifications. And then the EOC itself actually activates 12 hours prior to that period of concern. So 12 hours prior to when that red flag warning is actually effective is when we have fully staffed the EOC. In the time period prior to that, in those 72 hours leading up to it, we have a notification group that will convene daily to ensure that all of those pre-activation notifications have been made. So all of our notifications in that 72 hour mark for our public safety partners, for our AFN partner agencies, at that 48 hours starting with our customers. So we have a notifications group that is part of our EOC, but that notifications group activates prior to the activation of the full EOC. Once we're activated in our EOC, we look at our liaisons to ensure that we have that coordinated and collaborative spirit with our partners. And we have several strategies that we use with our liaisons. So one is we have Cal OES convenes a daily state executive briefing, and that's Cal OES, the CPUC, County OES, CAL FIRE, many of our, those state level partners come together daily to have that state level briefing. So that's one way we liaise with our government partners. We will often have a Cal OES and a County OES representative embedded within our EOC, and that's true whether we're virtual or we're physical. In terms of our tribal partners, our critical infrastructure and our AFN partner agencies, as appropriate, we have daily calls with those organizations to ensure that we have that status update, getting any feedback, any engagement from them. And then also we have 3 24/7 contacts for any of our partners to get a hold of the EOC in those off times when we're not in meetings with them. If they need us 24/7, they have 3 different layers they can get into the EOC. We have a 24-hour emergency management contact, a 24-hour liaison contact, and then a 24-hour fire coordination contact. So there are 3 different ways they can get a hold of us. Next slide, please.
Can I interrupt here? I think we're pretty far over at this point. You guys have been very good about staying on track, but at this point, if you could wrap it up as fast as possible, I would really appreciate it. I think Southern California needs to make their presentation as well.
Absolutely. So just in terms of notifications, Danielle had already mentioned our increased accessibility. We launched our portal. And we have in-community marquees. In 2022, our plans are really to increase that capacity for our outbound dialer to ensure we can make more customer notifications. We are enhancing our public safety partner portal, and we are really continuing that coordination with our community-based organizations. Next slide, please. For our public safety partner portal, the enhancements are due to focus groups that we've had with our partners. So one thing we've added this year is the ability to have a community name and the status of how many devices are affected and what the status of those devices are. So you can go to the next slide, please. So each community, our partners will be able to click on a community and it will expand out into all of the devices that are in that community and what the status of each of those devices are, what the estimated restoration time is, and those types of things. I believe this is my last slide. We go to the next slide. There it is. So thank you very much. And then in the Q&A portion, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any of those.
All right, thanks so much, SDG&E folks. Turn now to Edison. I believe we have Tom Brady to present.
Hey, Kevin. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Is my video coming through?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Well, hey, good afternoon to the team. My name is Tom Brady, as Kevin mentioned, and I'm a principal manager at Southern California Edison, responsible for our public safety power shutoff and overall wildfire response for the company. Similar to the other speakers, I do want to start off this afternoon by acknowledging that we also understand that PSPS is tough on our communities and our customers. And taking it a step further, the frustration that we hear is real and justified. And so wanting to say that we only do PSPS to reduce the wildfire risk to our communities, but we understand that customers don't always see it that way, right? They see it as an extended outage. So before I get started in the presentation, I want to take a moment to acknowledge our public safety partner colleagues who supported us throughout our 2021 activations, and most notably during our Thanksgiving activation. We know that these agencies selflessly gave up their nights, weekends, and holidays as well by joining our meetings and supporting our communities through these challenging events. I do want to reiterate that we will only use PSPS when necessary to protect public safety when dangerous conditions do pose that risk to our communities. And so with that, I'll spend the next 10 to 15 minutes walking you through the work that we're doing to reduce the use of PSPS while also continuing to improve on our execution. And within execution, this also includes investing in customer programs and strategies to help mitigate the impact of our outages for our customers when conditions do necessitate use of the PSPS protocol. So with that, let's go to the next slide, please. One more. Oh, I think we're in the wrong set of slides. We should be seeing PSPS content.
Verify that I've got the right slides. These are the ones
Thank you
to me, so give me a second.
No worries, appreciate it.
Okay.
You should see, it'll say agenda presenter Tom Brady, and the first slide says 2021 in review.
Okay, let me check mine.
Yeah, Adrian, the 4-3 PDF that you've given me is the same one, the asset management and data governance PDF. So.
Okay, let me check here just a second.
And I think Brian from the SCE team is sending you the deck just in case. And, you know, I think in the interest of time, if it works for the team, I'm happy to keep forward while we work to get the deck up. Would that be preferable?
As opposed to listening to us not talk, yeah, Tom, you're probably better off talking about this.
Yeah, go right
I'm
ahead.
happy.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
happy to. And
please go on ahead.
I think that I can do my best to visualize the slides for y'all while we get them up. So the first slide that will come up, talk about the 2021 season in review. Later in the presentation, I'll get into a detailed discussion of some of our grid hardening details, but I want to kick things off by emphasizing a few of our top line numbers, really drawing your attention to a 45% metric that will be at the top left of the slide when you can see it. And this is an actual number based on 2021 weather, and it represents the reduction in PSPS duration in 2021 with our mitigations in place. Said differently, with the work we did this year, there were 45% fewer customer minutes of de-energization than there would have been if we had not done our grid hardening. And in the specific locations we targeted, which are our 2021 frequently impacted circuits, we reduced customer minutes of interruption by over 70%. Instrumental to making this reduction possible really was the installation of over 1,500 miles of covered conductor, and almost half of it prioritized on those frequently impacted circuits that I described. So I think in closing on the slide, the most significant part is we did this while keeping our community safe, meaning that we didn't have any significant utility cost ignitions throughout our service area in 2021. Looks like we're still trying to get the deck, but I will keep moving. So then
I got it. Let me get it up for you real quick.
I just found it. It was, or somebody just noted it was the 5. It's the 5.3 slide. It looks like it was mislabeled. Sorry about that.
Give me a second.
No worries. Thanks for finding it.
All right, that looks a little
Perfect.
better, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Just go ahead and progress a couple more slides. It'll say, yeah, one more. Perfect. So this slide represents our 2021 achievements in the area of customer outreach and engagement, and also PSPS mitigation. Again, we'll dive into these topics in greater detail later, but I do want to point out just a couple of highlights here. Really, the overarching message is our focus and attention to PSPS. It's not just during peak wildfire season, it's also year round, right? Really addressing and mitigating PSPS for our customers and communities. And some of the ways that we did that, conducted over 100 meetings in our local government and customer space, all of these meetings being attended by executives with the company. We also had more than 2,700 visitors to our community care resources, customer outreach efforts, right? Community crew vehicles, community resource centers, and those centers gave great service to our customers, an overall satisfaction rating of 8.8 out of 10. And this statistic really resonated with me because many of these customers were facing or already experiencing a power outage. And so I think this just reiterates the commitment and passion of our team members who are traveling out to these locations to talk to customers and to provide them with resiliency kits, really helping navigate those outages. And then I think before I move to the next slide, I'll draw your attention to the bottom right. This reflects something that's outside of our PSPS action plan. And this was a meeting that we had to talk with our public safety partners about readiness for concurrent emergencies. And we did experience this situation in 2020 when we were faced with concurrent public safety power shutoff, heat storm, wildfire, and rotating outages all kind of culminating together. So was excited to see the participation that we saw at that session. Next slide, please. This is a quick summary of our outage statistics from 2020 and 2021. Last year, we had 9 PSPS events, which was down from 13 the year prior, and impacting 76% fewer customers. Part of that, of course, was driven by our accelerated grid hardening efforts that I briefly described and we'll discuss in greater detail in a minute. And part of that was also driven by the weather, because until Thanksgiving, we did have a relatively mild PSPS season in 2021. Next slide, please. So in 2021, we focused on grid hardening on a list of 72 circuits that we had identified as most frequently impacted. And what that means is that these 72 circuits were de-energized 4 or more times from 2019 and 2020 fire seasons. We accelerated close to 700 miles of covered conductor on these circuits, which allowed us to increase the wind speed thresholds at these locations. I think it's important to note that covered conductor also adds reliability benefits year-round, not just in fire weather conditions or PSPS season, by helping to reduce on-plant outages that can result from things like mylar balloons or other debris coming in contact with our lines. In the areas with covered conductor, we increased our wind speed thresholds from 31 miles per hour sustained and 46 miles per hour gust to 40 miles per hour sustained and 58 miles per hour gust, which again, right, it reduces the frequency and the duration of PSPS in instances where we don't hit those higher wind speed thresholds or when the wind conditions abate or leave the area sooner. Additional mitigations in the area of grid hardening included installation of new automated switches and weather stations, really letting us isolate the portion of the circuit that's experiencing those dangerous conditions from the rest of the circuit. And we removed 81,000 customers from PSPS scope on a more permanent basis based on a detailed review of that wildfire risk. So when you look at the impact of our grid hardening on these frequently impacted circuits, we did see greater than a 70% reduction in customer outage minutes that would have otherwise impacted those customers. And in some communities that were frequently impacted, we were able to avoid de-energizations altogether. For 2022, we'll continue to focus on hardening for the circuits that historically have been more frequently impacted, and we'll be evaluating other circuits for expedited grid hardening based on our Thanksgiving event. Next slide, please. So I don't think SCE can overstate how important PSPS mitigations are to us. As long as we continue to need to use PSPS, it's our highest priority to minimize the impacts to our customers and communities, and especially for those with access and functional needs, right, who might be more at risk. As mentioned earlier in the discussion, for our 2021 fire season, we had around 2,700 visitors to our community resource centers and community crew vehicles, including more than 2,000 visitors during the Thanksgiving event alone. Many of our executives went out to these deployments to be with customers and team members over the Thanksgiving activation. We also completed construction of manual transfer switch equipment at 6 of our resiliency zone sites. So now have a total inventory of 7 resiliency zone sites in some of the remote communities that were impacted by PSPS events in 2019 and 2020. These are customer sites where we entered into a contract to install generator switching equipment and deploy backup generation during an event. Over the Thanksgiving event, we were resource constrained and did have some logistical issues that affected the delivery of resiliency materials to our community resource centers and community crew vehicles. So for 2022, we're expanding our pool of customer care team members and looking at ways to smooth over some of those logistical issues that we experienced. In 2021, we deployed more than 6,000 critical care battery backups. And in 2022, our goal will be to target an additional 35%, which is approximately 2,700 or so of the remaining customers. Last point on this slide, further assist our access and functional needs communities. We're piloting an Innovent battery loan program to provide portable battery backup to customers who are notified of potential de-energizations as part of PSPS. And we'll be partnering with community-based organizations who serve customers with disabilities, as well as faith-based organizations to assist with implementation. Next slide, please. All right, so planning summary for 2022. I talked a little bit about some of the things that we're prioritizing, but just recently learning that California is in the worst drought that we've experienced in at least 1,200 years. So I think everybody on the call today is probably hoping for more rain. However, we need to continue to prepare to respond based on the current climate conditions that we're seeing. And this means keeping PSPS in our toolkit while working to reduce the scope and again, reduce the burden to our communities. So in 2022, continuing to reduce the use of PSPS through expedited grid hardening, especially in those areas that were frequently impacted. And again, this allows us to increase that de-energization wind speed threshold that's not possible in the absence of covered conductor. Additionally, looking to install more switches, which, as mentioned previously, allow us to isolate the de-energization event to the location of the circuit where those increased wind speeds are persistent, while leaving the rest of the circuit energized. In 2022, we also intend to continue improving execution. So looking at adding additional machine learning weather models to help better understand wind speeds at locations where PSPS has most frequently occurred in past wildfire season. And this is all about reducing that variance, right, between the customers who are notified of a potential de-energization event and the customers who are actually de-energized due to the onset of those increased fire danger conditions. A couple of other points here. Also talked a lot about the work that we're doing with automation to automate our PSPS processes, partnering with Palantir and implementing a tool called Foundry. And these capabilities weren't operational at the time of our late 2021 events. Since then, we've operationalized a number of core processes across our PSPS workflow and incident management team structure, really targeted at reducing the processing time and minimizing potential for error in those processes. So 2022, continuing to blitz through additional automation work to increase efficiency and optimize event management and execution. Last point here, again, continuing to advance our customer outreach and mitigation efforts. I mentioned earlier, deploying nearly 3,000 additional critical care battery backups and continuing that ongoing outreach and engagement for our customers and public safety partners. So that concludes my briefing for this afternoon. Thank you for your support and guidance, and looking forward to the panel discussion and Q&A. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Much appreciated. Let's do a quick time check with Adrian. Do we have at least 10 minutes for questions? If we
yeah, actually, why don't we plan on going till 3:20 and see where we're at? We may, oh no, we're going to have to go past 3:20. So why don't we just plan on taking through 3:30, and then we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll start the asset management about 5 minutes.
Very good. Appreciate that. So I think in our questions, we have kind of two veins of questions related to PSPS, and then also kind of EPSS related fast trip enhanced power line safety settings questions. And I would like to prioritize the PSPS specific questions first. And I'll start with one coming from Nancy May regarding the community partnering, which is obviously crucial to providing a safer, less dangerous, inconvenient PSPS situation. Are the three utilities able to provide financial support to cover the costs of those partners for staffing and materials, et cetera? And we can go in the order that the presentations went in, starting with PG&E.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, we do provide community resource centers and partner with communities to support communities. But as far as direct financial support, I don't expect that's something we offer at this time. I'd have to get back with you on that further. But we're continuing to look to leverage our current support programs and expand them to support communities as much as we can.
Kevin, this is Danielle with SDG&E. I'll take that question for us. We do have direct partnerships I mentioned a couple times we have about 200 partners in our energy solutions network. We do provide financial resources to all 200. We have a grant-based operational model. At the beginning of each year, we go through and we set up a memorandum of understanding with each of those partners. And we provide that financial support as well as resources and training. And then we renew at the end or the beginning of each subsequent year.
Thank you.
All right, and for SCE, we provide information and education to community-based organizations to use in speaking with their constituents. Have used social media platforms such as Nextdoor and Twitter to create awareness and encourage customers to enroll in the Critical Care Battery Backup Program, really leveraging these community-based organizations to help amplify that messaging. In terms of providing additional funding, similar to PG&E, I'd like to take that as a follow-up and get back to
Thomas, I think you're really breaking up. You might want to go off camera and save some bandwidth. You were breaking up pretty badly.
I think we got the gist of it.
We got the gist of it though.
But yes, a little bit of breakup there. Next, I want to turn to a question from Cal Advocates, Justin Hagler, for SDG&E. How many circuits de-energize, or a rough percentage estimate, have their alert wind speeds reduced based on less than ideal circuit health, CRI? How much mile per hour reduction in alert speed can generally be attributed to the CRI modifier?
Yeah, well, if we look at last year, the Thanksgiving event, that was the first event where we implemented the circuit risk index operationally. Out of the 18 circuit segments that were impacted last year, 10 of those had a circuit risk index rating of high. And when we look at the differential in wind speed, that's going to be actually different for each one of those circuit segments, just because it is directly impacting the historical climate winds that we've measured on that particular weather station that serves that. So that's not just a broad answer, but generally could be, anywhere from a few miles per hour to up to 10 or 12 miles per hour, but it varies.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to turn to a question from Joseph Mitchell. If the number of people exposed to PSPS is being significantly reduced by current and planned measures, what is the justification for undergrounding programs to eliminate residual risk? We could start with Sean on that one.
Yeah, so for undergrounding, I think there's substantial benefits outside of just the reduction to PSPS. There is wildfire risk conditions that exist that PSPS isn't specifically focused on to mitigate, where there isn't high wind conditions. And so I think undergrounding is a more complete mitigation of wildfire risk from that standpoint, which is one of the reasons it has significant benefits. So I would say, there's definitely benefits outside of mitigating PSPS, and as we continue to evolve our PSPS program, we'll continue to look at that from a risk and efficiency standpoint. So what's the mitigation from a wildfire risk standpoint overall? What component of that's related to PSPS, and update our models over time to see what the benefits still are. So I would say that's going to be an ongoing effort. Looks like Andy's on screen. Do you have anything to add to that, Andy?
Yeah, what I wanted to add to that, Sean, is we think of PSPS as well as, whether it's the fast curve settings that the other utilities have explained, or the EPSS settings that we've explained, as those are basically protective measures that you have in place, but they are operational measures that you put in place, that you do when the conditions are such that those are your last options to do, right? Just to protect the community. But we want to build this infrastructure for resilience for the future, because not only do you have the wildfire risk, you've got extreme weather events hitting us. The best example I can give you is in Northern California last year, we had 3 atmospheric rivers. I don't believe when you look back in the history of weather, right, that we've ever had 3 atmospheric rivers in short cycle. And those 3 atmospheric rivers coming in, pouring a huge amount of rain, does effectively deteriorate those overhead assets. And as weather events from extreme drought to extreme rain to extreme conditions, putting the assets in a place where they're weather protected best serves our communities in the long run. And so that's why I think the viewpoint from PG&E at least is undergrounding is the way. Now we've got to do it in a way that's cost effective, and we've got to do it at a pace that it meets the thing in a time frame that we can all benefit from. So that's kind of our thinking, and that's what we've attempted to do to the best of our ability.
Thanks.
This is Jonathan Olman to just add to what Andy was saying from PG&E, answering for SDG&E. There's some PSPS mitigations that may overlap. Each weather event is different, as Andy was saying. So there's not going to be, the mitigations that we may have for a certain community may cover it for one weather event, but a larger weather event may cause additional customers to be out. So really part of our PSPS mitigations is also the undergrounding. But for example, we have microgrids in desert communities that are away from the HFTD, but the lines that are traversing over HFTD are the ones that are causing those PSPS outages. Those microgrids will be beneficial keeping those on, but then the lines that are feeding them could still be a hazard. So that's where we're going to provide undergrounding. And so it's a really a portfolio of mitigations that's going to help address the wildfire risk and PSPS risk together. That's what we're after, is both risks.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Jonathan, similar to SE, first mic check. Can you hear me now that I've turned off my video?
Yes,
All right,
sounds good, Tom.
So we're mitigating against not only PSPS, right, but we're also mitigating against wildfire risk. And so, Jonathan, your comment resonated with me. I know in our Thanksgiving de-energization event in the area of Malibu, we saw wind speeds at those locations that our weather stations hadn't seen in their entire history, right? And they had been there for, about 4 years. And so as we see some of these uncharacteristic climate trends, it is appropriate, I think, to consider enhanced mitigations, and we look forward to submitting our plan in the future.
Very good. I know there are some burning questions on EPSS related, so I wanted to turn to one from Henry Burton from Cal Advocates. For all 3 utilities, can you describe fast trip or fast curve settings you use on reclosers for the purpose of wildfire mitigation? Do the settings vary across the territory? Are the settings always on? Are they activated based on seasonal conditions? How long has the program been in place? What results have you observed? You can see the question in the chat there as you need to review it.
Sure. So let me, Sean, if that's okay with you, I'll go first, and I can hand it over to the other two, Jonathan and Brian. PG&E went down the path of putting circuits in what we call EPSS mode in 2021, and we saw a significant reduction on ignitions on those circuits in 2021. And so for 2022, we are putting it across all of our circuits in high fire threat districts, as well as a buffer zone. But what is EPSS? Fundamentally, you've got, let's take the line reclosers. You've got devices that already exist in your service territory that we operate from the control center. On those devices, you can adjust the sensitivity of that device to how does it react when it sees a fault current. So think about this. How does it react when something basically impacts the line? How quickly does it turn off? Now, in normal operation, you would expect things to impact the line, and you would be careful not to turn it off, because those are temporary disturbances that if they impact the line, yes, there's a small distortion, but for the most part, you don't want to disrupt customers. And that disturbance was not a big issue in the past, right? If a leaf or a light branch came and touched the line, it was not something of significance, because it did not create the ignition event for a large catastrophic fire. So those devices are already out there. you have the ability, they operate in what we call normal settings, normal mode, right? And there was also a mode called a hotline tag mode. And a hotline tag mode was the ability to put that device into a setting when your crew was working around around your lines, when the lines remained energized. And the reason for that was, if for some reason you had a crew member who came into contact or something happened, right, the line would shut off very quickly, minimizing any issue with personnel. Now, EPSS for us in PG&E is basically somewhere in between a hotline tag mode and a normal setting mode. And we have customized it to say at each circuit, we're going to design what's the best configuration for all those devices so they work in coordination such that it shuts off on average 40 milliseconds or in total 100 milliseconds. So what we're doing is basically enabling the devices. That does not mean that once the device is enabled, the circuit is that's making the, I would say, not enabling, but making the devices capable for EPSS operation. That does not mean that because it's capable, that circuit is already deliberately put into EPSS mode. We put the circuit in EPSS mode when the conditions around that circuit warrant it. We have a fire potential index system, right? That tells us when the fire threshold, when the fire potential index is 3 and above, right? Our conditions around those lines are dangerous. And that's when we'll put that circuit in EPSS mode. So it's kind of like put the protection everywhere, but only activate when the conditions are at the danger level. So I would think about it in simplistic terms that way. And
all right, thank you, Andy. I think we're almost at time. I don't want to cut. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
I want to give.
Jonathan is happy I gave the explanation.
Yes, so are we. Thank you. So maybe a quick response as well from Jonathan. And
yeah, go ahead. Let's
Okay.
try and get this done by, let's say 3:15. The presentations went about 15 minutes long. So let's at least give it till 3:15.
Okay, yeah, real quick, Andy covered it. For SDG&E, I just wanted to give you some timelines. We started back in the 2010, 2011 timeframe, putting these devices seasonally into a non-reclose mode, right? And so that they wouldn't reclose back into a fault. But it's starting in 2017, they don't reclose, right? In HFTD, none of our devices have our reclose mode. So they're disabled in that feature. But then the fast trip settings, we set that when we have specific circuits that are going to go through, red flag warning or high wind events. So that fast trip setting is set up that way. And the only difference is that we've had years of, being able to fine tune our settings so that we don't have any nuisance stripping that's going, we have occasional ones, but not that many nuisance strips that will cause customers inadvertent, de-energization. So we've been able to have the settings fine-tuned so that there's not a big impact or a widespread impact from these fast trip settings.
And on the SCE side, we have longstanding practices where we've used operating restrictions, including blocking reclosers, implementing fast curve settings, et cetera, on our circuits in response to elevated fire danger conditions. That could be red flag warnings, could also be emergent wind and fire potential index conditions that warrant the implementation of those fast curve settings and recloser blocking. Additionally, we have seasonality based operating restrictions that are declared by our fire science team. And those are implemented at the fire climate zone level. And those are specific regions within our service territory that share similar weather and fuel conditions.
thank you, all three utilities. I'm unclear what you said go to 3:15, but it's 3:35, Adrian. Do you want us to continue or are we at time?
Sorry about that. I misspoke. I meant go to 3:45.
Okay, then I apologize. I cut you off, Andy, if you were not done with your answer.
I was done with my answer, so thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Then there's an additional question from Dr. Mitchell on fast trip settings. All utilities have, as you described, a type of fast trip setting. Is PG&E, it's EPSS more aggressive than other utilities, or is PG&E behind in implementation? Do other utilities have metrics for fault reductions that have fast trip circuits?
Yeah, I think Kevin, for PG&E, believe from what we understand, having spoken to both the other utilities on their fast trip settings, right? What we're doing is we're custom designing the settings on each circuit, and I think in that regard, it's different. It does make our settings a little bit more sensitive, and the reason for that is because when you look at the vegetation in and around our lines on the ground and the dryness, we believe it is warranted.
Thank you. And I believe we have one hand raised.
Alexia, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. I also, I've had a hard time getting my questions taken care of, so it's in the chat right now, but I will pass it on. The EPSS situations, the equipment, it's our understanding that, and you kind of mentioned it, that it's activated kind of fire season related when the conditions warrant, and that needs calibrations. And so what are the expected impacts to customers from this process, and are there communication plans in place? And I say this because last year I had a community down for 25 days from July to October. I had schools turned off, I had community centers turned off, I had people in just situations where they were down for days, couple for weeks, and it was just really, really hard. And there hadn't been communication, and we tried to find out what was going on. So we were hoping this year there would be, as PG moves towards improvement. And you mentioned, Sean had mentioned robust plans. And so we were hoping that, you might have an idea of what robust plans look like. And for all the IOUs, what are your plans to work with your CCA partners? Because there are CCAs in everyone's territory, to let them know what's going on with these types of equipment.
Yeah, for EPSS at this point, very much like PSPS, we've got a project management organization set up, a PMO set up, led up by 2 leaders, and they've started the efforts to do the outreach to customers and communities, explaining which circuits are more likely to feel the outage impacts. And then even on those circuits that are likely to feel the outage impacts, there's the efforts is what work is being done to improve the reliability on those circuits or to prevent those outages from happening. But the biggest change between last year and this year was really in how do we go about basically making sure that the program is much more, let's say, targeted, right? By coordinating the devices appropriately, you don't have the whole feeder or the whole circuit go out and then needing to patrol the whole circuit. What you do is you'll basically only shut off just that segment. Now, depending on where on the circuit it is, past that segment also gets impacted, but it allows you to very quickly triangulate to where was the event that occurred, where was the fault detected, and we try to respond to that within basically effectively like on an emergency basis, where we target about 60 minutes to try and get to that location to understand and clear, and then re-energize if everything is clear. Now, if something is down, it does take us a time to rebuild it or to restore. But if it's a clearance issue, it's not. But the outreach to the communities has already started. There's a gentleman who runs the PMO, Dave Canny, from our customer team, who we've moved over specifically to make sure that that outreach is done as thoroughly as possible. To all communities, CCAs included.
For SDG&E, the fast trip settings, like I said, we don't really have a lot of instances where we cause additional outages beyond the notifications that we send for the PSPS impacts, right? The notifications that we send normally for how many customers or which communities and what customers will be impacted for these PSPS events that we have. So we work with our meteorology team and our customer programs team and customer notification teams to notify customers in the regular manners through various tools that Mona described and Brian and Danielle also talked about.
And on the SCE side, I would just say that if we do have a de-energization that is triggered by a fast curve setting or recloser blocking, we do have protocols in place to expeditiously review that circuit or patrol that circuit to make sure it can be safely re-energized and prioritize bringing that load back up as quickly as possible.
All right, thank you. There's an additional question on the EPSS. What are the residual risks? What kind? And also quantitatively, if EPSS and fast trip are implemented, and also for PSPS itself.
Yeah, I think you got to think about those two. PSPS, so PSPS is implemented, right, when the wind conditions are so severe that you want to make, at least this is, I want to give you PG&E's viewpoint on it, and Jonathan and others can expand on it from their perspective, right? For PG&E, PSPS is a proactive de-energization. It's done when we've got the weather conditions to indicate that there are going to be severe and heavy winds in an environment of low humidity, in simplistic terms. And so, because the winds could cause vegetation and other things to come blowing into the lines, and then if the lines come down, you want to make sure that the undergrowth of that vegetation is, if it's dry, it'll cause fires, and we want to make sure that that does not happen. So that's PSPS. EPSS is when the conditions, even on a hot, dry summer day, are such that should something come into contact with the lines and a spark gets created, it could act as a tinderbox over there. So that's what provides you. So those are both operational controls that you have. And so from a risk perspective, you've got thresholds as to when will you put the circuit into EPSS or when will you trigger a PSPS. So the risk is driven by meteorological conditions on when you should take the operational action. I want to separate that from the risk models that are used for planning resiliency work. Because when you're planning resiliency work, you're saying, what is the long-term weather and what do we think this circuit in this area will experience, and try to put in mitigations like undergrounding, overhead system hardening to eliminate that risk as much as you can or reduce it as much as you can. And that's why we're heavy on the undergrounding side, because it's a long-term resilience. And once you've got long-term resilience in place, you don't have to do EPSS or PSPS in those locations. So that's how the interplay of these take place.
Thank you.
I think from SDG&E's perspective, the residual risk is really in the sense that when you de-energize, anytime you de-energize a line, whether it be for PSPS or for as a result of, the sensitive fast trip settings, then you have the potential, right, for maybe a customer turning on a generator to, use backup power and have some risk there, maybe for wildfire risk. So that may be the residual risk that is around. And so in our wildfire risk and PSPS risk modeling, both from an operations side and long-term planning, we're trying to account for some of those risks, right, and potential as well as consequence, and trying to look at it by different customer types and so on when it comes to PSPS risk. And then on the wildfire risk side, looking at it from a circuit and all the things we talked about, vegetation, and as well as the weather. So I think it's all related, and we're going to continue to grow to increase the number of components that we look at that contribute to that risk and understand the residual risk.
Okay, guys. It looks like it's 3:45. We're about 15 minutes past. After the break, we'll be about 20 minutes behind schedule. So why don't we go ahead and call this right now? Again, I'll remind the utility reps that questions that aren't answered and that are moved over to the dismissed file, you can go in there and reopen the question and provide a written answer.
Thanks, Adrian.
All right.
And thank you all.
Just checking, are you returning at 3:50?
So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, at this point, we're going to run to, 4:50 if we just have an hour. So I'm anticipating we'll go right up to 5 o'clock, if that's okay. Okay. Andy, are you on? James, are
yeah,
you
I'm
ready?
here.
Okay, cool.
Hi, welcome back and good afternoon. If you weren't here this morning, I'm Andy Biggs. I'm a utilities engineer with Energy Safety. I'll also be moderating today's final session on asset management and data governance. Both of these factors are the backbone to the utilities' understanding of risk, along with their system, as well as the basis for risk estimations through modeling. Asset management is vital to maintaining equipment health and reducing the risk of equipment failure. Utilities must demonstrate that their systems have in place accurately assess. Utilities must demonstrate that they are accurately collecting data, governing that data, and keeping quality control in order to produce and maintain useful outputs for their risk models. With that, I'll turn it over to the utilities to present. James, do we have PG&E? And then just as a reminder to be mindful of time. And we'll still, sounds like, planning on having Q&A at the end.
All right, I'd like to introduce myself. Mark Esguerra. I'm the Senior Director of our Electric Asset Strategy, and I'm joined by Ali Moazad, who's our Director of our Asset Knowledge Management. We're here to cover the asset management and data governance. Next slide. So for our asset management overview, really the foundational aspects that we're going to cover here is around our inspection programs, because they're very foundational to be able to understand what type of threats and risks we have out there, and to be able to use the information collected from said inspections into our models to further improve our ability to project potential areas of risk and consequence. So in 2021, we've continued to do work to build and continue to enhance our inspection programs. So we had completed our detailed inspections for both our transmission and distribution with Tier 3 and Zone 1. Essentially all the structures within those areas were detailed inspected. And then we have a plan for covering the 33%, a third of Tier 2 and the HFRAs. We also performed additional inspections within our substations, both within our power generation hydro substations and our distribution and transmission substations. For those supplemental stations, we do ground inspections, aerial, as well as LiDAR. Infrared as well. We've also been taking advantage of using LiDAR technology to be able to help identify geospatial locations, other threats that are around our assets, as well as performing infrared inspections to focus on identifying, do we have any areas of potential hotspots, potential trouble areas on our assets. And we've done some work to improve our intrusive pole inspection program with the folks in the field. For this year, for 2022, we're going to continue to build off of the work that we've done there around our inspection program. So we're going to continue with our approach on our enhanced detailed inspections. So those are going to cover the entire Tier 3 service territory, and then another third for Tier 2 and the HFRAs. We'll continue with our work on the substation inspections, again, ground, aerial, as well as infrared on all our distribution, distribution, transmission, and power generation. And then we're going to continue to explore, how we can find opportunities to improve the effectiveness of our inspections by continuing reviewing the trends that we're identifying, the type of conditions we're identifying, and how those are panning out. We're continuing leveraging our infrared technology, as well as continuing the rest of our LiDAR inspections to be able to improve the geospatial nature location of our inspections. Next slide. From a targets perspective, I won't go into all of these here, because I covered a lot of them in the previous slide. But things that the way we're structuring our inspections program is, a lot of the work on the detailed inspections are really focused on the visual nature, being able to detect, moving to other inspection methods here as well that trying to capture things that are not easily detectable visually, such as, through infrared inspections or other inspections that we have underway. And then we are looking at continuing our quality audits, where we made some changes in there that we're going to be that we're moving forward with. We expect to complete all those audits before the end of the year, and then really kind of moving into the data aspect, really developing a centralized platform where we can a process where we can include all those different kind of areas of data to help try to bridge some of those data gaps. So we're really trying to centralize that. What are those high priority data issues that we're seeing to help substantiate what the risks and threats are with our particular assets. And with that, I will hand it off to Ali.
All right, thanks, Mark. Hey, this is Ali Moazed. I'm the Director of Data Management and Analytics for PG&E. So I'm going to walk through some of the foundational data improvements that we've made over the last year in support of wildfire risk mitigation, and also our efforts to provide access to trusted data to support those mitigation efforts as well. As Andy mentioned, and as I'm sure many of you know, data is central to the effective management of these wildfire mitigation initiatives that we're undertaking. So this is a really critical effort for us. Over the past year, we've made significant improvements to our core asset registry, with a particular focus on support structures, which are kind of the anchor of all of our other asset data. And again, with a focus in high fire threat districts and the data associated with those assets. We've also provided increasing access to wildfire related data through our central repository for data, or the Foundry Data and Analytics platform. I'll talk a little bit about that. But going back to our foundational asset registry work, we've in 2021 we implemented over 100,000 corrections or updates to our core asset registry data, based on map corrections that were submitted by frontline workers, as-builts that were submitted. This is really kind of our eyes and ears to make sure that, those frontline workers are our eyes and ears to make sure that our assets are accurately reflected in our core system. And the volumes that I mentioned were significant increases over what we've done in the past years. So 59% increase in processing our as-builts, and then a 240% increase in processing our map corrections. We also improved the geospatial location of our high fire threat district assets where we had LiDAR. We had LiDAR covering 95% of our HFTD areas, and we have used that LiDAR to correct or to validate, and where we had issues with the location, to correct the location of our support structures in those areas. In 2022, we'll be looking to close that remaining 5%, close that out. We also synchronized 100% of our support structures between our core systems. It's really important for our inspectors and for our planners to have accurate information across our systems. So we have synchronized our support structure records there. In 2022, for our asset registry, we're going to continue taking a risk-based approach to our data quality improvement efforts, with a particular focus on, continuing focus on wildfire related asset or risk drivers, including a focus on assets that contribute significantly to wildfire risk, and then drilling down, not just looking at the asset records, but really focusing on the asset attributes that are important for risk assessment and risk management. For data governance, we've also matured that process this year. We've put in place data governance forums so that we're centrally making decisions about the treatment of data and just being consistent in our approach, documenting our decisions and making sure that we're taking into account all the potential use cases of data and the changes to the data that come out of data governance decisions. In 2022 for data governance, we're moving to codify an asset registry system and process governance so that we can control, we have the right controls, the right systems in place to manage our asset registry effectively. Now moving to the centralized data platform, our data and analytics platform, Foundry. We deployed this platform initially we had a proof of concept in 2020 focused on PSPS and supporting situational intelligence there. We moved to a full-scale deployment based on that successful proof of concept. In 2020, we've provided we've connected that system or that platform to 50 data sources. And we've developed 436 what are called ontology objects, data objects that represent business like assets, business concepts, and are used across a number of different analytical products. So we have 8 major wildfire related analytic and situational intelligence products. These are the large scale products. There are many users of Foundry within the company, and those 50 data source systems and 436 data objects are enabling far more than just the 8 major projects or products that are in the portfolio that I'll talk about in the next page. In 2022, we'll be both expanding the data sets available in Foundry and then also developing new capabilities to help support wildfire mitigation efforts. So if we could go to the next slide. All right, so the concept behind the central data and analytics platform is that we're bringing together data, many different types of data from data source systems that were built over the years for specific purposes and were not built with easy integration in mind. So what we do is we build data pipelines from those systems into the central data platform, into a data model, and connect those data objects and make them accessible to end users so that they can build analytic tools and gather insights. And really the purpose is to drive data-driven decision into the business by providing access to this data. So on the right-hand side, I've got the major product portfolio. Again, there are far more products that we have than these, but these are the big ones. I'm not going to cover all of these. I'll just highlight a few that are particularly relevant to today's discussion. So these are organized by strategic capability or theme. So the first 3 are wildfire risk management and operations, risk modeling for the next 3. The third set of 3 are integrated grid planning, and then we have a regulatory reporting product. For the wildfire risk and management operations, we have a PSPS product that really facilitates the management of the PSPS events to create timely, precise, risk-informed playbooks for PSPS events. It also enables stakeholder and customer communication and our regulatory reporting. The Wildfire Risk Command Center provides a suite of tools for wildfire risk management, including the tracking of our commitments and also ignition event gathering. So when we have an ignition event, we try to gather as much information as we can from disparate sources, pull those together to try to understand or to gather the situational intelligence around those events. And we're now moving into using this platform or this product suite for EPSS event management as well. The grid data and analytics product is initially designed for unknown cause outages. So we get an outage, the initial field survey can't detect what the cause is. We try to narrow the patrol zone based on analytics from grid sensors and from customer meters. And and then we send out a second patrol in a narrower zone where we've kind of targeted it. But more importantly, I think this sets this foundation for us to perform real-time outage event management and narrowing patrol zones associated with that, and also provides a predictive analytics capability where we can identify assets through their signature in our sensing devices that are at risk for failure. And we've deployed this a tool for transformer failure identification on this and successfully identified assets in the field that are at risk for failure. The next three I'm not going to cover in detail. These are inputs and outputs from risk models that are integrated into Foundry. Some of the analytic capability is also developed in Foundry. And these are shared with our end users, the grid planners and risk managers for consumption. So they're getting the latest and the trusted data source for risk modeling. I think I will just highlight project number 8 here. And this is a new tool we're developing to help guide our efforts around undergrounding, where we will be assessing the feasibility for undergrounding particular circuits and layering in, of course, risk on top of that, and using this tool to make decisions around where we intend to underground. I think given time constraints, we can move to the last slide, and I'll just say this is just an architecture diagram of Foundry and how it works. We integrate the source systems and create data pipelines from our source systems into Foundry, make that data available both for Foundry analytics as well as other relational database uses. And then the little flags here are just for data fidelity, data quality testing. Foundry is not only used for us for development of analytic products, but we're also moving to use this to assess the data quality of our source systems. So it allows us to understand where there are data quality issues, and then we can go back and remediate those in our data source systems. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ali, Mark. Move on to SDG&E. And as a reminder, PG&E is welcome to answer Q&As via text.
Hi, Andy. Can everybody hear me okay? Just want to do a mic check.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. So my name is Jennifer Kaminsky. I know it's been a long day for everybody, so appreciate your attention for this last hour. I'm the manager of electric assets and compliance, and I'll be also presenting with Rob Maloney, who I'll hand the mic over to later on. Next slide. So traditionally, SDG&E's inspection programs have taken primarily a schedule-driven, compliance-based approach to inspections. As you can see from the bottom of the slide, these included detailed overhead inspections, patrolled and intrusive pole inspections. Detailed inspections and patrols of overhead facilities, especially for distribution, were done by sending linemen to each pole location on a specified schedule, generally mandated by GO 165. These inspections are critical to gauging the health of our system, as was described at the beginning of the session, and obviously responding to items that require repair or mitigation of some sort. Over the past few years, this has changed significantly with the addition of enhanced inspection efforts, that have included the use of new technology and methodologies to perform inspections. The new inspection programs include the use of drones, infrared, and LiDAR. A lot of these are very new programs, drone inspections beginning towards the end of 2019, infrared inspections starting at scale with distribution in 2020 and for transmission last year in 2021. We've also continued to expand LiDAR inspections, helping our engineering design in pre-construction, as well as post-construction true-up information, gathering post-construction true-up information, and with vegetation management. Special inspections included some additional 69 kV transmission inspections and more frequent additional distribution inspections of the Tier 3 high fire threat district. The ability to pilot and deploy these technologies at scale has not only resulted in improved health of our facilities and reduced risk of an ignition event, but has helped us build a strategy for the future, a future where technology, both in the tool that we use to perform the inspections, along with the data collected, helps us be more proactive and efficient. We're building the foundation to transform how we do inspections, where we can choose the right method, frequency, and focus of our inspections, moving towards a proactive, risk-based approach. Next slide. So one of the biggest impacts we've seen, and I'm using the drone assessments here as a case study, is the findings within our Tier 3 high fire threat district. So we conducted regular overhead inspections, and that's the graph that you're seeing here, with the statistics of what we've seen in terms of findings with the Tier 3 distribution poles. So with these overhead detailed inspections increasing in number actually over this time period, and drone inspections, as well as some of our other efforts starting in 2019, 2020, as I just mentioned, we've seen a significant decrease in the number of findings, which means a decreased number of issues that require repair or that result in some sort of an event, fault, outage, that kind of thing. So with the drone inspection starting and some of these other inspections, this really tells us that these other inspection techniques are effective and that we need to incorporate the use of this tool and other tools into our inspection programs going forward. However, we're still working on determining the frequency and focus of some of these inspections. For example, should we use drones every 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? Should we use it based on risk or schedule? Currently, we're finishing drone inspections within the Tier 2 high fire threat district, and we're preparing to implement a risk-based prioritization schedule for inspections using drones within our entire HFTD. We're planning to convert our current additional HFTD Tier 3 inspections, which were about 13,000 inspections only focused in Tier 3, expanding that to the entire high fire threat district and doing it based on various risk factors, which we'll go into detail later on. These new high fire threat drone inspections will help us refine the approach to cycle, locations, types of structures, or even parts of the structure to focus these different methodologies on in the future. Again, with an eye on providing value in terms of safety and reliability and at a reasonable cost. Next slide. Now, while we're also flying in all of these poles for distribution, we wanted to make good use of the millions of images we're collecting. And we've used that imagery collected to further plan for the future by building machine learning models that can help identify asset information as well as detect damages. So I don't know if you guys all have an iPhone and you search for, let's say, dog on your images. Sometimes you get dog, sometimes you don't. But that's essentially what this technology is in trying to help us automatically detect what is a crossarm, what is a pole, and then the damages associated. What does a cracked insulator look like? What is a damaged crossarm? We started integrating this technology into the drone program in 2021 by running the models against all imagery collected and creating a variance report that helps provide additional quality control over the inspections that our linemen are conducting in the field. This integration helps not only support the quality of our drone inspections, but helps to build, test, and refine our models so we can expand the use of these models in a human plus machine partnership going forward. In addition, we're looking to expand intelligent image processing capability to transmission facilities, as well as other data collection methods such as LiDAR, using fleet and other tools. Meaning we're planning for a future where models will be running on fleet vehicles, for example, hopefully automatically detecting possible damages or verifying asset information as our trucks drive past a pole. even allowing images collected by our customers to potentially be automatically screened for damage. There are a wide variety of potential applications of this technology, but it all comes down to helping our human workforce do their job more efficiently. Most importantly, our inspectors and our investment in artificial intelligence is providing much of the fuel that's needed by our data analytics teams to provide a full picture of our system and its health. So with that, I'll hand it over to Rob Maloney to talk more about our data governance. Rob?
Thank you, Jennifer. Next slide, please. So I'm Rob Maloney. I'm the Asset Data Systems and Records Manager here at SDG&E. And today I'm going to talk about our Asset 360 data program, as well as some of our data governance activities. So really the Asset 360 program is part of the overall asset management system at SDG&E. And our main focus is really to enable data-driven, risk-informed decisions. The method to which we do that is really consolidating data from disparate enterprise systems and joining those together into a per asset type model across ET&D into a centralized repository, which at this time is SAP HANA. So we work with our different stakeholders within engineering, operations, and asset management to understand which data elements are the most critical. And there's really a focus on improving data quality as well as remediating data in the source systems. And the types of data that we're looking at here are depicted in the graph, but I can walk you through a couple different data types, including our GIS information, our work in asset management inspection systems. We have our outages, our failures, and things from our engineering data warehouse. So we prioritize integrating each of these assets on a risk-based methodology where we're taking into consideration the amount of prior ignitions, outages, and other risk events. And this program actually started in 2019. And with our progress ending in 2020, which is not really depicted here, we created our foundation with our distribution poles, wires, cables, and Ts. Last year, we actually branched out into transmission, where we started with our overhead structures, conductor, and the equipment on our transmission lines. On the distribution side, last year we focused on capacitors, switches, and overhead connectors. And today we've incorporated over 100 data sets into our centralized repository. This year we're focusing on distribution secondary, transformers, fuses, terminators, potheads, and other minor units, as well as transmission, underground structures, and connectors. We plan on delving into the substation assets as well. So as Asset 360 is a foundational initiative, we look through the entire service territory and provide curated data sets to enable risk and wildfire analytics, including to our asset management teams, to WINGS ops, to our CRI, analytics, to IIP, and our enterprise investment prioritization tool. We also provide longer-term planning analytics for asset condition and asset risk in alignment with the RAMP methodology. Next slide, please. Okay. With all this good data from multiple initiatives too, it's imperative that we come up with a robust data governance strategy. So our strategy is really to govern the data through a set of standards and practices that uses people, process, and technology. And, we do so to make it auditable for one, to ensure that the appropriate controls are in place and that they're operating effectively. So a significant amount of information is collected during the audits, which may include data dictionaries and taxonomies, standard operating procedures, access control matrices, reporting processes, and quality control procedures. These audits identify control issues, business enhancements, and recommendations for management corrective actions. The compliance documentation and audits are conducted by an independent third-party auditor. And last year, the focus was integrating and documenting 20+ data sets containing over 550 metrics for the WMP programs and initiatives. We defined over 260 terms in the data dictionary and documented over 50 automation processes and 10 data governance framework areas. Efforts are underway to better understand data quality in this area, including development of scorecards and dashboards. And we've also developed trending analysis for 20 of our metrics. So as my colleagues previously mentioned, we've had partnerships with external partners, including San Jose and Cal Poly. And that'll conclude my slides.
Great, thank you so much, Rob and Jennifer. Then can finish off with our last presentation with SE.
Hello. If we could go to the next slide, please. So my name is Raymond Fugere. I'm the Principal Manager of Wildfire Mitigation Strategy. I will cover the asset and the inspection side, and then I will turn it over to Angie Torres, who will talk about the data side. So I'll cover the first two topics of asset management and inspections, also talk about some new inspection approaches we're piloting in 2022. And then, as I mentioned, Angie will cover the data governance side. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So I want to cover this. As SDG&E and PG&E mentioned, we've shifted from compliance-based inspections to inspections that go above and beyond the requirements of General Orders 165. For our high fire areas, SCE deploys several visual-based inspection programs, and these are ground high fire risk-informed inspections. And Adam Dow from SCE mentioned earlier that these are based upon a 4x4 grid, and I'll explain how we assess the high fire risk-informed inspections. Are aerial inspections, which inspect the same assets that our ground inspections inspect yearly, so we can get this 360-degree view of our equipment where possible. In addition to that, we also perform patrol inspections of all our assets annually in high fire areas to make sure that they are in good repair and there's no emergent conditions that need to be addressed. And once we find something wrong, a condition that needs repair or replacement, we will document that condition and schedule it for repair or replacement in accordance with applicable regulations and SCE procedures. So right now, we've inspected about 150,000 of our distribution assets annually. This is about 53%, and we're inspecting about 16,000 of our transmission assets annually, which is about 43% of our transmission assets. So we are going significantly above and beyond the current regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. How we develop our high fire risk-informed inspections. Every year, we update what we call our probability of ignition models and also our consequence models, which we're using TechnoSilva. So we update the risk that every asset in our system has. We take that data and then we create what you see here is a 4x4 matrix. And we review this annually to determine how many inspections do we want to do based upon the risk level. Currently, what's in red is everything that we're doing annually. What is in green are items that we're doing on a 3-year cycle. So we're really trying to inspect what is the riskiest structures to our facilities in real time, instead of just doing everything on the compliance-based schedules that GO 165 has. So then once we put our structures into the matrix, they are scoped and scheduled for inspections by our aerial team and our ground team. And right now we're inspecting about 97% of the risk that our structures pose based upon multiplying the probability of ignition times consequence before every fire season. After the inspections occur, our quality control group inspectors perform a field visit based upon a random sample to make sure that our inspections met the quality that we need to reduce the wildfire risks. So that's a quick overview of how we perform our transmission and our distribution high fire risk-informed inspections. If we could go to the next slide, please. As we've seen and other utilities have touched on, visual inspections by themselves aren't enough to capture all of the risks. There are defects that could occur on a utility system that may not be visible to the human eye. And to counter this, SCE is deploying infrared and corona scans to help identify these conditions. On our distribution system, SCE inspects 50% of its high fire miles approximately every year using ground-based infrared inspections. These ground-based infrared inspections can detect hot connectors, hot transformers, and other things that you would not be able to see with the human eye. Additionally, we are deploying air-based infrared and corona scanning on our transmission system, and we do approximately 1,000 miles every year to be able to find conditions, yet again, that are not visible to the human eye. And you can see the pictures at the bottom are showing conditions that get caught from either the corona, which is on the right, or infrared on the left bottom. So these are a great supplement to our visual ground-based and air-based inspections. Next slide, please. Now I want to cover a couple of new inspections that we are piloting in 2022. So earlier there was a question about mapping drivers and risks of fires to mitigations. And so on the left-hand side, you can see we're talking about secondary conductor ignitions. Over the past year, we investigate all our fires, and we noticed that we had secondary cause ignitions that we needed to enhance our mitigation suite to help reduce the likelihood of future events. With that, we are launching an inspection and vegetation program to trim approximately 700 secondary structures to reduce the likelihood of vegetation contacting secondary or service drops around these structures. On top of that, we are going to inspect for and tape bare secondary connectors. We will do those inspections as part of our normal high fire risk informed inspections, document conditions where we see secondary connectors exposed or electrical wiring exposed around the connectors, and we will proactively cover or tape a percentage of these connectors as the year goes on. In addition to that, on transmission, we are going to do 75 span inspections using a product called Line View. What the Line View does is it will go over the line and examines the steel core of the transmission line to determine if it is still sound from a structural standpoint. This is something that you can't see with the human eye, so this is going to go above and beyond our normal inspections. In addition to that, we are also going to X-ray 50 transmission splices to understand what and how the splice is behaving now that it's been out in the system. These two new inspection programs were implemented based upon feedback that we received from our fire investigations and other ways. So we're constantly improving our mitigation strategies to make sure that we're addressing all the drivers we can. And now I will turn it over to Angie, who will talk about the data side.
Hopefully you can hear me. I'm going to turn on video and start video.
Yes, we can hear you.
Video does not, there it goes. All right, hopefully that's working. So we're going to talk about data governance, and from SCE's, oh, just to introduce myself, my name is actually Evangeline Torres, and I am the principal manager for solution planning and delivery in the IT organization, specifically supporting T&D and grid resilience engineering and planning. I know I'm the last presenter for the end of the day, so I will try to make this as interesting and important as possible. And I know we'll want to still have time for questions. So our data governance perspective is really addressing two different aspects, and one's called EASY Data. And folks always ask, well, what does EASY stand for? It is an acronym. It's actually Exa, Zeta, and Yada bytes. So essentially data beyond petabytes. And then there's Wisdom, which is a centralized data repository and portal. Two different aspects. I'm going to spend most of the time on this slide, and then we'll talk a little bit on the other two slides around what we've done recently and where we're going next. But in terms of why we're approaching EASY Data and Wisdom, I think it's important to note where we've actually come from. And so from our perspective, data is everything. We really do have to make sure that we are addressing not just the accuracy of the data, the availability of the data, different types of information. So when we talk about images, LiDAR information, how can we address all of this, tag this information, make it easily searchable, usable, not just for reporting perspective, but also for operations. And so I'll start a little bit about EASY Data, which is really around the unstructured data, and talk about what were some of our challenges. A lot of manual processes, very slow searching, difficulty rendering images, very manual file organization, and really reliance, a lot of, I think, heavy reliance on folks actually going out and manually tracking, inspecting, and not having a lot of what I would say is supporting information to really accelerate those capabilities, in particular for inspections. With that, one of the things that we talked about for Easy Data, really the emphasis would be we want to build a scalable solution. We opted to use the Google Cloud Platform in order for us to then manage really large volumes of unstructured data. We talked about, again, images, videos, LiDAR imagery that would be generated by wildfire mitigation initiatives. And of course, to remediate asset defects and hazards that could pose ignition risks. So those drivers, again, delivering solutions that would enhance our capabilities. We opted to do a cloud solution. On-prem solutions are extremely expensive and very, very difficult to manage. Couple of things from the Easy Data perspective is we looked at making sure that it was scalable and really enterprise capable. So we understand that wildfire as we see it now, or inspection needs as we have them now, high fire areas as we experience it now, can change. And so we did need to make sure that it was a scalable solution. We did need something that would enable remote inspection, so easily accessible with high quality imagery, so that we could support remote visual inspections. And otherwise, again, that would be performed probably only by foot patrol if we did not have that capability. So if we could support drones, if we could support aerial inspections of any manner, that was going to be a really big benefit for the organization. And then the other thing was really improving data governance. So creating better data controls and systematic checks for data quality, automatic indexes so that folks could easily search for and retrieve information was going to be extremely important, as well as optimizing resources for self-service. So this gets into the idea of the artificial intelligence, or you'll hear the term AI/ML. So an AI platform that could be enabled by Easy Data that would really provide easy access for computational resources, help our data scientists to rapidly develop, train, and deploy AI/ML models to then support end users in decision making. I think it's important to note, we talked about this earlier today, that this is not removing the human aspect. This is really better enabling with better information in a near real-time manner, not just in planning work, but also managing and maintaining work, and the ability to track and report on work as well. I'm going to talk a little bit about Wisdom, because it's again the other big piece of this, and that is the centralized data repository and portal for what is our structured data. And so we talk about things like PSPS events, grid hardening, situational awareness. From the perspective of Wisdom, the overall perspective or the objective was to implement a centralized wildfire data repository and data portal to enable efficient reporting, comprehensive spatial and non-spatial data analytics, very secure data sharing. And I think the most important part would be for both internal and external stakeholders to support wildfire data quality improvement efforts. So we really wanted to consolidate our wildfire data to enhance analytics and reporting, to improve data governance as well. I think we've said that we have roughly 500 different metrics to measure data quality. And we really thought that this was a great opportunity to consolidate all of our information and really increase our efficiencies in reporting, in order to kind of support not just standard reporting, but also from whether it was internal or external user to pull information down and to do any kind of slicing and dicing of information that would be necessary. Important to note, I've heard others talk about Palantir and Foundry solution. We actually are going to be employing the Palantir solution Foundry for this space as well. And we'll talk a little about that in a future slide. Some of the things that we're looking at is in the Wisdom space is also a geospatial capability. Again, we talked about external portal. A big piece for us, though, is streamlining the regulatory reporting as well. So we think that that's going to improve accuracy, integrity, and timeliness of the data that's being supplied to the OEIS and other external stakeholders. If you can jump to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about then where we're at with Easy and where we're going to be going next year, or what we accomplished and where we're going next year. So for Easy Data, we really want to talk a little bit about AI/ML 21 and 22. And so for achievements in 21, I really want to take a look at some of the graphics that we have on the right hand of this slide. So you'll see that we now have the images, that the data can be tagged. It's easily searchable. It's really, I think, a significant advance for our resources, not just in the field, but also in the office in terms of quickly retrieving and searching information. One of the important things that came in 2021 was the 24/7 access, and then near real-time data ingestment, so that wherever you were, you could do quality checks, data management, and automatically process and organize that data. Teams advised us that we have over 11 million images to date that are now stored in Easy Data, which is just a tremendous amount. And they started in 2019. So the good news there is that this isn't just from when we first implemented some of these capabilities, but they have been storing data since 2019 so that they would have sort of a leg up in a lot of the imagery that we would need moving forward. Another good thing about Easy Data, I think that's been a real benefit, is that we have the analytics and reporting is built into this. So as you'll see, I know it's a bit of an eye chart, but the screenshot right in the middle is really looking at some of our contract resources. And as you can see, it's just identifying whether it's work that's recently been performed, work that's pending. You can actually slice and dice information specifically to the actual contractors. And then one of the other things that was made available, which again is really going to be helpful for us executing the work, is the actual dashboard. So there's an aerial distribution dashboard. It's just an example that we're showing here. And that can actually show you the number of structures. It'll show you structures with potential issues. Maybe even if there's identified quality issues or even some unknown anomalies that are in the information. So again, very helpful for folks in continuing to improve our processes and access issues, address issues out in the field. Plans for 2022 is expanding our AI/ML models. So again, this creates a capability for our data scientists to actually create better and better models, and they'll continue to evolve as we move forward. Integrate with our inspection tools, which we just discussed. And I think a really important future move for us is enabling LiDAR's data management capability. We can go to the next slide. And then a little bit about Wisdom, again, for 2021 and 2022. So we are working on, and Wisdom's a little bit at a little bit earlier stage in its life than Easy Data. But where we're at now with Wisdom is that we've already created our forward-looking architectural design. We really wanted something that could sustain us. Really looking at this as something that's going to be of great value, again, both internally and externally. We've already conducted our data validation workshops, a significant amount of information. I'll point to the screenshot off to the right. Again, working with our Foundry partners. This is just an example of how we actually now have really I would say well integrated map. I don't know the best way to describe it, that really shows a mapping of our data, our function locations. It'll have inspection information, and actually from all our various systems of record, moving that information all the way through the entire end-to-end life cycle. So it starts from where the data is sourced. We'll capture whether there's quality issues identified and whether or not there's something that needs to be remediated. And it actually maps it all the way through its life cycle, which again is a great benefit of having a tool that's going to create that full data ontology like a Foundry solution. In terms of the next screenshot you'll see below, that's our integrated GIS view. It's a great new feature that will be as part of the Wisdom solution. So not only will we have the tabular data, but you'll also have the geospatial information. So reviewers can understand how the data is geospatially organized. We can make adjustments when it comes to identifying any remediation strategies early in the life cycle. And so for 2022, we'll continue to work on data validation. We'll be consolidating that platform onto our centralized repository. We'll fully complete our design this year. Our plan is right now for 2023 to then have this available for external users. So again, it's a really aggressive plan. So a significant amount of work going into 2022. And then we'll be looking at 2023 as potentially when we actually make this available externally. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Again, I really want to thank everyone for their time, and I will turn it back over to. Do I turn it back over to?
To me. Thank you so much, Angeline, and also to Raymond. Wanted to jump on to the Q&A portion. So the first question I'm going to ask is from Nancy Macy, because I believe you asked this earlier during the grid hardening presentation as well. But for all three utilities, what types of inspections or technology will reveal metal or cement age related? Oh, sorry, I just lost it. Age-related embrittlement, and are there plans in the WP that will enable them to effectively protect from such age-related transmission tower embrittlement / deterioration? It looks like I think Mark answered. So if we could hear from SDG&E and SCE, or also PG&E if you want to add anything verbally.
Only thing I would add there is that, we've got the below grade foundation inspections that looks below ground. We're also piloting the ultrasonic pole inspections. And then we are piloting a corrosion climbing assessment that we put some details here in the chat. And all this is in addition to our detailed ground and aerial inspections for our transmission system.
This is Jennifer from SDG&E. I'll just add that similar to what Mark said, our intrusive pole inspections occur for below grade for both our wood pole as well as other material types. So that generally finds out the condition of pole foundations below grade. Visual inspections will usually tell us about corrosion, and that's obviously the high resolution imagery that we're collecting with drones, as well as visual inspections from our linemen that are out in the field.
Hi, this is Raymond Fugere for SCE. For metal or steel, we do have a corrosion model that helps us define susceptible structures, and then we do a proactive inspection based upon those models right now. So we are utilizing that. For concrete, currently we're still just really relying on the visual-based inspections that we utilize for our high fire ground inspections to detect potential concrete issues.
Great, thank you so much. And then the next two questions are from Marty Kurtovich and are specific to PG&E. First one being, will PG&E provide the audits that they mentioned to Energy Safety and CPUC? And then also, how has improving your data tools improved your safety performance?
So I can answer the second one, and then if there's additional details, we'll take a data request on it. So having this additional information that we get to collect on our assets for our data has helped us with a couple of examples there with our PSPS scoping process, as well as, we've had, I think Ali had mentioned one of the examples where we're using that collected information for trying to detect where potential transformers are likely to fail. And we've been able to use that information to be able to kind of pinpoint within like the next 30 to 60 days, what are the high risk transformers with a high likelihood of failure for us to go out there and take action on.
And one supplement there, Mark, that's good. I just add that we're now using it for EPSS purposes, so helping to implement our EPSS program.
And then one thing that I'll add, it's more of a general statement, but as we're collecting more information about our assets, as well as more information about our asset failures, we want to get deeper to beyond, what failed. So I think that's something that we're getting today. We want to get deeper into that, but we want to collect more information on how it failed to start to scratch at why it failed. And so that when we start to get more and more information from our asset failures and the data that we're kind of pulling together, we're able to now better risk tranche and target which population of our assets have a high likelihood of potentially failing and thus creating a safety issue. So that's how the information we're collecting and the work that we're doing to centralize this in a platform is going to help position us to be able to really improve in that area.
Great, thank you so much. Next question is from Will Abrams. It looks like it was marked that it was answered. Could you possibly raise your hand and just clarify if your question had been answered, or if you can go ahead and ask it, if not?
Yes, thanks. It's just trying to understand the systems integration challenges that the utilities have. PG&E had mentioned in a couple of their earlier wildfire mitigation plans that Trove was a systems integrator that they've turned to, and sort of saw that as a roadblock as they were trying to interconnect the various systems. So just want to understand for each utility, what are their systems integration challenges, particularly those that would impact our ability to fulfill data requests.
So I can speak to the Trove question. I've been consulting with, so I'm not familiar with us using Trove. I've been checking offline here with my colleagues in the IT department. They're not familiar with us using Trove. So I'm not sure, as I research Trove, it looks more like a predictive analytics capability, but not sure. Wait.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it was in an earlier wildfire mitigation plan, but perhaps PG&E has moved away from that. But I guess the question still holds, regardless of sort of who that player is that's working on your systems integration. Obviously, every corporation, right, has challenges in terms of integrating their systems to be able to provide a complete picture of reports of different data and analytics. So I just want to understand from the utilities what you see as your challenges to integrate systems that would impact your ability to report on data across your infrastructure and across your various departments.
This is Rob from SDG&E. I guess one of the shared challenges is that, these different systems were built at different times and not on common platforms. So there's a lot of need to integrate them together manually. And sometimes we have to create common keys to join them together. So a lot of what we've done in response to some of these challenges was covered in our materials for SDG&E, but that's not to say that, we have everything. I think we're doing a great job in our submissions on those quarterly data requests too, which is a pretty complete picture of what we provide for you all. And maybe Jonathan can chime in a little bit more too.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Yeah, I think you covered quite a bit as to the reasons why there's challenges. But I also want to state that, we're making advancements, right, using SAP HANA as kind of our central repository system to capture all wildfire mitigation related data, even though they might be in disparate systems, bringing that all together and being able to, take that and share in general through data requests and through our quarterly reports. And so I think there's a concerted similar effort across the utilities.
Yeah, I echo that. We're experiencing similar challenges and taking similar approach, just different platform. So we're bringing our data together in Foundry. Dealing with legacy systems that are purpose-built but not built for integration. But I think we're making good progress with Foundry. I will say some of the real-time data integration is very challenging for us, probably less relevant for data reports or data requests though.
Yeah, I'll jump in for Southern California Edison, and we do have a couple of others from SE that can also jump in if needed. But very similar, we do have a lot of legacy systems, systems that were built point in time, interfaces at some point in time might have been direct or face-to-face. But I think we've worked through a lot of those challenges. We've been meeting, fundamentally getting data requests out. It's been a heavy lift. But as we move forward, in particular, like the Palantir Foundry solution that creates a very solid ontology across all the systems, normalizing data, looking for anomalies, calling out issues that can be resolved. It appears to be really helping us accelerate the process just in kind of modeling or sampling what those capabilities will be. So I think we're really optimistic that this will just continue to advance further and further. But I think that's just the direction of the industry, that we will have fewer and fewer point-to-point solutions in the future.
Yeah, thank you so much. For the sake of time, Adrian, there's one more question I wanted to ask in our Q&A. Is it okay to go ahead? I know we're a little over now. Well, very over.
Sure. Yeah, we were going to be at least 20 minutes over if we gave them the full hour. So, yeah, I think, if you wanted to answer that last question, I do have a couple of words to say at the end to wrap up. And I think I want to kick maybe over to Nicole. Nicole, did you want to talk about the open question, or would you rather I addressed it?
Yeah, Adrian, if you could address that when you wrap up, we can just get a group consensus on what folks are feeling for more time for questions.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Go ahead and try and wrap that question up by, I don't know if you'll be having time, but 4:55. Do you think you can have it done by then? Okay.
We can try. So final question for all three utilities from Henry Burton about the electric corrective notifications and overdue maintenance. How do your standard procedures call for any specific action when a corrective notification is past its due date? Also, how do you regularly monitor how many are overdue or unresolved? And kind of building off of that, how are you accounting for any sort of resource needs to address like this increase in notifications from performing more inspections? And then lastly, do you analyze or track whether adverse outcomes are caused by overdue maintenance? And how do you track that within your data systems?
Hi, this is Ray Fuchère with SCE. So I'll take a first stab at this, at least for Edison. Our standards do not call for specific action when a corrective notification goes past due. The reason for that is because every case is different. Most of our notifications or repair work that goes past due is due to a constraint outside of Edison's control, such as a permit from a state agency, a permit from a city or a county or a homeowner indicating and stopping us from doing our work. So we have to treat them all differently of how we resolve those issues. So we don't have a standard or a procedure that says do X when you're a day past due or 2 or 3 days past due. We do regularly monitor how many overdue notifications we have across our system. There are performance management meetings that occur in our transmission and our distribution groups, both for high fire and non-high fire, where the past due work is actively brought up and plans to how they're going to resolve it are discussed at these performance meetings. We do not report these to the board of directors or the commission at this time. We treat them as work and we handle it internally because GO 165 does allow for work to go past its compliance due date for valid reasons. And since the majority of this is for valid reasons, we're operating under there that we don't need to report it. We do track and look at information all the time. I'll have to, right off the top of my head, I'm not sure if we've track if we've seen any adverse outcomes of that. I'll have to double check on the C part, but I hope that addresses the first part. And now I'll turn over to another utility.
I can take this question for SDG&E. So we do have standard procedures for when we have a corrective action that goes past its due date. Generally, we track that through our compliance management system. And we meet with the electric regional operations, so basically our construction operations group, monthly to review any items that have the potential or are likely to go over its compliance date. We try to see if there's any mitigation that we can do. For example, if we're waiting for a Caltrans permit in order to get work done, can we elevate that with those agencies to expedite that permit because it might be in a high fire threat area and we want to get that repair taken care of. So we do review those monthly, and then we track anything. We actually put what we call a deferral reason into our compliance management system to track that. And we look at it, like I said, very regularly to provide to see if there's anything overdue or unresolved. We report that up through senior management as part of a compliance dashboard report internally that we look at. We track, again, the approvals of those deferral notifications. And in terms of adverse outcomes, when we have a corrective action that's potentially going over a due date, we do continue to do more frequent, reviews or inspections of that to make sure that we don't have an adverse outcome. But we also do incident reporting. So we actually review anything that a troubleman or incidents that did come out as part of incident reporting requirements to the CPUC anyway. So we review any of those incidents to see if it could have been related to, an overdue issue or any sort of maintenance oversight. And that is proactively reported to the CPUC if a correlation there is identified.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to call it. I know there's a third utility, but we got 3 minutes left, and we want to go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, for PG&E, if it's possible to type your response, that would be great. So we can.
Yeah, that would be appreciated. Let's see. Okay, a couple of things. I wanted to thank everybody who was a panelist, presenter today, and all of the attendees who participated. I especially want to thank James Pierce, who was California Natural Resources Agency staff who's been running the Zoom webinar and had a lot of work today. And I want to apologize again for getting the order wrong on the presentations for Southern California Edison. We have a question which we'd like you to go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to have an additional workshop or meeting to ask additional questions. If you could go ahead and raise your hand if you're interested in that. I will note there were a couple of people who had questions that were typed in that I know didn't get answered, and that was Henry Burton, Alexia Rotalik, I probably messed that name up, and then Nancy Macy. And so even if we don't have an additional workshop, I'd encourage you to file a DR, a data request with the utilities to get the answers to those questions. Okay, I'll leave it open for another minute here, and then we'll end the webinar at 5 o'clock.
Just to clarify, Adrian, we're just gonna wait for some people to answer questions, basically?
Or no, I'm just waiting to see if anybody else wants to raise their hand, but I have a feeling we've gotten all the responses on that we're gonna be getting. So I think we just ended at 5 o'clock.
Okay. Well, I'll wait
Thanks.
for that 00 to happen and I'll
Like
close the
right
meeting.
now.
Okay.
Thanks, James. You have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Bye.